I ask you if you can identify that photograph?
This was a photograph that Julie Jenson had given me, I believe it was in August of '98.
Is there a note on the back of that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And whose handwriting is that note?
It is Julie Jenson's handwriting.
And what does it say?
It says found 7/3/95 in truck.
And so, Judge, this would be the first exhibit that I'm showing.
All right, go ahead.
Dude, the clip, that holy shit. Holy shit. Did you see that? What a fucking mistake by the court. They are going to fuck my stream up over that shit. Holy shit. Somebody screen grab that shit.
I ask you if you can identify that photograph?
This was a photograph that Julie Jenson had given me, I believe it was in August of '98.
Is there a note on the back of that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And whose handwriting is that note?
It is Julie Jenson's handwriting.
And what does it say?
It says found 7/3/95 in truck.
And so, Judge, this would be the first exhibit that I'm showing.
All right, go ahead.
Dude, the clip, that holy shit. Holy shit. Did you see that? What a fucking mistake by the court. They are going to fuck my stream up over that shit. Holy shit. Somebody screen grab that shit. All right. What is up, chat? How are you guys doing? Sorry, I played some footage from the other day. It's heavily edited, though, because of reasons. How many in chat know what that little video clip was about? Let's start there while I'm setting up the rest of this stream. And thank you to Yolanda over on Facebook for the donation. Appreciate it. See, I tell you guys, I'm transparent with that shit. We want to let you guys know. Thank you. Yolanda, first donation, Yolanda. We appreciate that. That is awesome. Thank you so much. You are the first one to help us out with when it comes to the Mark Jenson stuff. JK over on YouTube says, I see someone did screen grab it. Yeah, you silly goose. I texted you the picture. Whew, man. So some of you don't know what that clip was. So here, let me just spell it out. So so they were showing, here's the background. Allegedly, Mark was leaving lewd pictures around the house of, some adult content because he couldn't forgive Julie for her affair. And this was kind of the way that he tormented her. It was originally said that the guy that Julie had the affair with, Perry Tarika, was the one that was doing it. It was like his way of like stalking her. And then it later came out that it was, allegedly Mark that was doing it. So they were showing, because the officer that was testifying, I still can't confirm if he's deceased or if he's one of them that has dementia. So, chat, you guys are little investigators. We know that Margaret Voigt is deceased, and we know that there was witnesses that had dementia. Now, I do know that each side has a witness with dementia. So that still means that either Ted Voigt is deceased or the officer, Ron Kosman. I'm assuming maybe he is, but we're not sure. We haven't been able to figure out Ted or Ron. It's probable that Ted is still alive because there was some kind of shop or something that he owned. But I'm not sure if that's still current or not. So those two I'm having trouble with. So if you guys know, if you could definitively let us know that. So anyway, they played that 2008 testimony. It was really boring. and they were showing state exhibits. And the first exhibit that they showed was a naughty pick. And I did mark this because we were trying to remember the state exhibit, okay? Because I'll let you guys know here. We're going to post a video separate on YouTube, but because of the mishap, so they posted the video or the picture and they fucked up and they aired it publicly on every live stream, right? It obviously didn't mean to do that, but mainstream media that was live streaming, us, Court TV, Law and Crime, everybody. That fucking lewd picture was shown to everybody. So I'm sure the FCC is coming after everybody for that. We obviously can't show the picture for legal reasons, right? Because you can't show naughty pics. So I did my best in editing the shit out of that video so that it was like literally a Fight Club moment and just quick. We do have the video, all of that. So, but we were trying to figure out the exhibit, and it's State Exhibit 197. And we're going to end up holding a contest. So I own an apparel company. You'll see some links that come through the chat that says our sponsor. So full disclosure, because legally I have to do that. That company, Mainsail Graphics, that is my company. It's an apparel company, but we don't take corporate sponsorship. So we use that as our sponsorship. Some people don't like to just donate cash. They want something for their money besides the content we give. So there's t-shirts and hoodies and things like that. We've got some of that stuff up on the Never.Stop website too, whatever. So it's kind of like you buy merch and you get something, whatever. So we're gonna make a t-shirt for a contest because that was a funny moment, and those of us that were here, it's not being talked about anywhere, and that's bizarre. I haven't seen it talked about anywhere on mainstream media, any like platforms. I haven't seen it talked about. I'm the only one making a big deal out of this apparently, because I guess I'm like a little kid. You see, naughty pics, and you just, I'm a boy. I don't know what to say. But we all got a kick out of it in chat. We were laughing hysterically. We saw it. A lot of people wanted to see it. We had a viewer screen grab it for us. And then, because we can't show it, people were emailing us, and we were sending it to people through the email, with legal disclaimer, obviously. J Bean over on YouTube says a t-shirt. She's laughing. Yeah, so we're gonna hold a contest, and whoever comes up with the best like slogan for this massive critical court mistake, we're gonna make a t-shirt. They're gonna get a free t-shirt out of it, and then it'll be up for you guys to buy if you want to. One of our viewers though on Facebook, I really liked hers, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a separate t-shirt that's not part of the contest, because I think it was just funny as shit to me, but because it's State Exhibit 197, so we're going to include that on the t-shirt. State Exhibit 197 will probably show like a eggplant emoji, and then fine print Mark Jenson trial 2023, something like that, and we're the only ones that are going to get it. And we're going to be laughing, and everyone's going to be like, what are you laughing about? And you're just going to be like, you weren't there. I can't tell you. It's going to be an inside joke. But yeah, we're going to do a contest, an official contest. So if you guys want to participate in that, I'm going to post a separate video. We'll put it up on the YouTube channel, and you comment on the YouTube channel, and we'll figure out a winner. So, and we can't send the pic through Facebook Messenger because they blocked it. They don't allow that. Apparently no naughty pics, or at least by me. Maybe I'm suspended from naughty pics. I don't know. So, all right. So if you guys are just tuning in, if you're on Facebook, like the stream, please share it out. I haven't shared it to all the platforms yet, so please share it for us. Like the stream, spam the chat with the thumbs up and the hearts and all that, because it helps the algorithm to push us out there. YouTube, make sure you guys hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not, all of that. Yeah, I'll post the YouTube link in Facebook chat. There's going to be links periodically through on YouTube and on Facebook. They'll have the like donation links. They'll have a website, Facebook page, YouTube, TikTok, all of that stuff. We're trying to build our Patreon platform. We don't really have much content on there, but because we don't really have anybody on there, we just made it because we're getting, whacked on some of these streams. So we're trying to build that up so we can do like exclusive streams over there for like the really, really cool, supporters and people that are just awesome. We want to give them like some killer ass content. So, that's a great way to support us too. Sign up for Patreon. There's a few different levels. Same with like joining as a member on YouTube. There's a few different levels. We know people can't afford, a lot of stuff sometimes. So, stuff goes from like 99 cents. That helps us. All that little bit helps. Every dollar helps. And if you're curious where the money goes that you guys donate, it goes towards primarily, no bullshit, open records requests. Okay, that costs hundreds of dollars. That costs thousands of dollars. Sometimes we luck out and some of it's free, sometimes $5, but we go for big shit because we expose major corruption here on this channel. And we sue departments, right? So that costs big money. So the majority goes towards that, honestly. But we've got cost of maintaining equipment, streaming software, company insurance, because people like to come at us. We don't like to get sued. Maintaining websites, editing software, all of that shit. Equipment, because we live stream out in the field too. There's been times where because we're totally transparent about money. We're going to do a separate stream about money and the YouTube and how money works and ad money and all that. So we've been getting a lot of questions about that the last couple of weeks. So I'm going to do a totally different stream another night. And I'm going to show you guys the whole back end of our streams. And so you can see, because a lot of people think that we make like serious fuck you money doing these streams, and not just us, but like live streamers in general. And we don't make it's dick. We said in the last stream, day one of this trial, we made 60 cents from day one. From that day that we streamed it, 60 cents for 9 hours of streaming. That's insane. But yeah, that's where the money goes, Or if I'm like, hey, I'm kind of broke and I need a pack of smokes. Who wants to donate $10? I'm just transparent like that. I just let you guys know, whatever it may be. So, this time around, full transparency, I was working a day job. There was a lot of bullshit. Kevin doesn't tolerate bullshit. I walked out. And then I started applying for some other day jobs because we just have to work. Otherwise we can't afford all this shit. And then I was like, fuck, the Jenson trial is coming up. I'm from here. It's like, damn, I have to stream this shit. So I made a choice, chat. I made a choice. It's risky choices. I made a choice to stream this trial instead of going back to work. Full disclosure. But the reality is we're burning through money like fucking crazy. And, we need chat support. Otherwise, Kevin's got to go back to work before this trial ends, which means there's no more fucking live streams over here. So with that said, enough with that box of bullshit. Let us get back to why we're here. And that is to continue the marathon stream of the 2008 footage from the Mark Jenson trial. We are on Jailhouse Snitch theme. We've already done one stream, 8 hours of stream. Okay? 8 hours of stream. We're going to do another 8. It's going to be Jailhouse Snitch themed streams today. Tomorrow, we will start early in the morning with Kelly Labante's testimony. And then we'll do the pathologist. Whew. Here we go. You guys ready for this? Are you ready? Share this stuff out, chat. Share it out.
The objection's been overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Albee.
I'm sorry, I guess I'll ask that the last question be read back again. Thank you.
Question, and you had stole a firearm? Answer, no.
As of September 6, 2007, as you sat in that Kenosha County Jail, you were facing that charge for theft of a firearm as accused by your mother, right?
Yes,
Now, in April 2007, you went to a vitamin shop in Wauwatosa, right?
yes,
And you talked to the person at the counter, asking some questions about health and vitamins and things like that for about an hour, right?
yes,
And this person nicely answered all your questions, right?
yes,
And then she opened the cash register and you reached in and grabbed as much money as you could and ran away, right?
yes.
And then the detective called you the next day, right?
No,
Now, your claim is that you told on yourself?
I turned myself in. I called the store, told them who I was, gave them my name, address, phone number, and where they could reach me, that I would be to turn myself in the next morning.
Now, you ended up being sentenced on that case in November, right?
Yes,
You were still facing a sentencing in September 6, 2007, as you sat in the Kenosha County Jail, right?
well, I was placed in a program called Justice 2000, where I was to complete for 4 months, do a restorative justice program that if I was to complete it, and that sentence would be expunged from my record.
Right. And you probably figured that a bank robbery would mean that you hadn't successfully completed that program and you'd have to be sentenced, right?
Yes,
And you knew that on September 6, 2007, when you got to the Kenosha County Jail, right?
yes,
And your attorney at sentencing indicated on your behalf that they figured out who you were and that the detective called you on the phone.
no, that's not how it happened.
You remember your attorney saying that, right?
I have no recollection of that. If that's what she said, then she was mistaken.
And why is it, it's your claim that you contacted the police on your own, huh?
I contacted the store contacted the police.
And why is it that you did that? Why'd you call the store?
Because I knew that what I had did was wrong, and I felt guilty about it, and I turned myself in, and I brought the money back.
Chat, who believes that? Does anybody believe? Listen, I'm gonna lose my shit. If you guys weren't here in the end, like towards the end of the last stream, I'm gonna lose my. I cannot stand this witness. He rubs me the wrong way. I don't like him. He's a shifty-eyed little shit. I don't believe a word he says. I'm gonna lose my shit. Then he's just like, you know what? All of a sudden, my moral compass was corrected, and I called and said, "Hey, I fucked up. How do I? What do you want me to do? Do I turn myself in? Let's write my. Who believes this bullshit? Ugh. I believe Aaron Dillard more than I believe this guy, and I hardly believed half the shit Aaron Dillard said. This is what I'm talking about, chat. In this time era of history, these jailhouse snitches were jumping on everybody's cases, and they're to get sentences reduced. I believe this guy less than I believe half the other bullshit in this case.
But then that was what, about 2 months before you robbed the bank in Gurnee, Illinois?
That happened in April, May, yes, about 2 months.
And you only did that as an act of desperation.
Yes,
And that $24,000 only lasted you and your desperate family until August, when you had to commit another bank robbery.
yes, we were so far behind in bills, yes, it only lasted a short time.
Now, as you sat there on September 6, 2007, you also knew that the police had searched your home on August 26, 2007, right?
Yes,
They had searched your home in West Bend, right?
yes,
and they found about 200 grams of marijuana, right?
Yes.
And that's a dealer amount of marijuana, right?
That's what they say.
Well, is that a dealer amount of marijuana?
Not for me.
So you were smoking that much marijuana that 200 grams is just a user amount for you?
Yes.
Okay. And you stole that marijuana from a drug dealer, right?
That's just what I told them, yes.
Oh, that wasn't true?
No, not that, no.
So you lied to the FBI when you told them that you had stolen that marijuana from a drug dealer?
Well, yes.
That was a lie
Yes, that was a lie, yes.
to the FBI.
Yes.
And you know you could be charged with that, right?
Yeah, I know that too.
And they also found a loaded Colt revolver in your home, right?
Yes,
And it's illegal for you to have because you're a convicted felon, right?
yes.
And you told them that you stole that from a drug dealer.
That I did.
So you did steal that from the drug dealer.
No, I didn't.
You did steal the gun from the drug dealer?
No.
Oh, so you lied to them about that too?
Yes, I lied to protect my family. Yes, I did.
Okay, so you will lie to protect your family, right?
In that instance, I did, yes.
Right, and you'll lie to protect yourself?
No, anything I've done, I've admitted to.
Well, why did you lie about the gun and the marijuana? Who are you protecting in your family?
Well, I didn't want my fiance to be charged in any of that because she had sole custody of our daughter, and I didn't want her to go to jail. But in her own defense, she admitted verbally and in a written statement to the DA in West Bend that the gun was hers.
Well, when did she do that?
She did that in October, early October.
And that's because if you possess that gun, that could affect your sentence in the federal court, right?
No, that's because the gun was hers and I had no knowledge of it being in the house. I told her that I wasn't able to be around any firearms.
She's not a convicted felon, right?
No, she's not.
So it's not unlawful for her to have the gun,
It's
right?
unlawful for the gun to be in our house while I'm living there, yes.
It's not a crime for her to have a gun, right?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for legal conclusion. There's no evidence to support.
If he knows, you can answer.
Be in a fucking house, bro.
You know that, right?
I don't like
Yes,
this
I know that.
argument, Craig.
And so if she admitted to being admitted that the gun was hers, then that might get them to dismiss the charge against you, right?
If they so choose to.
Right. You know that you're now facing felon in possession of a firearm charge in Washington County, right?
Yes,
And you're being charged with possession with intent to deliver that marijuana, right?
yes,
That marijuana and the gun that you admitted to the FBI you had stolen from a drug dealer, right?
yes,
And you also had possession of what, a stolen stereo that they found,
yes,
right? And you're facing charges for that too.
yes.
Did you tell the FBI you had stolen that stereo?
No,
Did you tell them you knew the stereo was stolen?
no. What Kim had talked to them about that.
And did you tell them that you had stolen the tires that were on your vehicle?
No, I didn't tell them that either.
But they were stolen, right?
No.
And so as you sat there on September 6, 2007, you were facing quite a bit of time in prison, weren't you?
Yes.
You're facing 20 years for bank robbery, right?
Here we
40.
go. Here we go with the
20
easel.
for each one,
20
right?
for each one, yes.
So we got another 20.
The easels, guys. Craig Albee likes the easel.
And by the way, what would happen if you were convicted of that theft of a firearm? Would that have affected your federal sentencing?
I don't know. I'm not too familiar with federal law.
Well, do you recall having a telephone conversation with your wife in which you were worrying about 30 to life?
That's what they told me when I first appeared in federal court in Milwaukee.
That you could be facing 30 to life?
Right.
And why was that?
Because they were considering me a career criminal.
An armed career criminal even, right?
Yes, I believe so.
If you were convicted of that theft for a firearm, correct?
Well, not just that, but with the firearm also from West Bend.
If you were convicted of either one of those things before you're sentenced in federal court, you could be facing 30 to life, right?
Even after.
So you get 30 to life if you get convicted of either of those things, right? And so you were facing 10.
Objection, Your Honor. First of all, counsel just asked a question, then put an end on it without giving the witness an opportunity to answer
Was
the
there an
question.
answer? Do you recall the last question, sir?
No, because
You were facing 30 to life upon conviction of theft of the firearm or the possession of a firearm by a felon in your home.
well, I was facing 30 to life based on my overall record at that time.
If you were convicted of one of those things in addition to your overall record, right?
I don't know. Like I said, when I first made my initial court appearance in federal court in Milwaukee, on the paperwork, that is what it said. I was facing I could possibly be facing 30 to life. It didn't stipulate according to what charges, what would be held accountable for. It just had it all in paperwork.
And you're 40 years old?
Yes,
So 30-year sentence, you'd be 70?
yes,
You're facing 10 years for the theft of a firearm, is that right?
14.
14 years?
Yeah.
All right. You're facing 10 for something? 14, all right. Well, let's cross that one out. 14.
Conoce a Brett del apartamento.
All right, nothing we can do about the commercials in the archived footage. Whew. I'm gonna chat. I'm gonna lose my mind. We still got this video and one more video with this guy. This is a long time for me to be super chill. 3 years for marijuana.
7, all right.
7 years for look at the amount of time this guy's
We'll call
gonna
that
get.
THC.
Listen, chat.
Felon in possession.
The amount of time Craig's with this goddamn fucking easel. I can't stand lawyers with the easels, dude. That drives me crazy. Craig with the easel, he's adding up all this time. This dude's facing like Daryl Brooks time, okay? And we're basing his testimony. All these snitches, like this, a lot of this stuff really helped the jury with the confession stuff, right? The confession stuff. It really convinced the jury that Mark actually confessed while he's in jail to all of these snitches that are facing serious time. We had Aaron Dillard that was facing 4.5 years, but there were other crimes, so he was really looking at 10. You got this dude that's facing, 30 to life, plus all these additional crimes that he's getting sentenced even more on. Wisconsin's going to thump this dude on his head, and he jumps on this case, and we're basing testimony off of alleged notes plastered on a window in the Kenosha County Detention Center. I'm not buying this guy's stuff unless he's talking about his own crimes and protecting his girlfriend, who's another fucking scumbag. So
Possession?
Felon with, yes, in possession, yeah.
Felon in possession of a firearm, how much is that?
Well, it was 10 years with a 4-year enhancer.
All right, so that's another 14?
No, it's just one charge. It's 3 charges. It was theft, possession of THC with intent to deliver, and theft of, possession of a firearm by a felon. The theft of a firearm I was only facing 6 years for.
All right, 6. All right.
Which got
My chart's getting messed up, but
Yeah.
all right.
which ultimately got
Felon.
dismissed.
In possession is 14.
Right.
THC is 7. And it's 6 for the theft of a firearm?
Yes.
All right.
Under state law, the theft of a firearm is,
yeah, shut up, Schroeder.
Okay.
Fucking practicing law from the bench, you
Sounds like
fucking
he's an expert.
Senator
theft of a
Palpatine.
firearm is 5 and 5 plus 4. From
This fucking guy, shut up.
And the receipt of stolen property, how much is that?
9 months.
And 9 months for the theft in Wauwatosa.
Yes.
So yeah, another 1.5.
Of course, Tosa went after
Yeah.
the black guy.
All right. So
Fuck that.
my not so
city,
good
too.
looking chart is 40, 54, 61, 67, 68.5 years you're facing?
68 to life.
Yeah, to life, Mark. Don't forget the life part with this piece of shit. shifty-eyed fuck. Sorry, chat.
Now
I can't with this guy.
That theft of a firearm charge brought by your mother, when you went to court on that, they imposed something called the no contact order, right?
Yes, they did.
And a no contact order means you can't see your mother, right?
Yes,
It means you can't talk to her on the phone, right?
yes,
It means you can't write her any letters, right?
yes,
And while you were in the Kenosha County Jail, you called your mom, right?
yes,
You talked to your mom on the phone.
yes.
That would be considered bail jumping, right?
Objection, Your Honor. I disagree with that. The witness was not out on bond.
You were out on bond from your Milwaukee case, weren't you?
No, I was incarcerated at the time. For my Milwaukee case from the health food store, I was out on a conditional bond. I didn't have to post any money or nothing. It just was a written bond.
The objection is overruled.
And in Milwaukee, you had been released on bond and then picked up for the bank robberies, right?
Yes.
So you were out on bond in Milwaukee, right?
Well, it wasn't a bond. I was placed into a program that upon completion of the program, the charge would be expunged.
But for the theft of a firearm charge, you were on bail for that, true?
No, because I had never got arrested on that until I got arrested for the bank robbery.
Mr. Thompson, let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit D100.
Your Honor, I object on 2 grounds.
Would you pass that up, sir? What's the objection?
Okay, first, this is extrinsic evidence, and counsel seeking to impeach the witness on the basis of extrinsic evidence. And number 2, this witness has indicated he was not released on conditions that, I understand that if he was out on bond, there would be conditional bond.
Let me just interrupt you for a minute and see if we can. Number 1, it's not extrinsic evidence because it's in the cross-examination. The rule is generally designed to prevent the consumption of time, which would be necessary if other witnesses were called to impeach. I don't think it covers impeachment by a document which allegedly bears his signature. Number 2, he has testified that he was released on a recognizance on the Milwaukee charge. So that would mean that he would be covered by the bond conditions.
Your Honor, my understanding is that he indicated that he was released on the vitamin store charge.
Yes.
Didn't that allegedly happen in Wauwatosa?
I don't know where it happened.
Did you say that was Wauwatosa?
Yes.
Well, that's Milwaukee County.
But Judge,
It
this,
doesn't matter which county it's in. The question is which charge he was released. And my understanding is that his testimony is that he didn't believe he'd been charged yet with anything pertaining to the theft of a firearm, that he was out on the vitamin store charge. That was my
Well,
understanding.
what's 07 CF 3936?
it's theft of a firearm and,
Oh, excuse
his mother, whose name.
All right,
is identified.
I understand. Okay, that makes sense. What about this?
Well, his mother is identified as a person not to have contact with. It's the CF number for theft of a firearm. And he signed it, which certainly suggests other than what he's testified to.
The objection's overruled.
Mr. Thompson, Exhibit 100 is a no contact order prohibiting you from having contact with Cleo Thompson, right?
Yes.
Cleo Thompson is your mother, right?
Yes.
And that is a court order that you received, correct?
Yes.
And that no contact order says you, the defendant, shall not contact the above person or location by telephone, right?
Yes.
And it says this is an official order of the court, right?
Yes.
And it says any violation of this court order is a crime and can result in immediate arrest. You, the defendant, could also be charged with the crime of bail jumping in violation of section 946.49, right?
Yes.
And that's your signature on this document, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were aware of the no contact order, right?
Yes.
And you even mentioned that in your telephone call with your mother, right?
Yes.
And you said, Mom, don't come visit me tomorrow. There's a no contact order, right?
Yes.
And the reason you were talking to your mother was because you were putting pressure on her not to go to court to testify against you for that theft of a firearm, right?
No.
And you talked to your father right after that to complain about your mother,
Yes.
right? And you said, she gave me life and now she's going to take it away, right?
Yes.
And you were telling Kim to put pressure on your mother, right?
I asked him to speak with her, yes.
You had a number of people trying to push your mother to not show up in court for this theft of a firearm charge, right?
No, just Kim.
And your father,
He never spoke with her.
but you asked him to.
Yes, I did.
And in fact, your mother didn't show up for court and you got that charge dismissed.
Yes.
But now you could be charged with violating that no contact order, right?
So be it.
Right? And you're hoping that Mr. Jamboys is sufficiently happy with your testimony that he doesn't call the prosecutor in Milwaukee and suggest you be charged with the bail jumping that you committed in the Kenosha County Jail, right?
Well, right now my concern is based upon that issue. I mean, I'm not concerned about that.
Well, you don't want to go to prison for longer, right?
It's a misdemeanor charge. I mean, it has no effect on, it's not going to have any adverse effect on what time I get.
Well, the theft of a firearm is a felony, right?
Yeah, it got dismissed though.
Well, without prejudice, right?
It still got dismissed.
That means they could bring it back, right?
If they so choose to find other evidence, yes, but they got dismissed.
And you know that prosecutors take into consideration whether there was some improper influence from the defendant that caused the witness not to show up and the case to be dismissed, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation from this witness as to what prosecutors do or do not take into consideration.
If he knows, the objection will be overruled.
I'm not a prosecutor. I don't know a prosecutor's job.
So it's your belief that that wouldn't affect their decision at all?
I don't know.
All right. Once again, nothing I can do about the commercials in archive footage. We just got to be careful showing them because we've been attacked by some networks with false claims. Yeah, so thanks for tuning in, guys. Make sure you guys share the stream out. Some of you were with us in the last stream. We've got some new people over on YouTube. That's awesome.
Because you want Mr. Jamboys to make a good recommendation to the federal prosecutor and judge, right?
No, he has nothing to do with that sentence. That's in Chicago. Wisconsin jurisdiction has nothing to do with federal jurisdiction in Chicago.
Well, you understand that one of the things that a court can consider in sentencing you is whether you've cooperated, right?
I understand that.
Right? And that's what you're hoping is for some consideration, right?
No, I don't need consideration. I already signed a plea agreement. So what I need consideration from this court?
Well, because you'd like to get a sentence that's better than what the plea agreement calls for, right?
I got a good sentence on my plea agreement already.
So you don't want a better sentence?
Why? There's no need for it. I got 5 years.
But you're still facing over 20 years in Washington County, right?
Yes.
You could use Mr. Jamboy's help there, right?
I haven't asked for anyone's help in any of my legal defense.
And now, Mr. Jamboy said that you weren't promised anything in this case. That's not exactly true, right?
Why would you say that?
Well, remember during your interview on October 10th, 2007, Mr. Jamboy's told you that he had told your attorney he'd be happy to write a letter to the judge describing your participation in the case, your cooperation with the authorities, and your agreement to testify, right?
Well, that was between him and my attorney. I don't know nothing about
Just answer the
that.
question which was asked.
I don't know. How can I answer? I don't know. You said he spoke with my attorney, right?
I said he told you that, right?
He said the question was about an interview, apparently.
Let me do that again. You remember sitting down with Mr. Jamboys and Miss Gabrielle and a detective named Miles, right?
Yes, yes,
On about October 10th, right?
yes.
And at that time, Mr. Jamboys told you that he had told your attorney, and he's telling you this, that he had told your attorney he'd be happy to write a letter to the judge describing your participation in the case, your cooperation with the authorities in the case, and your agreement to testify, right?
Yes, yes.
And that's something that federal judge can consider, right?
I assume that he has the option to, but I don't know.
And so on September 6th, well, let me take a step back. You said that there was an act of desperation that caused you to take those, to rob those banks, right?
Yes.
And how much more desperate were you, sir, on September 6, 2007, when you had all those same financial problems, and now you're facing at least 65 years, and as you say, maybe life in prison?
What's the difference then, you say?
But you're a lot more desperate then than you were even in the summer when that caused you to rob a bank, right?
Well, no, you have to realize this, that of those 2 bank robberies, I turned myself in on one of those they had no clue about. I admitted to it without them even charging me with it. So I bought that on myself.
After you were arrested on the other bank robbery, right?
Right. After I was arrested for one, I admitted to another on my own. No one, if I hadn't admitted to it, it would have went unsolved.
So you think you deserve a lot of credit because you told them about a second bank robbery, even though you hadn't turned yourself in on either bank robbery?
I just admit to what I do wrong. That's all.
Okay. Now, you remember when a man named David Martin was shot in the back of the head?
Who?
David Martin, your niece's boyfriend.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah, I remember. I know that.
That's right. And you lied to the police and told them you didn't shoot him in the head, right?
No, I didn't lie to him.
He was your sister's boyfriend. He said you were sitting in the back seat of a car and he was in the front seat and he got shot in the head.
I don't know where you got the information from. I don't even have a sister.
I said sister, I'm mistaken. Niece. Niece or cousin, right?
Yes.
This bankhead, right?
Yes.
So that's the part I got wrong. But you lied to the police and lied to your probation officer and said you did not shoot Mr. Martin in the back of the head, right?
I didn't shoot Mr. Martin.
You were charged with that, right?
Yes, and it got dismissed.
Got dismissed because Mr. Martin couldn't testify, right?
No, it got dismissed because Mr. Martin was a liar and it caught 5 cases prior to that court date.
He refused to testify in the case, right?
Exactly.
So, and in that case, you found out the very day Mr. Martin got shot that he was accusing you of being the shooter, right?
Yes.
And you were on parole at the time, right?
No. Let me see. Yes, at that time, yes.
Yes, because then you went undercover. You went underground to avoid being picked up on your parole hold for a couple months, right?
Yes.
And then there was a stop of your vehicle, right?
Yes.
And when the police came, you identified yourself as Billy Wilson, right?
Yes.
And you lied to your probation officer and told them that you didn't call yourself Billy Wilson, right?
Yes, I did.
And
Yes, you did lie, or?
Yes, I did lie.
and you had a crack pipe on you, right?
Yes.
And you lied to your probation agent about that and said it wasn't a crack pipe. True?
No, I didn't. Everything I told my probation officers, everything's in the police report.
Get him, Albie. We're gonna start with the sound effects here, guys. I don't like this guy. This guy's irritating the shit out of me. Now we're hearing that he may have mafia whacked some dude. Man. Jennifer over on Facebook with a
Let me show you this
donation.
remark
I
as Defendant's
appreciate it.
Exhibit
Thank
101.
you so much.
That's a statement you wrote to your probation officer.
No, I didn't write this. That's not my handwriting.
I gotta find that
It's
GoFundMe
a summary of the
link.
statement you
I don't know
gave
where that's at,
to,
somewhere.
it says, David Thompson made the following statement on February 19th, 2003 to Scott Keller, right?
Objection, Your Honor. It also says at the bottom, defendant refused to sign this statement.
The objection is sustained. It's not shown to be a statement he has adopted.
Well, you refused to sign that because you
Because
were
it's not
facing,
true.
because you were facing charges.
I refuse to sign because the statement isn't true.
What part isn't true?
The last part of it.
That you said it wasn't a crack pipe?
No, hold on, no, not that. What was the question you asked me prior to bringing this here?
That's right. I asked you
If I
whether you
lied to my,
agent about whether it was a crack pipe.
right.
And you did, right?
No, I didn't. That's why I didn't refuse to sign it.
So the reason you refused to sign it is because your agent said it was not a crack pipe and you were insisting that it was a crack pipe. That's
No,
what you want us to believe?
The reason I refused to sign it is because agents lie too.
Is because what?
Agents lie as well.
I'm sorry, I still don't understand what you're saying.
I refuse to sign it because probation agents lie as well.
So you weren't lying, the probation agent was lying.
No, he just went upon the statement that he received from officers.
Well, in this statement to the agents, you said the officers never asked me what my name was during the arrest.
Your Honor, I object to this being this cross-examination on this statement. It's a statement, this,
This is someone else's statement. It's someone else's account, and he's not subject to impeachment on it.
Okay, I got you, I understand. And also when you were on probation in the year 2000, Miss Bankhead, is she your cousin or your niece or?
My niece,
She's your niece?
yes,
And she said you put your hands around her neck, right?
yes.
And you lied and said you didn't, right?
I can't recall what I said from 2000.
Well, did you put your hands around her neck or didn't you?
No, I slapped her and I pushed her against the wall.
And then you refused to, you were on parole then too, right?
Yes,
And then you absconded, right?
yes,
And you did that because you were scared to be locked up, right?
exactly, yes,
Right? And you also cut off your bracelet.
yes,
And the reason you did that is because you couldn't take going back to jail after being incarcerated for 8 years, right?
yes,
Right. So you'll do what it takes to avoid being in prison, right?
that's your assumption.
Well, you'll put pressure on your mother, right?
No,
Well, you said you asked him to put pressure on your
I
mother.
put pressure on them to tell the truth.
By violating the No contact order.
Yes.
I was just clearing my throat. not
Okay.
that. That was not a sign.
That was, and Mr. Thompson, you have some mental health problems?
Why would you ask that? I don't know.
I didn't hear what you said, sir.
I asked him, why would he ask that? What, I mean,
Go ahead and answer the question.
I don't know how to answer that. I mean,
Fuck
what,
you is
answer the
my
question.
answer. That's,
I wouldn't say so.
I agree
No.
with this. Fuck you.
Are you on medication?
I take Indocin and allopurinol.
I'm sorry, I take,
Indocin and allopurinol for my gout. That's the only medication I take.
Have you been treated for depression?
I have been in the past, yes.
And you're not on medication for that now?
No.
And going back to, I mean, fair to say you're very worried about being locked up for a long time, right?
No, I'm not worried about it because I'm capable of admitting what I've done. And I'm resolved to accept whatever consequences I have to face.
Now, you recall telling a judge back in 1992, you compared the feeling of being in jail to being trapped in the same way that a person in a pizza parlor would feel trapped having a Tech 9 stuck in his face?
Well, you have to understand the dynamics of that case.
Well, the
which,
question was, do you recall having stated that to the judge?
92? No, I don't know. I can't even say. That's over 18 years ago. I don't know.
You don't recall saying that to,
No.
to the judge? We'll refresh your recollection to review your words at the transcript?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Beginning.
Yeah, I didn't agree with that question. I didn't agree with it. I know what he's doing. I don't like those kind of questions. I'll back that shifty-eyed fuck on that one. But yeah, I didn't like that question. All right, make sure you guys share the stream out. If you're on Facebook, make sure you like the stream. Spam the chat with thumbs and hearts and all that. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel over on YouTube and Facebook, all that, vice versa. Jump across the platforms, do all that. Hit the bell for all notifications so you know when we go live or upload new videos. And share this, guys, your personal pages and whatever.
Your Honor, I
groups
guess
you're
I
allowed to
object
share
to
it,
this on
all
relevance
that.
grounds. I really, if you see the same, I don't see how it's relevant at all.
Watch it again. It's the only platform that's given out all this much detail about the original case and the history and background and showing all this footage. You guys aren't finding this anywhere else, so try to share this out. A lot of people are asking questions on some of these mainstream media platforms and not getting their
Going
questions.
back to that time when David Martin had accused you of shooting him in the head, and then you were stopped and falsely gave the name Billy Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes for the
Yes.
You also then physically fought with the officers to avoid being taken into custody, right?
Yes.
Because you didn't want to go back to prison, right?
Exactly, yes.
And so that was worth having a physical fight with the officers.
At that time, yes.
On a number of occasions, you falsely denied to your probation agent that you were using drugs, right?
Every time, yes.
Dozens of times?
I don't know how many times, but I was in denial about it every time I took one, though.
You were using drugs throughout the time you're on parole?
Most of the time, yes.
And you'd lie to your agent when you had your regular meetings?
Yes.
Now, you arrived in the Kenosha jail on September 6th, true?
Somewhere around that date, yes.
And you said Mr. Jensen was, how'd you put it, standoffish for a couple days?
Yes.
And on September 8th, you wrote your fiance, Kim, a letter, right? You recall that?
I wrote her several letters.
All right. Let me see if I can find the one. You have 9 convictions now,
Yes.
and you're facing you have 3 pending charges beyond that,
Well,
right?
those are included in the 9 offenses.
Well, you haven't been convicted of those 3 charges in Washington
Oh, yeah,
County.
Washington County, no happened.
So you have 9 plus 3 still pending,
Yes.
right? Okay, and you wrote a letter to Kim, and you wrote to her, tell the detective I have info on 2 murders. And you were also trying to get some credit for some claimed information about something that happened in Milwaukee, right?
Yes.
Right. And then you wrote, it's time for me to help myself, right?
Yes, I did.
It was time for you to help yourself. Mr. Thompson, who were you helping when you robbed that bank in Gurnee, Illinois?
I was allegedly, to my belief, helping my family.
And who were you helping when you robbed that bank in Madison, Wisconsin?
Same people, my family, myself and my family.
Who were you helping with all that marijuana in your house in August?
That was
2007?
just me. I wasn't helping anyone with that. That was just purely a possession of marijuana.
What other good deeds did you do last year?
Only good deeds I've done was admit to what I've convicted of and what I've committed.
Now it is time for you to help yourself. Now, when you came to the Kenosha County Jail, you were transported with other prisoners, right?
Yes.
And one of those prisoners that you were transported with was Bernard Bush, right?
No.
So you're asserting you did not come to Kenosha with Bernard Bush?
I'm positive I didn't come to Kenosha with Bernard Bush.
Did Bernard Bush tell you immediately upon arrival at the jail that people had been beating up Mark Jenson in the jail?
No, not upon my immediate arrival, he didn't.
When did he tell you that?
Probably second or third day that I was there. Because he was going to court when I initially arrived there. He was at court in Racine.
And so how many days were you there before you spoke with Mark Jenson?
Probably around my third day.
And this is the day that he was on the phone?
No,
How many days after you got there was it that he was on the phone?
maybe a week or two.
And you had demanded that Mark make a phone call for you, right?
No, I requested that Mark make a phone call for me.
You saw that he was on the phone with somebody, right?
No, he wasn't on the phone when I asked him this.
You told him that the next time you make a call, pass on this phone number, right?
No, I asked Mark, could he hook me up a phone call next time he got on the phone? I wanted to call my wife and see how she was doing.
And then you saw Mark make a call, right?
Yeah, he made about 4 or 5 calls.
And he didn't get your wife on the phone, right?
No, he didn't.
And so you punched him, right?
No, I didn't punch him. I shoved him.
You punched him in the face, right?
No.
You punched him in the neck, right?
No.
You only shoved him, is what you say?
That's what I said.
And yelled at him?
I didn't yell at him. I just shoved him. I told him, don't lie to me. Don't play with me. Don't lie to me, because I'm not going to play with him or lie to him.
Well, if you lied to him, he really couldn't do anything about it, could he?
No.
And if you are unhappy with him, you can shove him around, right?
No, but I did, though, and I apologized to him for that.
Right. But you were unhappy with him this time, and so at the very least, you shoved him around, right?
Exactly, yes.
And you took his commissary, right? You stole his commissary.
He never took anything from him. He gave everything away he had.
And you told him that if he didn't make the call, he'd be eating through a straw, right?
No, never that. No. No.
And so, fair to say you were trying to intimidate Mark when you pushed him?
No, Mark didn't have to be intimidated. Mark was free-spirited. Everything you asked him for, he would give away.
And so the way you respond to a free-spirited person who's giving everything away is you just give him a few shoves.
No, that's what you say. No, that's not how I respond to it.
Well, you shoved him, right?
I shoved him, and it had nothing to do with what he was giving away, though.
You shoved him because he wouldn't make a phone call for you,
No,
right?
because he lied to me, yes. Because he promised me something that he didn't do.
And do you think that if he told you he was going to do something, he might have done it just to appease you, right?
Probably so.
And you had heard that Mark had been beaten up by other people for not giving away his food, right?
I had heard that, yes.
And so you knew that maybe a little force might get him to do what you wanted him to do, right?
No, that was never my intention.
A little intimidation might help you out, right?
I mean, how would you intimidate someone that's already passive?
Well, a
You're
passive
beating him up
person
in
can
jail,
be
you
most easily
fucking
intimidated,
scumbag.
right?
If you say so. I mean, not in this case.
I
You
can't
weren't.
stand this
He
guy.
wasn't. You knew he
Chad,
wasn't
I
going to
can't
fight
stand
back,
him.
right?
I had no attempts of trying to fight him.
Right, because you don't have to. You just bully him.
You shoved him around.
No, I
Right.
shoved him one time. I pushed him.
You're a fucking scumbag, bro.
2 hands.
One hand.
Just one hand.
Just one hand.
And you don't think that was intimidating to Mark Jenson?
Well, I don't know Mark Jenson's character. I don't know if he took that as being intimidating or not.
Well, fair to say he was not as sophisticated in the ways of jail life as you were?
I don't know that either.
You don't know that?
I don't know Mark Jenson's history.
And there was a pretty well understood unwritten rule in that jail that if you tell on somebody for being physical with you, that was going to cost you a lot more, right?
If that was his understanding, I never stipulated that to him.
Well, you were aware of that understanding in the jail, right?
No, I had just gotten there. I wasn't aware of anything.
You don't think that was general knowledge in the jail?
No. Not with my standpoint, no.
And so Mark at the very least knew that if you had a perception that he was lying to you, that might cause you to be physical, right?
I don't know what his perception was.
Objection. It calls for speculation as to what this witness thought Mr. Jensen, or what Mr. Jensen would know.
We've had this objection occur before. People don't always talk and think the way lawyers would like them to. That is to say that we, in our ordinary lives, incorporate some degree of supposition about others and what others think. If I left home this morning and my wife was waving a pan and red-faced and scolding me for something, and I would say, well, she's probably angry. That didn't really happen. And I can communicate that to you even though, by also incorporating my opinions and experiences when I tell you what actually happened. I'm going to let the witness testify, but keep in answer the question, but I keep in mind that he is incorporating some degree of supposition as to how others react to his behavior and how others think in answering the question. Any question about that? Okay, go ahead.
I have it read back. Thank you.
Free Movie Channel has something for everyone. Find.
Oh, God, does this guy irritate you guys as much as me? Unreal. I can't stand this guy, chat. I really, really can't. Here we go. Commercials are getting shorter. That's good. Thank God.
Very least knew that if you had a perception that he was lying to you, that might cause you to be physical, right?
No, that wouldn't cause me to be physical.
Do you think Mark would have thought that?
I don't know what Mark would have thought.
Well, based on when you shoved him, did you say, don't tell me you're going to do something and not do it?
Yes, I did say that.
So you can understand how Mark might think that if he crossed you, that would be your response the next time too.
No, I don't know. I mean, you have to take every situation as it occurs. If that's what he thought, then that's what his own perception was.
Well, a perception brought on by you shoving him or hitting him.
If that's what he says.
Now, let me switch gears and I'll come back to this in a second. How many times did you talk to police in this case about Mark Jenson?
I don't know. I can't even recall how many times.
How many times did you talk to Mr. Jamboys or Ms. Gabrielle?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know how many times. All I know is that I talked to people. I didn't keep count of how many times I talked to or who I talked to.
Is it more than 10 that you talked to these two?
I don't know.
You don't know if it's more than 10?
I've talked to several people. I don't know how many. I can't remember. I don't know.
When's the last time you spoke with either of these two?
I spoke with Mr. Jim Boyd last night, and I don't know when last time I spoke with. May have been months since the last time I spoke with Miss. What's her name?
It's Miss Gabrielle.
Miss Gabrielle.
So you spoke with Mr. Jamboys last night. Is that right?
Yes.
And when was the last time you'd spoken with him before that?
Several months.
And where did you meet with Mr. Jamboys?
On what occasion?
Last night.
Here.
And what kind of room did you meet in?
I don't know, just a regular room, I guess. I don't know.
Were you together in the same room?
Yes.
And did he show you any documents?
No.
Did he show you any kind of transcript of the video recorded statement you gave on October 10th?
No.
Did you watch that video recorded statement?
No, I didn't.
Now, in that video recorded statement, did you state to Mr. Jamboys, Ms. Gabrielle, and Detective Miles, we rode to town with this guy named Bernard Bush?
Excuse me, counsel, could you give me the page number?
Sure, it's page 5. I'm sorry, 2/3 of the way down. We rode to town with this guy named Bernard Bush. Bush was kind of like, just was telling me about dude. He's getting beat up and people taking his canteen money.
I never said we rode to town or anywhere. Me and Bernard Bush never been anywhere in the vehicle at any time together.
So you deny saying that at the time?
I have no recollection of saying it because me and Mr. Bernard Bush have never been in a vehicle together at the same time at any point.
You do acknowledge the second part that he was telling you that Mark Jenson was getting beat up and people were taking his canteen money, right?
Yes, he did tell me that.
And he told you that Mr. Jenson was the defendant in the high publicity case, right?
Yes, he eventually did tell me that also.
And you knew.
These are
A lot more commercials in this one. All right, what do you guys think? Put in the chat. What do you guys think about our streams today so far? Shown a lot of jailhouse snitches, a lot of testimony. Anybody finding things wrong with their testimonies? Are you guys finding these people credible? Everyone says Jensen looks like Kevin Bacon. A lot of people have said that. Facebook chat is on fire again. YouTube, you guys got to catch up. They're rowdy on Facebook.
You could get the most credit for trying to set somebody up, right?
Well, I didn't know that either.
But you didn't know that you get more for setting up somebody charged with first-degree murder than somebody charged with, say, possession of stolen property or drunk driving or something?
How would I know the difference? No.
Do you have any are there any other notes that you have about this matter?
No.
Are you telling me you didn't review any notes, reports, anything last night?
I personally didn't review anything last night, no.
Did Mr. Jamboys read you things?
He may have read some things. I don't recall exactly where they were from. You know, he had this folder with him. I don't know where he got his notes from or whatever. He just talked to me.
Well, how long did he talk to you?
A few minutes, just a couple minutes, about 5 minutes.
And you don't know what it was that he read to you?
I guess basically just the format of the questions I would be hearing today.
I beg your pardon, just the format of the questions?
The format of some of the questions I'd be hearing today.
Now, so it was you were there, I'm sorry, how long before you began having conversations with Mark Jenson?
Probably about 3 days.
And then what kind of conversations did you have at that time? Was it just about making the telephone call to your wife?
I'm not sure which came first, but the extent of our conversation were at first just about family, and then I saw his picture on his wall, and I asked him about his case, and he started to explain some of it to me.
And you did get Mr. Jenson to make a call for you, right?
Yes, he made a call for me.
You even grabbed the phone from him and talked to his parents, right?
I didn't grab the phone from him. He passed the phone to me.
And Mr. Jenson was somewhat distressed during that phone call, right?
I don't know. You have to ask Mr. Jenson that.
Did you see signs of distress with Mr. Jenson?
No.
Did he seem upset about having to make this call for you?
No.
And this was after you had shoved and pushed him, right?
Yes.
And in total, it was the J block that you were in with Mr. Jenson, right?
Yes.
And you were there about 3 weeks?
3 weeks, roughly about 3 weeks, yeah.
And then you moved to K? Is that what you said?
Yes. I didn't say that, but that's where I moved to, K Block, yes.
Okay. And how long were you in K?
I was in K Block up until about maybe a month and a half ago.
Till about the end of November?
Yeah, about the second week of November.
So where in this where in this 3 weeks do you claim that Mr. Jensen started crying?
Second week, between the second and third week.
Now, you met with prosecutors, these prosecutors, both Mr. Jamboys and Ms. Gabrielle, on September 18th. Do you recall that?
I don't know what day it was when I met with them on, yeah.
And you met with them and the detective wasn't with them that time, right?
The first time we met, yes, no, it was just them two.
And that was in the Kenosha County Jail, right?
Yes.
And there was no recording taken of that conversation, right?
I don't know.
None that you're aware of.
None that I was aware of. No.
You were aware that the second one was recorded.
Yes.
They told you it was going to be on video, right?
Yes.
Now, in this first conversation, you met with them for about an hour, right?
We were somewhere around there, yes.
And they asked you, and the reason that they came to meet with you is because your fiance had called them and said you wanted to speak with them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so they were interested in exactly what you had to say that you thought would be important in this case.
Yes.
And you told them whatever you thought was important during that hour, right?
Whatever I thought was important, yes.
Right. And at no time during that entire 1 hour conversation did you ever say that Mark Jenson confessed anything to you, right?
I don't know. It was no recording.
That wasn't the question. Well, go ahead.
Oh, so if it's not recorded, then you think you're free to spin it however you want?
No, I just don't. I mean, if I admitted to, if I told them something, I mean, if I hadn't told them all the facts at that time, and I had time to remember more facts, and I brought up more information during our meetings.
Would there be anything more important than a confession if it actually occurred?
Well, you know what? As basic, at that point in time, he hadn't even questioned me about had Mark made a confession. The question was about the phone call.
You asked them to come see you,
right? About the phone call, yes.
Well, you had decided that you wanted to help yourself, right?
Yes.
And what could help yourself more than a confession?
Well, I wasn't basically trying to even speak upon a confession. My sole purpose of calling them was to talk about the phone call.
You didn't tell them about a confession, right?
Excuse me?
You did not tell them about a confession at that time.
Not in that first meeting, no.
Right. That's because none had happened, right?
If you say so.
And then after you had met with them you met with them again on October 10th, right?
Yes.
And between the time that you met with them in September and the time you met with them in October, the trial had been adjourned, right?
I don't know.
The trial had been postponed, Mr. Jenson's trial?
From October 8th?
Yes.
Yes.
And along with the news that the trial was postponed were newspaper articles, right?
Yes.
Newspaper articles that included your name in them, right?
I never saw a newspaper. I mean, I didn't get the paper. No one on our part received the paper but Jenson, and I wasn't on the same side as he was on.
So, so you never saw a newspaper article?
No, I'm not saying I didn't see it. I'm saying that no one on our part got a newspaper. Okay, I read the article when someone came onto our unit that had a newspaper. That's when I was aware of what was said in the paper.
By the time you spoke with these prosecutors on October 10th, you had read the newspaper with your name in it, right?
On October 10th? I don't know. I can't say for sure what day it was or when it had occurred, but I know I read the paper at some point. Actually, I sent that clipping to my lawyer.
What is your memory now, sir? Had you read the newspaper by the time you talked to them on October 10th?
I don't know if I had or not. All I know is that I eventually read the article. I kept the clip and I mailed it to my lawyer. I don't know exactly what day it was. But yes, I did read it.
And you read in the newspaper about what Aaron Dillard had said, right?
Aaron Dillard. Briefly, I'll focus more or less what was said in the paper about me and my fiance.
Well, you're a smart guy. You have your GED, right?
Yes.
You like to read the newspaper, right?
Okay, so when it's something that I want to read in there, yeah. I mean,
Right.
I had no interest in what him and Mr. Dillard was talking about, just with what they were saying about me.
Mr. Thompson, you had enormous interest in Mark Jensen's case, right?
No, I didn't say his case. I said in what Mr. Dillard had to say.
Do you recall, this is page 19, counsel,
Of the October 10th.
of the October 10th interview. Do you recall on October 10th saying to Mr. Jamboys, Ms. Gabrielle, and Detective Miles, oh man, I got back from court the other day. They had the newspaper spread out on the table and I looked over at it and it said, and they said, David Thompson. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Why do you got to say my name like that for? They said you all over the news. I said, get the hell out of here. I ain't no newspaper. Right?
Yes.
So you had the newspaper at that time, right?
At that time, yeah. That's when I first became aware that the paper was on the part when I got back from court.
Right. And that's when you saw the information about Aaron Dillard, right?
Well, I didn't look at that until I flipped the newspaper over because it was just, they had to just focus on just what I was saying at the time.
Right. And then you looked at Aaron Dillard after you looked at that, right?
Yes.
Right. And then you adopted what you read about Aaron Dillard and tried to claim that there was a confession when you talked to them on October 10th, right?
That's your statement. That's not mine.
But you didn't.
Question, yes or no?
No.
And you acknowledge, you didn't say a word about it on September 18th in an hour conversation with these prosecutors, right?
No, because that's not what I was focused on. My whole purpose of talking to them was about the phone conversation. And that's all that I had focused on was that.
Is the whole plan you had put in motion to help yourself involve these telephone calls, right?
Exactly.
Right. And you had been made aware that Mr. Jenson had been coerced into putting money on people's books before, right?
Yes, I have heard that.
And when I say on people's books, what I mean is he had arranged to have some money put on somebody's commissary account, right?
Yes.
And commissary account allows the person in jail to buy things like coffee, sandwiches, toothbrush, soap.
Yes.
All those kind of things, right?
Yes.
And he had been intimidated into doing that for other people, right?
Yes.
And you were aware that if you could intimidate him enough, you could temporarily alleviate some of your family's financial problems, right?
I never made that statement.
I'm not asking if you made the statement. I'm asking you for the truth,
I
sir.
never assumed that.
Well, first you learned that you could intimidate him into making phone calls for you, right?
I didn't learn that either. I don't know if he was intimidated or not.
You don't know if your push and shove intimidated him?
I mean, I've been pushing shit. That doesn't mean I was intimidated by people that did it, though.
You had seen that Mark had been intimidated by a number of people on that
I hadn't seen one person that Mark Jenson had gave anything to that was forcibly taken from him, other than him giving it to him. I haven't saw not one commissary book that stated, well, Mark Jenson's family or Mark Jenson made this happen. I saw none of that.
Well, from your extensive experience in prison, you are aware that there are some people who choose to deal with the intimidators in the prison by just acquiescing to everything and trying to pacify them, right?
No.
Oh,
Because I've never been around those kind of people, and I've done that myself.
I'm sorry?
So I've never put myself around those type of people, nor have I ever done that myself.
You had dozens.
We're gonna stop.
Okay.
Let me ask that you return at 1 o'clock. Is that convenient for everybody? 1 o'clock, and please don't talk about the case during the break.
Please all rise.
And of course, my mic's not on. I'm over here chatting with you guys. That is the end of part 2. We got part 3 coming up. I believe this is the final part with this scumbag ass witness that just makes me lose my shit. Can't stand this guy. I told you guys in the last stream that we did that we have the witness list pulled up. Do you guys want to see copies of the witness list? I can pull that up on the stream, or do you want me to just read it to you? I got to download it on this computer if you guys want to see it. So type in chat if you want to see it or if you just want me to read it. I'm gonna download it on this computer anyway, because I'm sure you guys want to. You guys are gonna be difficult chats and tell me you want to see this shit. So type in chat, Facebook and YouTube. Do you want to see it or do you want me to just read it to you? Obviously, if we see it, I'm gonna read it out loud because a bunch of people on YouTube are like, "Fuck that, just read it." Jess says on YouTube, it's either way is fine, whatever's easiest. I can pull it up. No, I can't. I gotta fucking. Oh yeah, I can. It's a PDF. I can show PDFs here. It sucks when I download like case files and things. We get them in PDFs, and then in order to put that on YouTube, I'm sorry, Facebook, I have to convert the PDF to a JPEG. So like that's it. That's the other thing. That's a cost involved too. So like we only get there's some links that you can go to convert files and things like that. And you only get so many of them a day. And there's times where we're posting so many criminal complaints and then I gotta fucking pay a monthly subscription for that shit. We also there's like a $12 monthly fee for Scribd. That's a great place to get documents. That's a really good place to get documents from. All right, so this is what is this? This is the state's amended list of witnesses. So there's going to be a representative from American Family Insurance. So we'll see what that's all about. We have Carrie J. Ashley. I don't recognize that name from the original trial, but I could be wrong. We have Michael Barnes from the Pleasant Prairie Fire Department. All right. Stacy Bauer. So this is the first time I'm actually seeing the list. I just got sent this by my corporate media buddy. I've been so busy trying to do all this other shit that I just haven't had time to get the list. We have Meredith Beckman, George Bohanic, Richard Borman. So that Richard Borman is Julie Jenson's doctor. So that's cool. So he testified in the first case. If you guys remember, we read like a little excerpt from his testimony. That's how we found out that Julie went to see him days before she died, and he prescribed her Paxil and Ambien, and she was acting just completely out of her mind. So he's coming back. Bernard Bush. So he's another jailhouse snitch. We'll play him today too. Probably play him next. We have Michael Chambly. That was the pathologist that got just absolutely destroyed on the stand. Tomorrow, hopefully, we're going to play his 2008 testimony because we watched him in this one just get absolutely destroyed. And we'll play his after we play Kelly Labonte. We have Nathaniel Clanton, Michael Conley, Joseph Crefasi, Therese DeFazio. So we saw her. I didn't play the old archive footage. I was fine with Therese DeFazio. when she testified. What do you guys think, chat? Do you need to see her 2008 footage? I'm going to assume that it's pretty similar. I found her to be an okay witness. I found her to be credible, what she said. Then we have Aaron Dillard. So he hasn't testified in the new trial yet, but we played his 2008 testimony. We have Tom Ecker. It's apparently to be determined. David Ellis. We have Terry Freeman. Christine Goodall to be determined. Jill Griffin to be determined. Larry Griffin. Michael Griffin, Paul Griffin, Patrick Griffin. So that is Julie Jenson's family, chat, for those of you that don't know. So her maiden name was Griffin. We have Linda Hansen, Dion Hardison. He's another jailhouse snitch. So we'll play his. We have Mark Howard. So he's with DCI, Division of Criminal Investigation. David Jensen. So that is one of the Jensen boys. He is on the list. I told you guys that. A lot of you keep asking if he's in the courtroom. He's not, because he's on the list. Roger Johnson. Lindley Kapelush from the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department. We don't trust them. Ed Klug, we saw his and we watched old testimony. Joanne Klug, we saw hers. Did we play his old testimony? I don't know if we played his old testimony. Maybe we. I'm forgetting now. But we watched them testify on Friday. Martin G. Koch from the State Crime Laboratory. Joan Colby, she'll be determined. Oh, so here we go. Ronald Kosman. This answers everyone's questions. Ronald Kosman is deceased. So that was the cop that testified on Friday that we saw the 2008 footage. This is perfect. All right, perfect. Because we couldn't verify what happened with him. We weren't sure if he was deceased or if he was one with dementia. So Ronald Kosman is deceased. That was the officer we saw the 2008 footage for on Friday. Laura Koster, Sharon Krause, Diane Labanowski, Kelly Labonte. She's on the list. We'll watch her 2008 testimony tomorrow morning, 8:30. We're going to go live because they're not in court. So we'll play hers first since you guys are juicy with the gossip. Bonnie LeClaire, Jane A. Lewis, Christopher Long. He's a PhD. That's to be determined. Ann Lynch, Rosemary McInnes, Mary Mainland. She is from the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, so that'll be a good one. I'd like to see her testimony compared to Chambliss's. Joseph Manji. I think we have Manji's old testimony too. I gotta look. Thomas Mariani. Angie Martinelli. I think we had her. She testified already. We do have her 2008 if you guys are interested. I found her to be okay. Whatever. Diane Majian, maybe. I don't know. To be determined. Heather Mogensen. She's with the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. Randy Miles, also with the PD. Dave Nearing. Sharon Nearing. Kimberly Noble. James Oldrich. Beth, I don't know, Odell. Marion Pachetti. She's deceased too. Okay, so fuck. We may have another. I gotta look and see if we got her up here. I don't remember that name, but it might be. So she's another deceased one. Be prepared for some more cringy footage. Meredith Perez, Barry Peterson, Jill Pulera, and Paul Ratzberg. So that's Detective Ratzberg. So we're gonna see his, and that's the detective that interviewed Mark, where we saw a portion of the interrogation that he did in 99. Look at all these fucking witnesses, dude. Daniel Riley with the PD. Gretchen Rosenke, to be determined. Jason Ruff, also with DCI. Eric Shore and Laura Shore, we saw them. They testified already. Joan Scully. Forrest Smith. Perry Tarika. So that is Julie Jensen's, that's her mistress. So he's on the list. Dave Thompson, Claire Velvikis, Ruth Vorwald, Dave Wilkinson with the fire department, Malgorzata Voigt. We saw her as Margaret Voigt. She's deceased. We knew that one. Thaddeus Voigt. So he's got to be one that has dementia. He's not listed as deceased. He's got to be the one with dementia. We saw his old footage. Ronald Ruck. We've heard that name a few times already. Quinn Yorton and John Zeeldorf with the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department. So that is the state's witness list, chat. Then we also have the defense. Let me pull this up for you guys. See who the defense wants to call. Chat, are we not the best platform? I mean, shit. We are giving you guys the juice. I get excited about this stuff, chat. Can you tell? I'm real fucking good at my job, chat, and I am so underpaid it's not even funny. Okay, chat. Defense witness list. Here we go. Michael Barnes, Pleasant Prairie Fire Department. Shelly Burnt. Jolynn Blee, maybe. They also have Dr. Richard Borman on the witness list. Lori Brown, to be determined. Dawn Cooper. Dr. Paul DeFazio. Pamela Dreyer and Randy Dreyer. Nancy Greenwald, also to be determined. Dr. Stacy Hale. Lieutenant Mark Hunter. That's interesting. They have a cop on the defense list. David Jensen. So there's the son again. Thomas Kaiser. Greg Koch. Laura Coster. Kimberly Lair. Ann Lynch. Marvin Ochler. Deceased. So they're going to do his testimony either by transcript or it's allegedly they have a recording. I'm praying to God it's not a goddamn transcript because that's going to be horrible. Gerani Otero, to be determined. Frank Quintana, deceased. Another one, transcript or recording. Paul Ratzberg. So some of these are dual. Daniel Riley. Trisha Ruiz. Brian Stute. Monica Springhetti. Deborah Teagle. Dr. Lindsay Thomas. Claire Velvikis. Dr. Sarah West. Dave Wilkinson of the fire department. Joan Weiss and Ronald Ruck. So again, some of these are carryovers. We obviously expected that. It is a long list of people. Now remember, the original 2008 trial, state went 5 weeks. Defense, I want to say it was 5 days. So obviously these testimonies in 2008 were very long compared to what we're seeing in this case. So I don't expect, I'm not sure if I expect this to actually go 5 weeks with how fast some of these things are. Going. If you just look at, Joanne Klug's testimony, I think when I clipped it, it's only 30-ish minutes, 35 minutes. And there's hours of her testimony from the original one. So they whipped through her pretty quick. So it seems like 2008, they're just dragging this stuff on. It's just a lot of it is redundant. It's like, fuck, man, shut up already. So Some of you are going to question whether or not we're legally allowed to have read that list. We are. Witness lists are public record. Normally, I'll be honest with you guys, I normally don't read the written witness list, even like when they're doing voir dire with the jury. I cannot stand live streaming voir dire because there's too much personal detail that actually gets revealed during that. We saw that in the Theo Edgecombe trial out here in Milwaukee. I mean, shit, they had, county clerks and stuff that were on that jury, and you knew that from their answers that they were saying. That was a great trial, chat. If you want to watch that, we have that. Me, NSM, got a 50-person jury panel removed from that trial because the court screwed up and accidentally their cameras showed multiple jurors. And we screenshotted it, sent it to the state, sent it to the defense. The judge in that case is a prick, questionable judge, Judge Borowski. They tried to bring it up, and he's like, nope, that didn't happen. And the state had to jump in and say, Judge, it did. And it's funny, too, because if you actually go back and watch our streams of that trial, there is a part where they say we need to take a break. And I think they mentioned, like, we need to make a phone call. That phone call is actually to me. It's obviously not live and whatever. And then we did a press conference about it that we're the ones that did that shit. So we interrupt cases live, chat. This is why independents have just made it to the map. Look at Rittenhouse trial. This put us on the map where live streamers' footages was the only thing that was used in that trial. Mainstream media's footage was not. It was all of us. Unfortunately, we all weren't called, which I think was a major mistake. But that put us on the map. The other thing that put us on the map, and I will give credit to this scumbag piece of shit. We can't stand him. CJTV. He's a fucking liar. He's a fraud. And we whooped his ass in a fucking restraining order case. But I got to give him credit. I didn't agree with it, but I got to give him credit. Testimony that was going on during the Rittenhouse trial. The car source owners, they were lying pieces of shit. I talked to Sam. This is an off-the-record thing. I talked to Sam, and he admitted that he asked those boys to come there. I could have fucking testified to that because I had the conversation because we've been investigating Kenosha and whatever. Anyway, CJ had an interview with him that he apparently didn't make public on his platform. What CJ did, he claims he contacted the state and the defense. We think that's bullshit. He just contacted the defense. Called their office. They got him in touch with the attorneys, with Richards and Sharafazi. And there's a part, if you look close in that trial, when the car source owner is on the stand, Richards hands Sharafazi a tablet. What he's looking at, and this was a sneaky way to get evidence because they didn't have to show anything. They corrected his ass on the stand. What he's looking at is the information that CJ sent them, which discredited that witness. So as much as I don't agree with him because he was helping Kyle Rittenhouse, fuck that little kid. However, I got to give credit to a live streamer that live streamers affected a case in real time and discredited a witness. This is how important we are, folks. So for a lot of you that watch and you think that live streamers are fake news, this is why we are so fucking crucial. And then shortly after, we got a whole entire 50-person jury panel during voir dire removed. That was fucking crazy. So, but yeah, witness list is public. There's my little spiel for that. Some juicy information for you guys there. Now, part 3 of this scumbag witness that I can't stand.
Mr. Thompson, by the time you wrote that letter to your wife, Kim, you had put together a plan, right?
Yeah, just about, yes.
Right. You were going to try to convince Mark Jenson to get involved in some sort of plot, right?
Sure. Well, not convince him, but, just listen to what he had to say.
Well, it was your idea, from what you've testified to, that you were going to talk to him about getting rid of a witness, right?
I wouldn't say I really initiated that plan. I just went along with what he was talking about and fed into it.
Well, that's what you've been testifying to, is that you're the one who suggested that, right?
Yeah, well,
That's a mischaracterization of the witness's testimony.
It's cross-examination over.
Right?
let's say we were in together. We planned it together.
Well, you're the one who suggested that.
Okay, if that, yeah.
And Mark had told you that that Klug was coming to court, but that he was lying, right?
Yes, he did.
And you also were trying to get Mark to put money on your commissary, true?
I asked him that, yes.
Right, you were trying to get his parents to put money on the commissary.
No, I didn't ask his parents anything.
You were trying to get Mark to get his parents to put money on the commissary.
I asked Mark, would he do it? He said he would talk to his mom.
And that is, you just wanted that for free. You wanted money put on your commissary, right?
Yes.
And you were also initially trying to extort money from Mark, right?
I never extorted anything from Mark. Never tried to. Never.
You were trying to get $500 from him, right?
I wasn't trying to get anything from Mark. That was a part of the plan.
That was your plan to help yourself.
To help myself.
Right. And again, Mark knew from your prior experience of being pushed and shoved that when he didn't go along with what you wanted to do, there could be violence involved.
I don't know. You got to ask Mark that.
And Mark knew that you were insisting on this plan that you came up with, right?
I wasn't insisting on it.
Well, it would be fair to say you talked to your lawyer about it, right?
Yes, I did.
And then he said, just keep talking to Mark Jenson, right?
My lawyer said that? I can't recall he said that.
Okay. Do you recall page 4, counsel, when you were being interviewed on October 10th, you said, I mentioned it to my lawyer, Mr. Green, and he said, well, just keep talking to him. And if something comes up, just let me know.
Okay, that could be true.
All right. And then you just kept talking and talking and talking to Mr. Jenson about the plan you had come up with, right?
Well, more or less, I was responding to what Mr. Jenson was talking to me about.
But did you say it again, page 4, that you just kept talking to him and talking to him?
I didn't try to convince him in anything he was saying, no.
Did you say that to the prosecutors at the last hearing, that you just kept talking to him and talking to him?
Yes, I did kept talking to him. We were conversing with each other.
You were being persistent about your idea for a plan.
No,
right?
I was feeding Mark what he wanted to hear. That's what I was doing.
No money ever changed hands.
No
right?
money ever changed hands.
And you can understand how Mark might say things to appease you, right?
This was for him. It wasn't for me.
Well, your plan that you were talking about was that you were going to keep Mr. Klug in his house until the trial is over.
Yeah.
That was the plan?
Yes.
So you were just going to have somebody wait for Mr. Klug by the garage and then take him in the house and wait for the trial to be over?
That's what I told Mark, but no, I wasn't going to have that done. No, I have no way of having that done.
And Mark Jenson, you're telling me Mark Jenson thought that was a workable plan?
Evidently, he went along with it. He provided me with the information I needed.
So nobody would think that if a witness in a murder trial doesn't show up for court, that they're not going to go to his house?
Ask your client. He made up the plan.
No, you told me just now that you made up the plan, Mr.
We made
Thompson.
up the plan together. That's what he figured. When it was stipulated, Yes, he went along with it. I guess, I don't know if he didn't think anyone would show up or not. Ask him that.
And you kept on asking him and asking him and asking him, right?
No, that's what he told you. Is that what he told you? No, that's not how it happened.
Well, I'm reading from what your interview is. You said that I kept talking to him, and finally he would agree. And finally he agreed he would pay to have dude held, or if push came to shove, taken out of the picture.
He agreed to it after our second conversation about it. If that's repeated questioning, then yeah, I guess so. But he agreed to it after the second time we talked about it.
And the plan was to hold him in his own house for a 6-week trial. That was the plan.
That was the plan.
And that would cost $1,000?
No, that was just a roundabout number used to see what Mark would say.
It would be $1,000 to pay somebody to spend 6 weeks in Appleton, Wisconsin, holding this guy and keeping him away from police that would come to the house looking for a witness.
You must not be listening to my answers.
Just answer the question, sir.
Yeah, that was the plan.
And then you had this phone call that we listened to with Kim, right?
Yes.
And Kim didn't know what was going on in that call, right?
No, she didn't.
You just fed her some information. Here's what to say, right?
Yes.
And by the same token, you just got Mr. Jenson on the phone and said, here's the phone, right?
He knew what was going on, yes.
He didn't have any more idea what was going on than Kim.
Yeah, if you say so.
Now, in those notes, you keep asking for money, right?
No, I only asked for money one time.
All right. You have one note that says, don't forget to tell mom to leave me the $30.
Right. That was for me. That's what I asked for.
Do you have a note that says, don't forget to tell mom to leave me the $30?
Yeah, it's on the paperwork that we went over today.
That's right. And then on the same note, you have, I hate to burden you, but do you think mom could leave me $30 for stamps, soap, toothpaste, and deodorant lotion, right?
That's the same thing.
Well, you're writing it down a couple times, right?
Right, because we have previously, see, those notes were spread out over a week's time.
Over how many?
In the last note, I reminded him that when he was going on his visit Sunday, not to forget to ask her.
Over how many weeks' time?
Just those notes were within weeks, within like 4 or 5 days of each other. They were spread out. They weren't all that took place in one day.
Right, so you were persistently asking him for the $30 and he wasn't doing it.
No. I asked him once and I reminded him not to forget when he was on his visit.
So that's a second request, right?
That's what I said. I asked him twice.
This guy fucking irritates the shit out of me, chat. I cannot stand this guy.
And then you had notes where you kept asking about the $575, right?
Only one note was ever written that I asked about that.
Yeah, see, he's lying.
This piece of paper has it written 2 times about $575.
Okay, well, twice then.
Right? And then 2 other notes about when can it be dropped off, right?
Yeah, those notes there took place in the same day. Well, I would say 2 days.
And there was no time when Kim was told to go to the Jenson home and pick up anything, was she?
No, never.
And you're aware from the prosecutor that, in fact, Mr. Jenson had his lawyer go to the judge before this supposed plot ever was disclosed, right?
No, how would I be aware of that?
You didn't hear that from the prosecutor?
I don't recall hearing that.
You indicated that you did look at transcripts?
No, I said he showed me some paperwork, and then he was explaining to me what they were. I didn't see anything, just pieces of paper with writing on them.
Okay. When you say paperwork, he had what's called discovery. You know what discovery is?
I don't know what it was. It was drawings on paper that he was explaining to me off of. I couldn't tell you exactly what it was. It could have been just regular typing paper with words on it.
He had lots of papers in his cell, right?
Yes.
I mean, stacks of papers, right?
Yes.
And that's also where you would keep his commissary, right?
That's just where you keep all your belongings in your cell.
Right. And if you go for a visit, people take your stuff, right?
No, they lock your cell though.
Oh, yeah, so,
I'm sorry, they lock your cell up.
They lock your cell.
So nobody's commissary would be stolen during a visit?
Not if your cell is locked.
Okay. Well, there are two people in a cell, right?
No, Mark had a single cell when I arrived there.
And was his cell always locked?
Whenever he left, whenever you leave a single cell, the cell's always locked.
But in the double cells, people can get at your transcripts, right?
Yeah, in a double cell, yes, your own cellmate can get at your transcripts.
Right. And you were aware that Mark had been in a double cell, right?
Yes, prior to my coming there, I was aware he was in a double cell.
Right. And the scuttlebutt was that people were looking at Mark's paperwork, right?
People were doing a number of things from what I've heard, yes.
And there was, because this is probably the most interesting case in the jail, right?
I don't know that.
Well, did you hear of a more interesting case than that one?
No, that's the only one that I've heard of, so I couldn't
not
say
at
that
that
it was the
time.
most interesting
This
case
is
in the
the
jail. It's
biggest
the only one
case.
that I heard
Look
of.
at all
And
these
the inmates
little
were talking about
fucking
Mark
case
Jensen a lot,
jumpers.
right?
I only know, we were only around 10 people. So I wouldn't know what the other inmates were talking about other than the ones on our pod.
Bullshit.
And were they talking about Mark Jensen?
No,
Yeah, the
No,
fuck
they didn't
they
talk
were,
about Mark
bro.
Jensen.
no.
You didn't talk to Mr. Bush about Mark Jensen?
Mr. Bush talked to me about Mark Jensen.
And you were completely silent?
I mean, how could I speak of something I had no knowledge of?
Come on,
And
bro.
Mr. Clanton talked to you about Mr. Jensen?
Not at all, not to me.
And no other inmate ever talked to you about Mark Jensen?
They just stipulated, that, yeah, that's dude killed his wife, that's it.
And you never talked to anybody else about Mark Jensen?
I couldn't, I know nothing about Mark Jensen.
Have you not been saying that you were talking to Mark Jensen?
This was after me and Mark had our conversations, not prior to any of that. I knew nothing about Mark. I had never heard of the case, so I came to Kenosha.
Well, after you'd been in there for a few days, you talked to people about Mark, right?
No, I talked to Mark.
Are you telling, and as I'm saying, after that, you haven't talked to other inmates about Mark Jensen?
I've only spoken to 3 inmates on that pod. They were Mr. Bush, Mr. Clanton, and Mr. Jensen.
Well, what about when you're in K-Pod?
No, I didn't talk to anyone about Mr. Jensen and K-Pod.
So Mr. Bush and Mr. Clanton are the only inmates you have ever talked to, Mr. Thompson, about Mr. Jensen in his case.
Yes, that's what
Nobody else ever.
No.
Well, who was the person who had the newspaper that was showing it to you and talking about the case?
That was Terry Bush. When I came back from court, they had a newspaper on the unit when I got back from court. And they talked, and they told me, you in the newspaper. And I'm like, let me see the paper.
Right, and then you talked about that, right?
No, what was there to talk about? Everyone had read what was in the paper. So what was there to talk about?
So there's no conversation then?
About myself, yeah. I didn't have nothing to say about Mr. Jensen.
They weren't asking what you had to do with the Jensen
Yeah, they was
case.
asking why I was in the paper. They
So you had some
was more
discussion
concerned about why I was in the paper than what I was in the paper for.
Fucking blood boil. Here, again, because we're very transparent, and you guys have heard me talk a lot of shit about CJ. So here is the original article that we wrote before we had a court order that we couldn't talk about it. So the short of it is this live streamer filed a defamatory restraining order against me. And let me just pause this for a quick sec. So he filed a defamatory restraining order against me. The truth behind it is that we were exposing him as a fraud, legitimate fraud. We just didn't get that far. And he ended up claiming that we were trying to do a lot of fucked up shit. So that first article really talks about what the restraining order complaint said, all of that. And then we went through 5 months of trial, chat. 5 months of fucking trial to prove my innocence. And they tampered with evidence. They fabricated evidence. We brought 3,000 hours worth of fucking video footage, plus some other like screenshots, things like that, and ripped apart his testimony. He had a Kenosha resident come to fucking court and lie for him. We ripped apart her testimony. Kevin Matthewson, the guy responsible for bringing militia to Kenosha, that's also put my life in danger. He jumped on the fucking case because he's a scumbag case fucking jumper. And they tried to get me charged with actual like criminal fucking crimes. Tried to get me held in contempt, claiming I've filed a fraudulent address with the court, a bunch of fucking shit. 5 months I had to deal with this. It questioned our integrity here. It questioned our credibility here. We lost viewers over this because, you know, they issue a temporary restraining order while you're dealing with this shit. So people are like, whoa, what the fuck? Like, but there is a restraining order. You must have done this. I'm like, fuck, dude. And we couldn't talk about it because of a court order. Finally, we won. Spoiler alert, we won. We proved that none of the allegations were fucking legitimate. I'm still contemplating suing this motherfucker. But we were finally able to talk about it. And here's the article that gives the details about what happened in that case. Now, we are still trying to raise some money to pay for the transcripts. Because again, chat, I am transparent. And when people come at me, we put them on public motherfucking blast because I don't give a fuck, right? That's how I don't care, bro. Don't come at me. Don't try to misquote me. Don't say I fucking did some shit I didn't do. Don't do that with me, chat, right? And we put chat members on blast when they try to come at us. We don't care, right? Let's just have fun here, chat. That's what it's about. Let's learn some truth about shit and let's just have fun while we're chatting. Right? I don't care about sides. Let's all just mingle when we're in here. If we want to disagree politely. Let's just have fun, chat, and learn the truth about some real shit that's happening in our fucked up society. Otherwise, Kevin's going to go live the van life on a fucking mountain somewhere. So, we are trying to raise money. It's a few $100s that we need to get the transcripts. And once we have them, we're going to read the transcripts live for you guys. There were a lot of people that were interested in this case when it was happening. So those are the two articles. They're there. You can read them. We're transparent. I shared them now because we kind of mentioned it. So now you know why I'm a little fucking angry about when I mention that scumbag, even though sometimes we do have to give him some fucking leeway in credit. Here we go.
That's still on it. It could be vice versa in the first 2 pages.
Yeah, what's that? That's what I'm about to do. 98. Well, let me make sure I get this right. Sure. 98, then 96, then 97, then 99, and then 95. Right? Your first note says, when I call Kim, we'll say, all is as it should be. That wasn't a note to Mr. Jensen, was it?
No, not that, no. That's just happened to be on that piece of paper.
That was when that call happened when you and Mr. Jensen were both in J-Pod.
Right.
It has nothing to do with any conversation with Mr. Jensen, right?
I'm just telling you it's on a piece of paper.
Right. They called Kim down to the station asking her if I did any more crimes. They think I've done more banks and some other bullshit.
What about it?
That doesn't have anything to do with any plot, right?
No, that doesn't have anything to do with Mr. Jensen.
And you say,
but we were just having idle discussion at that time.
You were what?
We were just having idle discussion amongst each other at that time when I was talking about all that.
Was this on the glass?
Yeah.
And yet the last note here says, let me know after your visit Sunday. I'm going to go call Kim now.
Right.
What Sunday visit was that?
A Sunday visit. You know, he was expecting his mom to come visit him, and he was going to mention the stuff to her that we had talked about as far as getting the money.
And there's never any money offered, right?
There was never any money exchanged, no.
There was never any money what?
Exchanged.
And even though you were in the reason you moved from J-Pod to K-Pod was just because you went to court and you came back and they happened to put you in another pod, right?
Yes, whenever you go to federal court, they give your bed away while you make it back in time to reclaim your bed. They'll put you in different pods.
Right. And so if you went to court on another day, or Mr. Jensen went to court on another day, then one of you then you guys may end up together again, right?
It's a possibility.
And so Mr. Jensen would have known when you're talking through the glass that he may end up back in the same pod with you, right?
Well, no, Mr. Jensen, see, federal court and state court is different. You always go back to the same cell in state court. But the Fed inmates, when they get moved around, there's no telling if you're going to get the same bed or not, because they don't keep your beds.
Right. So Mr. Jensen knew you might be coming back to Jay at some point, right?
I mean, the possibility was there. Wherever there's an open bunk, that's where they put you.
Or he would be aware that somebody else with you and K may be moved into J, right?
How the fuck does the prisoner
Only
know?
if they were a federal
They should
inmate.
be objecting.
Well, sometimes people get moved because there's a fight or something like that, right?
Sometimes.
And all these notes in 99, in Exhibit 99, for example, let me just show you that to remind you.
Okay.
All those, you didn't give this to prosecutors until October 10th, right?
I don't know what day it was I gave it to them, but it was somewhere around there.
It was the day you did the video recorded statement, right?
Yes, yes.
And that was over 3 weeks after the first time you talked to him, right?
Could be. I don't know how long a distance it was between the time you talked to him.
And then you had this note when you came back the second time, correct?
Yes.
And certainly this is something you had 3 weeks to work on to produce for them, right?
Well, like I said, those notes didn't take place till after I was moved from J block to K block.
Well, you had already been moved by the time you talked to them the first time, right?
I don't know if I had or not. I don't know.
And
I knew I was by the time I got those were.
Right. And these are things you could just write at any time, right?
Yeah, I could.
And you didn't have to write these in response to any, you could just completely make this up, right?
I mean, no, I mean, in actuality, I could have, yes, but I didn't.
Okay. I mean, I could write a note right now that says, don't worry about a perjury charge. You'll never be, the prosecution will never bother with that.
Sure.
And I could put it here and we could act like we were talking like you were worried about a perjury charge.
Sure, you could.
Facebook chat all left.
And by the
Go-
time you
go read the article.
produced this to the prosecution, you had had a chance to read the newspaper, right?
I think I had read the paper before, maybe.
So as of September 2007, you were facing, I don't need to turn it, you understand, you're facing over 60 years, or as you said, up to life, right?
I mean, that was what was put on paper, but I knew that I wouldn't be getting that amount of time, though.
And you told your fiance Kim over the phone that you expected credit for turning on the person in Milwaukee and the person and Mark Jensen.
Yes.
That was when you're going to help yourself, right? And you're still expecting credit, right?
I mean, if I get it, I do. If I don't, I don't. It doesn't matter because I know I'm not facing all that time.
You're expecting it, aren't you?
Not necessarily. No, I'm not. Because, I mean, I'm resolved to the fact that whatever happens, happens. So whether I get it or not, I mean, it's not going to hurt one way or the other.
Well, and you're still facing over 20 years in Washington County.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about that either because I'm not going to get that.
Right? And you've been through sentencings before, right?
Yes.
You understand that the judge will consider what kind of man you are, right?
Of course.
Right? And he'll consider the fact that you've committed violent crimes, right?
Yes.
He'll consider the fact that you've lied to police and probation agents, right?
Yes.
He'll consider the fact that you repeatedly were revoked on parole,
Yes.
right? He'll consider the fact that you committed committed or were accused of bank robbery, theft of a firearm, possession of a firearm by a felon, marijuana charges, and the theft of the vitamin store, all within 1 year?
He's going to consider whatever I was convicted of.
Oh, are you telling me that a judge won't consider your other misconduct?
Not if it's not a conviction. How can you hold something against me that's not a
That's
conviction?
not true. They can absolutely consider charges you've never been convicted of.
That's what you really think? They can't consider non-conviction like
I
failing?
mean, you probably can consider it. I mean, you can consider he's a murderer, but you don't know to the jury decides, right?
You know, Mr. Thompson, that they can consider what kind of person you've been in the other parts of your life, right?
In some aspect, yeah, but I don't know everything that a judge's job entails.
Yeah. Will you consider what kind of job you had this year?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And really, all you have going for you is whatever you did to help yourself against Mark Jenson, right?
No.
Newsy is now.
What else do you have going for you, Mr. Thompson?
Because I'm not going to get convicted of all those charges that you so blatantly keep saying.
Now, you told the FBI.
Let me pause this because I was talking again with the microphone muted like a moron. The first link I posted for you guys is Kenosha stuff. So the first article talks about when decisions were made in Kenosha, a full timeline of how prepared they actually weren't. That's a big article to read. Who made decisions, when they made them, what kind of dumb fucking decisions they made. The second link I posted for you guys is 13 hours worth of law enforcement ignoring militia threat. They were able to corroborate these things. They verified it, multiple agencies, and they ignored it. And instead focused on protester stuff that they could not corroborate. Very detailed stuff, chat. Very detailed if you're, curious about what really happened in Kenosha, not the rhetoric that you guys heard following streams or lamestream media reports or even fucking law enforcement's rhetoric they put out. We exposed Kenosha. That's why we're so hated in Kenosha. They don't like us. We got to be careful going to that city. Our safety is compromised out there. Here we go.
FBI, that you were a felon who possessed that firearm in your home in Washington County.
Yes,
right?
I did. Yes.
And you did that because you admit what you do, right?
I did that to protect my wife from going to jail and having our daughter going to social services.
Your wife can't be convicted of having the firearm, Mr. Thompson.
Well, I know that now. I didn't know that at the time I said that, though.
No. What happened is you and Kim have come up with a story since then, right?
If you say so, but no.
I mean, you've been willing to lie in the past to stay out of jail, right?
Yes, I have lied before, yes.
You've been willing to try to use violence to stay out of jail, right?
Yes, I have.
You've used obstructing of witnesses to try to stay out of jail yourself, right?
Obstructing of witnesses?
Yes, like your mother and the stuff, the firearm case?
Never.
Are you telling me your mother was lying when she said you stole it?
That's what I'm telling you. That's why I got found not guilty.
You didn't get found not guilty,
Well,
Mr. Thompson.
it got dismissed. There was no evidence to prove that I actually took that gun. None whatsoever. My mother has Alzheimer's and terminal cancer. And I asked my family to get her to tell the truth. And she didn't know what the truth was. So the judge dismissed it.
So you're saying your mother lied when she said that you admitted to her
Well,
that
no.
you stole the firearm to pay off drug
Yes,
dealers?
because she never saw me do that, nor did anyone see me do that. Yes, she lied.
Basically, your whole past says you'll use any means necessary to limit your exposure to jail and
No,
prison time.
not any means necessary. Any means that I feel that may help me.
Not any means, but any means that you feel will help you, right?
Yeah. I mean, I won't kill anyone to stay out of jail, no.
Any means you feel will help you to avoid 68 years in prison.
I'm not gonna get 68 years, no matter how much you try to reiterate that it's not gonna happen.
But you could get 30 to life.
I could.
That's all.
Mr. Chambers.
So, Mr. Thompson, when you were in the jail with Mr. Jenson, did you try to get Mr. Jenson to believe that you were an upstanding citizen, a pillar of the community?
No, I mean, no. I mean, no one that would be in that kind of jail could ever attempt to achieve something like that.
Did you tell him what you were in for?
Yes,
What'd you tell him you were in for?
I told him I was in for 2 counts of bank robbery.
Did you discuss your other history with him beyond that or not?
No, not that I can recall, no.
But you did tell him that you knew somebody on the outside that could hold a witness and keep him from testifying?
Yeah, that was fictitious, but I did tell him that, yes.
Or make that witness disappear permanently?
Objection to the leading.
Sustained.
Well, did you say anything about did you say anything to Mr. Jensen about what this friend could do if there was some other option besides just holding the witness?
Probably to some degree, yes.
What did you tell him could be done besides just holding the witness?
Well, actually, he asked me what else could be done. And I told him, I said, well, that would be plan B, you can get rid of them altogether.
And what did Mr. Jensen say in response to that?
He just gave a, sly remark, thumbs up. But he then later said that that's not what he wanted to happen.
Now, I want you to think back to the first time that you ever saw or spoke to Ms. Gabrielle and myself.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Where was it that conversation occurred?
I guess somewhere in the Kenosha County Courthouse building.
And at that time, do you know whether or not your attorney was present?
No, he wasn't.
And do you recall whether or not there was any discussion about your attorney and your attorney's presence?
In my attorney's presence?
Do you recall whether or not there was any discussion between you and Ms. Gabrielle and myself about us contacting your attorney?
Yes.
Tell the jury about the conversation, as you can recall, about contacting your attorney.
Well, I wanted to contact my attorney. My attorney wanted you to contact him. And I told you and Ms. Gabrielle that, I would talk to you without my attorney.
But did we want to talk to you without first talking to your lawyer?
No, not at all.
So were there any efforts made to contact your attorney?
Yes, several.
And how much time would you say that occupied during the period of time that we were together?
Pretty much almost half of it.
And while we were trying to contact your attorney, were Ms. Gabrielle and myself asking you questions about this case?
No.
We were simply what?
Objection. No, withdrawn.
What were we doing?
Actually waiting for my lawyer to call back and waiting to get in touch with him, or waiting to see if I would volunteer to talk without him.
And did we ever get a hold of your lawyer?
No.
And at that point, was the conclusion that we're going to have a brief or a lengthy discussion about this case?
Brief.
And why was it going to be brief?
Because we still wanted to try to get in touch with my lawyer, but I just wanted to tell you on my own accord of some of the things that were going on.
And so the first time that we had a more lengthy discussion about this was the next time that we met?
Yes.
And that was on or about October 10th, 2007?
Yes.
And I want to put in context, do you recall my,
Objection to the preface.
Well, it has an argumentative aspect. Go ahead and ask a question.
okay, well, you were asked questions about what I'd said to you, and I want you to listen to this question and see if that was the rest of what I'd said to you. And this, counsel, is bottom page 1, line 1, or the last line on page 1 is where it begins. But we have done what we said we were going to do, and that is seek to arrange to have you moved to the Ozaukee County Jail.
I object. The, I can't state the grounds here. Let me see if I can do this in an appropriate way. Well, that's fine. I withdraw.
But we have done what we said we were going to do, and that is seek to arrange to have you moved to the Ozaukee County Jail. Your attorney also asked me that after this case is over and sometime before you reach sentencing in your case, that I'd be willing to write a letter to the judge. I told your attorney that I'd be happy to write a letter to the judge describing your participation in this case, your cooperation with the authorities in this case, and your agreement to testify, and the fact that you testify truthfully.
And I object to anything more as improper bolstering and hearsay.
I disagree, Your Honor, as part of the agreement.
May I see it, please?
All right, sound stopped on that. That is not from us. I'm trying to look up Dave Thompson.
Ion Plus is your home for
Now they want to do
adventure.
a fucking commercial. I'm trying to look up Dave Thompson. I found him. There's so many Dave Thompsons though. CCAP out here is kind of weird. I found his burglary of a financial institution. So I found the bank robbery stuff. But sometimes up on CCAP they don't list birthdays. Other times they do. So I'm trying to see if this dude's got open cases or if he's sitting in prison. He's listed as he's got an address in Milwaukee on the witness list. So he may not be in prison.
Overruled.
I told your attorney that I'd be happy to write a letter to the judge describing your participation in this case, your cooperation with the authorities in this case, and your agreement to testify, and the fact that you testify truthfully. And of course, as you know, perhaps without me saying so, is that this whole agreement is predicated upon you being absolutely truthful about anything we ask you. Now, do you remember that agreement?
Yes.
Now, did you have any concerns about the implications or the repercussions of providing information to law enforcement authorities about another inmate in the county jail?
Objection to the relevance.
Did you want to hear?
I just. Sustained.
Now, in this conversation of October 10th, 2007. Did you give us any information about what Mark Jenson said to you beyond the phone conversations? In other words, did you give us any information about what Mark Jenson said to you about the actual commission of this crime?
At the first meeting or second meeting?
On October 10th, 2007, the second meeting.
I object, Judge, because this is hearsay. It's not prior consistent.
May I see the document again?
Let me find a portion of it to go to.
Dude, I can't even
The
believe
objection
the
sustained.
state is literally trying to use this guy again.
Now, Mr. Thompson, during this October 10th discussion with you, did either Ms. Gabrielle or myself explain to you why we hadn't spoken to you since September 18th?
I can't recall, but I don't know. I can't really say.
And I would object on what I anticipate is going to be hearsay if there's an effort to suggest what Mr. Jambois or Ms. Gabrielle said.
I wasn't going to try to do that.
Okay.
Well, if it sure sounded that way.
But I'm not going to try to do that.
Oh, are you going to ask a different question then, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, excuse me.
You see that Weasley fuck of a look on his face? I can't stand Jamboy in this 2008. I can't. I don't like this guy. This guy
I
here.
want you to try to remember, to the best of your recollection, exactly how this conversation came around. The conversation between you and Mr. Jensen came around to this issue of making a witness disappear. If you can try to remember back to the first time that came up in any discussion between you and Mr. Jensen, try to tell a jury exactly how this conversation came around to that subject, if you will.
He was talking about I think he first started off with his bail, then he went on to where he was talking about Mr. Klug and some other young lady in St. Louis where they had business luncheon or something together, and he was telling me that they had a business together and that Klug was going to be the one testifying against him because of something that was said down in St. Louis that he had overheard Mark saying, or a statement that Mark had made. And he said Mr. Klug was just being a thorn in his side. And then he wished that it would be, that he couldn't have, that he wouldn't, excuse me, that he wouldn't come to trial testifying against him, because it was supposed to be his friend.
And how did you respond to that?
I told something to the extent that, well, thorns are made are to get rid of. And he just smiled at me and, nodded his head.
I'm going to, and for the council's benefit, it's the last paragraph on page 3. I'm going to direct you. Attention to the highlighted portion.
I object. This is the same issue. It's hearsay.
Can I see it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's just take a couple minutes break. Just about a 2 or 3 minute break. The objection is what, relevance or hearsay?
Both.
What's the portion we're talking about now?
The highlighted portion, Your Honor, and let's remember that there really wasn't a question on the table. I was simply going to ask the witness to read the highlighted portion, and I was just going to ask him if that refreshes his recollection concerning the conversation he had with Mr. Jensen.
And that's not proper. We went through this the other day with Ms. DeFazio. My impeachment of this witness's testimony is the fact he said nothing on September 18th. The fact that he said it some other time later on is not proper rehabilitation. It's it doesn't satisfy the prior consistent statement hearsay exclusion. And this is hearsay. And it's also improper to have him read things so he can regurgitate them. And he hasn't said his memory is not refreshed. In fact, he's testified at length to similar things. His inconsistency is not because of a lack of recollection. It's because he's lying, which I'm entitled to point out. The DA is not entitled to have him reread things so he can say the exact same thing he said before. They had that chance last night.
Is that it?
In the same room.
Is that, okay. Can I don't want to interrupt opposing counsel, Your Honor. My rationale in terms of having the witness read this statement was that there was extensive cross-examination of this witness about the circumstances surrounding the commencement of this plan to take out a witness. And my recollection, well, when we first discussed this with Mr. Thompson in any great length, at one point he indicated, well, he was sort of incredulous, and he'd asked Mr. Jenson, so you really would take this guy out if you got the chance? And Mr. Jenson's reply was, you bet your ass I would. And so what I want is to see if this witness remembers that statement or not.
Well, gee, I wonder if he'll remember it now.
Well,
Been
he was getting an
force-fed to him.
opportunity to look. I don't know how else to put it. That's the statement I wanted to get out of that. And I don't see how that's improper effort to refresh the witness's recollection about a prior statement that was made when the matters are still fresher in his mind.
They're not fresh in his mind. They're a month later, and the fact that he said it before doesn't allow it to get in. It's hearsay. It's just like a police report.
Well, when you say you want him to read it, you mean read it aloud or just read it?
Read it to himself to see if that refreshes his recollection, Your Honor. That was my purpose. And then the next question, after you've asked a witness to read a document to see if it refreshes the recollection, I'll ask them now that you've had an opportunity to read that, does that refresh your recollection as to the circumstances surrounding the commencement of this conversation between you and Mr. Jenson regarding taking a witness out? And if it did, then I could ask him about it. And if it didn't, then I can't. That's my understanding of how it works.
But he hasn't said that his memory is faulty in this area at all. In fact, he's testified to these things as to his recollection. The district attorney has no entitlement to have a witness regurgitate what they had him previously say. That's how a jury can judge statements, is they can look to prior inconsistencies, because if he's telling the truth, then it should be much more consistent than it is here. And to have him read this and then basically be told, are you able to remember that for at least 30 seconds so you can say it again to the jury? That's not a proper use of prior consistent statements.
Well, I don't know if the witness has indicated exhaustion of his memory. And that would be the precursor, that would be the necessary antecedent to his having his memory refreshed.
Well, I could also get it in then as a prior inconsistent statement, because he has not testified to what's there, and I was asking him about it, and he hasn't testified about it. So I could have put it to him that way, using it as a prior inconsistent statement.
And just the absence of his testifying about it does not make it a prior inconsistent statement. It's the denial of the statement that makes it inconsistent.
But if I were to ask him that, then I would have been leading the witness, and I didn't want to resort to leading the witness.
I'm not going to give you advice on how to ask questions. I'm telling you that the stage has not been set for the usage of this statement. He's not stated his memory is exhausted on the topic, so it's not witness recollection refreshment. He's not said anything inconsistent with it, and it's not, it's obviously not consistent. And if it, because you see, there's been no statement on the subject at all. So,
and now, of course, my concern is this: I did make mention of the statement during this discussion, and now the witness has heard it, and I don't want to. I really don't want to have advise the witness in this manner of that statement. So I guess I'll just go on to something else.
Yeah, because you just did. You guys just argued this shit. I hate when they argue this stuff in front of witnesses.
Yes.
But then the
Judge.
witness
That's the jury to
just
come in,
makes
please.
their answer the way they're supposed to. I don't like anything about any of that when they do that stuff. I think the witnesses should be excused as well.
Oh, thank you.
Nah, Schroeder was the same way in the Rittenhouse trial. He was the same exact way. He's the same way in every trial since fucking dinosaurs walked the earth. The Rittenhouse trial, he was just more favored towards the defense.
U.S. Attorney. Regarding these charges that are against you? But the result of this plea agreement, the plea agreement was put on the record before you entered your plea in federal district court, right?
Yes.
And under the terms of the plea agreement, what is the date that you're supposed to be released from the federal prison system? Do you know?
I signed a plea agreement for 63 months.
Objection, because the plea agreement would not include such information.
Yeah, the parties can make agreements to recommend certain outcomes to the judge, but ultimately the decision about sentencing is in the hands of the judge alone within the parameters set by the legislature. So you need to rephrase your question.
Okay. What was your understanding? What was the offer that was put on the table that was accepted by the federal prosecutor? The offer was put on the table by the federal prosecutors and accepted by your defense attorney on your behalf, if you recall.
63 to 78 months.
63 to 78 months.
Yes.
So your understanding of the result of this plea agreement is that you're going to get somewhere between 5 years and 3 months in prison and 68 months in prison.
Well, that's if the judge embraces the plea agreement, which the judge is not obliged to do.
Is that your understanding or not?
No, sir. Under 11C1, which is a federal code for that, it's a law that stipulates that under 11C1, it's called a cap. And I can get no more than 78 months, but I can get less than 78 months.
That's your understanding?
Yes.
And now, in terms of these negotiations that occurred between the federal prosecutor and your attorney, were there any discussions, to your knowledge, about your participation in this case?
No, not to my knowledge.
So to your knowledge, the federal prosecutor gave you no credit whatsoever for your participation in this case?
No.
But any benefit that you get, in other words, such as a letter from me or something like that to the judge, you understand that it's contingent upon one?
The
Well, yeah, I haven't heard the whole question, but it's starting off that way.
I didn't hear the objection, Your Honor.
You said it was a leading question.
Well, I'll try to rephrase it so that it's not. Do you have an understanding as to what the one and only thing is that you're required to do as part of your participation in this case in order to obtain a letter or any benefit whatsoever from the state in this case?
To be truthful.
About any questions that's posed to you?
Yes.
You proud of the record that has been laid out before the jury by both the prosecution and the defense in this case?
It is what it is, you know.
No further questions. Let's see. I think I have it right.
Mr. Thompson, while the prosecutor reads your federal plea agreement, who decides what the truth is?
The jury.
Who decides in terms of whether you testify truthfully and whether you should get any bargain or not? Who decides that?
Well, I decide whether I testify truthfully or not, but the bargain comes from the judge. I mean, he's not obligated to accept any of this by being in different states.
In order to get a letter saying good things about you and asking you to be treated more leniently, who's the only person that you have to convince of the truth?
The judge, really.
Isn't it Mr. Jamboys?
No, he just presenting a letter. I mean, it's up to the judge to take in consideration what the letter says.
But if he decides that you didn't testify truthfully, then he doesn't have to follow his bargain, right?
I mean, if he does or doesn't, it doesn't matter.
Well, all of this testimony and your plot and everything was part of a plan to help yourself, right?
Right, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
It was time to help yourself, right?
Yes.
And you can only help yourself if Mr. Jamboys is satisfied with what you have to say on that stand, right?
I can help myself by telling the truth. Mr. Jamboy has nothing to do with it. He just made it possible for me to be here.
If Mark Jenson and I decide you're not telling the truth, we can't do anything about it, right?
No one can. Like I said, that's why they have a jury, to determine what the truth is.
So it's your view that you have to convince the jury in order to get your bargain.
And the jury will convince themselves by what they determine to be the truth and what's not.
But you recognize the only person who can write a letter that's going to help you out in this case is Mr. Jamboys, true?
Well, actually, you know, when my pre-bargain was presented to me, that was the best of help I could have got, was to get 63 to 78 months. Because to get that out of 40 years, I mean, it just doesn't get any better.
And you think that your lawyer in that federal case wouldn't have mentioned to the prosecutors that Mr. Jamboys was going to write this letter and that you'd been cooperating?
I'm sure he would have, but that's not what we're dependent on. We were dependent on the fact that when they did the calculations on my federal crimes, that they were calculated to be what they are, 63 to 78 months.
Well, you knew it could be 30 to life, right?
Could be.
Somebody gave you a break, huh?
Yeah.
Do you think they gave you a break based on your clean prior record?
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
No, I got that. Okay.
Let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 102, Mr. Thompson. Let me ask you to read. Well, I'll ask you in a moment. Could you look at the front of that and tell me if that's your federal plea agreement? Oh, I'll help you out.
Yes, that's it.
All right. And it was your claim that the judge couldn't go above 78 months?
No, the judge can go above 78 months if 11C1B isn't implicated.
The judge has complete free reign to go up to the maximum sentence in your case, right?
Yes, he can. He has the ability to give me the whole 4 years, yes.
Right. I mean, could you read paragraph 11 of your plea agreement for me, please?
It is understood by the parties that the sentencing judge is neither a party to nor bound by this plea agreement and may impose a sentence of up to the maximum penalties as set forth above. Defendant further acknowledges that if the court does not accept the sentencing recommendation of the parties, defendant will have no right to withdraw his guilty plea.
So that says the judge can give you 40 years, right?
Yes, he can.
The judge could look at your record and how you've conducted yourself for your entire life and give you something greater than 78 months, right?
That's how they come about the calculations, yes.
And you're still facing 20 years in Washington County,
Yes.
right? And you've lied to the FBI now, right?
Yes.
And you've committed bail jumping by contacting your mother.
Yes.
And if a prosecutor wanted to, he could push all those charges, right?
Sure, yes.
But you're satisfied in the manner you've been able to help yourself.
I'm just satisfied in the matter that I tell the truth. That's the only satisfaction I got from this, is that I'm telling the truth. I've lied about a lot of things in my life that I'm not proud of, but when it comes to the truth, I'm most proud of that.
At least since you lied to the FBI in August.
Yeah, I could lie to the FBI tomorrow. When I lie, I tell the truth, I tell the truth. I have no qualms about what I've lied about.
When you lie, you lie. When you tell the truth, you tell the truth. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I mean, I have lied in order to save myself on occasions. You know? But then also there's been times where, in this instance, where when I was convicted of those 2 bank robberies, like I admitted to a bank robbery that they had no knowledge about. So, I mean, I don't see what's the difference in me admitting to accepting another 20 years in prison versus not admitting to tell the truth now when it's not costing me nothing.
But it's getting you something.
It's not guaranteed to give me anything.
That's all.
Like I say, I brought charges on myself that didn't even have to be there, all because I wanted to be honest and truthful about them.
That's all I have.
Any question?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir.
All right, so that was David Thompson, chat. Oof, man, I'm so glad his stuff is over. I cannot stand that witness. That dude made me just batshit crazy. I was really losing my shit in the last stream. All right, so we're gonna keep going. We got more Jailhouse Snitches to watch. I like this stream. I think these guys are funny. Is pretty important because a lot of these guys are coming back. So you guys are getting the juicy scoop first before anybody else. What do you guys think about this? The Jailhouse Snitch streams that we're doing here. You guys digging this stuff? This is kind of juicy content. It's kind of fun. Make sure you guys like the stream. Like and follow the Facebook page, NSM News Updates. Make sure you guys are subscribed on YouTube. Hit the bell for all notifications. Share the streams out. Feel free to spam the chat and Facebook with thumbs and hearts and all of that. It helps our algorithm. It makes Facebook want to push the video out and recommend it. That's how we get new viewers. So that's one way you can help if you can't financially contribute to what we do here. And following stuff and subscribing, that stuff all helps. It brings us a lot of new viewers. So that's awesome. Over on Facebook, we're kind of chatting, while we're watching this, we're talking about Kenosha and Kyle, right? Because we got Bruce Schroeder, the judge that presided over his trial. So I'll address a few things, YouTube, so you guys are up to speed on what we're chatting about. So we're pretty much talking about the Kenosha riots over there. I like the word unrest. We all know what it was, though. We get it. So for those of you that are newer to the platform, our YouTube channel, we have hundreds of videos from the Kenosha unrest. We have August 23rd, the 24th, and the 25th. We have courthouse cameras. And those are on playlists, so you can watch those independently, whatever. That's unbiased video, obviously, right? Because it's a courthouse camera feed. They're long as shit, chat. So something to know about me: when we upload videos, we upload the full video, regardless of how long or how boring it is, because we want you guys to know what actually happened, not how lamestream media does with these little clips that push a narrative or an agenda. We have my live streams up there. So, I was out there for all 9 days of the curfew. We have my live streams up there. We just actually did a stream the other night where we played my stream from the 24th and 25th. I didn't make it out there the 23rd. I was dealing with my own shit at the time. But we have, my streams up there. You can watch those. We also sued Kenosha Police Department for records because they were refusing 33 open records requests. We filed a writ of mandamus lawsuit. We won some of the stuff. We lost on other things, and then they pissed me off, and I just said, fuck it, and I walked out. With my arrest in Kenosha, I was the first journalist to get arrested. It took 2 years to get our documents, and then we find out that they falsified my paperwork. The other journalist, we played the clip, Katie, she got arrested. They falsified her paperwork. We released how many agencies were out there, how many National Guard were actually there, because there's tons of rhetoric, misinformation, disinformation that went around regarding numbers of law enforcement, National Guard. That's all up there. With the help of viewer donations. This is why it's so crucial when we ask you guys for donations. We're not sitting here begging. We're not grifting. We're not doing bullshit. We ask you legitimately because it helps us pay for records. Kenosha lied to the judge and said $150,000 for records. That's unheard of. That's fucking insane. And then we even jam moved them afterwards and asked them for some of the same records in a different open records request. And then they sent me a $200 bill. So, you know, and this was for a record that we had sent that they said was going to cost $10,000 to the judge. So we went elsewhere. We know 51 agencies were in Kenosha. We filed on 26 of them. We still have 25 more to go. This is why we need your help. 26 of them, which has led to the hundreds of videos that we have on the channel. We have body cam videos from various departments. We have body cams from inside of the Bearcats. We even have a 6-hour video up there. They mounted a fucking like GoPro up on top of one of the Bearcats. And we have 6 hours of video of the Bearcat driving around and all of that shit. So we show from the police side of things too, not just the protester side. And we kind of dispel some rumor mill that, you know, went around with some of even the police activity. But we do have, we have dispelled some conspiracies. So the whole conspiracy about law enforcement working with militia, pushing protesters down Sheridan Road intentionally to push them into militia, that's not a conspiracy. We dispelled that conspiracy and proved it. That it's wasn't just a conspiracy theory, it's actual truth from body cam video, audio, and then reports written by law enforcement that they were told to intentionally do that from command. We wrote, you know, how many people, how much law enforcement was there and where the fuck these morons were stationed 3 miles away and 5 miles away. And some of these people were sent back to their departments and told they weren't needed even while the fucking city was burning down. So bullshit, right? Bullshit. And you guys didn't know that. You guys didn't know that stuff. And we put that out there for you. And this is thousands of documents, videos, all types of things that we've received so far. What else? I mean, shit, there was a lot of things. So we're talking about testimony and things like that. There's crucial testimony that wasn't given during the Rittenhouse trial, one of which was Jump Kick Man, right? So it's not really known too much because right-wing media outlets took credit for this, but me, identified this motherfucker 7 months before right-wing outlets took credit for it. We didn't publicly talk about it because we were under lock and seal on that. But then after, you know, it was mentioned, we proved that we did this 7 months earlier. His testimony was never heard in fucking court. You guys didn't even know that they identified this motherfucker. The jury didn't even fucking know. And his testimony would have shown that he thought there was an active shooter, which is what kicked off all these people running at Rittenhouse. So it's a juicy piece of, you know, evidence that you guys never heard any of that stuff. You never heard it. Right? And maybe that would have changed your opinion. Maybe it would have changed the jury's verdict. Maybe not. We don't know. But it's still a juicy piece of info that the jury should have been informed that they did identify this guy and heard his testimony. The state, Binger, blocked the fucking testimony. Now, we know what was said in the meeting for reasons I can't say out loud, but we know exactly what was fucking said. And a lot of detail on that. What else? We know that media, even lamestream media, was intentionally fired upon with CS gas and mace balls to disperse us so that we couldn't film certain things once they attacked protesters. A lot of that. We did verify that with the pushing down Sheridan Road, right? Many of us saw Ryan Balsh. He talked about this on a live stream before it happened, that Kenosha came up to him and said, hey, here's the fucking plan, blah, 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 blah. He testified to that. We saw it on the live stream that night. And again, we proved that he wasn't lying, dude. That shit happened. We've talked about there's no way that Kyle Rittenhouse got out of that city without law enforcement knowing who the fuck this kid was. They knew within 3 minutes. We produced the audio scanner from that night. It's why Kenosha shut down their scanner for 2 years, because of me. They just recently brought it back, which we just recently found out. There's tons of stuff, folks. If you really want to know what happened in Kenosha, right? Not just what you watched on live streams, because that was obviously a bunch of fucking chaos, but it is important because that stuff did happen. You saw it live. We can't deny it didn't happen, right? That's important to watch. But our articles, where we release documents, the videos that we have up on the YouTube channel, that is also important because we have proved a lot of things that were conspiracy theories, and we have also corrected a lot of misinformation. There's still fucking morons running around saying that Kyle Rittenhouse came across the border with the G word thing, the item that he carried, the G word. That's obviously, that didn't fucking happen. It's been dispelled and debunked. He got it from his little buddy, Dominic Black, who's just nonstop in trouble in Kenosha for drugs and all type of other shit. But yeah, there's tons of stuff. And I don't want to get too crazy on Kenosha because we're going a little too far on it right now. But we do streams periodically talking about Kenosha stuff. Those are good streams to come and chat with us and ask us some stuff. Because then we can show you, certain videos, timestamps of the videos, talk to you about some of the articles, show you actual documents, witness statements. We did a whole stream on witness statements, people that we didn't even fucking hear testify. Live streamers, like I put an answer in Facebook. There was live stream videos that were never brought into that court case that should have been. And this is why I talk about mine. This is why I talk about Andrew Mercado. This is why I do talk about fucking CJ. If you watched our coverage of the trial, all three of us were losing our shit with testimony. And during breaks, we were showing our own videos saying this guy just fucking testified he's lying. Here's what really happened. So it's weird that they didn't call any of us and it just fit this fucking narrative. And even Binger was not trying to convict Kyle. Okay. So I don't give a fuck who says he was. He wasn't trying to convict Kyle. He was trying to protect the city's liability because the city fucked up. And the city has blood on their hands. And the city did a lot of illegal shit that during that time. We're about to release an article, what truly happened about the curfew, the real story. And that's probably going to get us some fucking hate and death threats coming up too. I don't give a shit. So that's going to be a juicy article. We're going to release that soon to you guys. But not to be braggadocious, but I'm kind of the foremost expert here when it comes to Kenosha because we have the most documents and the most videos. We've compiled the most shit. There's some things in the background that may change your opinion about this little shit down the pipeline. I can't talk about it, but there might be some shit coming. I got asked what my opinion was on certain things. If you want to know what I said during that night, August 25th, 2020, go back and watch my live stream from that night, right? And that's what I can testify to, okay? My opinion on things doesn't matter. What I saw, and my live stream says it. So if you ask me, what my opinion is, what do I think, what would I have testified to if I was called to in the Rittenhouse trial? I would testify to exactly what I filmed and exactly what I saw and verbiage that I said from that night. A lot of people, you know, I don't know, they always wonder this stuff, and my videos are there. Obviously, I know way more shit now, so that changes my opinion. It changes my thoughts. It changes a lot of things because there's things that I know that the general public didn't, that the jury didn't fucking know. So that's kind of that. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's tons of stuff, guys. That's why I keep telling you, like, cross over to these different platforms because we have so much stuff about a lot of different, you know, situations. You know, there's a lot of juicy content. But Kenosha, I can talk about for days and weeks and months and years. It's a 2-year investigation that we're running, and that's not going to stop. That's going to continue until we get all the documents, all the videos. We expose as much as we possibly can. And then, you know, it is what it is, right? That's what we do here. Big, giant investigations so that you guys know the truth, okay? And when it comes to Kenosha, it was obviously very, you know, divisive left and right and militia and protester and all this shit. And that really, that shit really happened, man, right? There was no fucking Antifa that was out there, okay? That's bullshit. Don't believe that, okay? Militia were extremely aggressive. There were pipe bombs found from militia. They knew who the fuck did it. That stuff was never reported to you guys. There was a lot of stuff. Militia was running around kidnapping motherfuckers. That was never reported to you guys. Law enforcement knew militia was slashing protester tires on their vehicles. Never reported. But we outed a Waukesha division supervisor, and Kenosha fucking knew all this stuff. It's crazy, guys. The truth about this stuff is crazy. It will fuck your minds up from what you think you know about Kenosha. That's the best way I can say it. Look at our stuff. When we do streams specifically about Kenosha, which we do every now and again, come and watch our streams. And like, we go deep. We go deep, chat. So that's a great time to ask questions about Kenosha stuff, because we will stop and we will give you the fucking true skinny about Kenosha. We'll show you documents. You know, we put documents in our articles, but there's obviously more because we can't put like 8,000 documents. We'll show you documents, you know, that we've never released, right? There's a cyber attack that happened during that time. Did you guys know that? No, of course you fucking didn't, because nobody talked about it. We're still investigating a cyber attack. What the fuck is this about? There's a lot of stuff, chat, a lot of stuff. But like I said, when we do those streams, that's a great time to really ask, you know, some deep questions. We'll get real deep into it for you guys. But check out our articles. There's tons of Kenosha articles. There's hundreds of videos, thousands and thousands of hours of video. I know it's a lot to take in. People don't usually have 1,000 hours, you know, of fucking time to watch long ass videos. But you know, the stuff is up there. There's juicy stuff. Sometimes even in the comments, they're time stamping certain things. So that's what I can say. Whew, on that, chat. That was a long rant. Let me find another jailhouse snitch for you guys. So feel free to ask a question. We got Dion Hardison that we're gonna play. So this is a snitch that was referred to through testimony that we've seen already. Let me see. He's only got one part, so I don't think we have to sit for hours and hours and hours on one witness. He's only got one part, so this should be okay. Maybe an hour. Let's see. I'll tell you in a second as soon as this commercial is done. But yeah, that's what we do here. Deep investigations. Oh, this dude's only half an hour. Perfect. You know, another thing, and this is a good thing for you guys too, right? So like, even like a lot of you back the blue people, right? We back the badge, we back police, we're pro police. That's cool. I get that. Be pro police. A lot of my family is police, fire, and military. They fucking hate me because of what I do. It is what it is, whatever. We have an article on the history of the thin blue line and why it's about racism and why it's about police brutality. So when you have a fallen officer that got shot in the line of duty and you fly that stupid fucking flag, you're actually not supporting a fallen officer. You're supporting police brutality and fucking racism. And that's what we like to do, that stuff too, where we give you the actual fucking history over these stupid fucking symbols that you people fly. We want you to know what you're actually holding up in the air. And that goes for both sides. But that's a great article. But we did a deep dive. So you heard about Wauwatosa in Dave Thompson's testimony that he's got some charges out there. Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. So Wauwatosa is way worse than Kenosha. They had some civil unrest happen out there, and a lot of legal or illegal shit was happening in Wauwatosa. There are hundreds of lawsuits filed right now. Kimberly Motley is just ripping Wauwatosa apart. I'm one of the journalists ripping Wauwatosa apart. Isaiah Holmes with the Wisconsin Examiners ripping Wauwatosa apart. We did a deep dive 3-part live stream series. It's a lot. It's in depth. That's why it's 3 parts. They held these Martin Luther King Day racist fucking parties in the late 80s, early 90s. And we basically did the history of the MLK parties and basically from there to modern day Wauwatosa, the history of the city and the racism and the bullshit. But we did also talk about in there about when you see like law enforcement in a police involved shooting, right? And then they get promoted, they're, suspended. So there's a lot of like the background stuff of policing in that deep dive. And I'm going to tell you right now, exactly what's happening in Wauwatosa is happening in departments across the entire country. So that is, fucking crazy deep dive shit there. Anywho, here we go, chat. Let's get into it because we're chatting for too long now. But I want to, we like to give you guys the deets, right? The real deets on what's happening. Jamie says the history in good old boy system is deplorable. It is. It is. There's a lot of bullshit. Here we go.
For the record, will you please state your first name and your last name and spell both?
Deon, D-E-O-N, Hardison, H-A-R-D-I-S-O-N.
And Mr. Hardison, you're an inmate in a state correctional facility, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime before?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
13 is up.
Now, Mr. Hardison, at one point, you were incarcerated in the Kenosha County Jail for a while, is that true?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember when you were transported to the Kenosha County Jail, who rode to the jail with you?
A few people.
Do you remember any of their names?
As I can think of, Dillard, I don't know his last name, but a guy Dillard,
Well, the other one doesn't matter, but one of the persons that you rode with was Aaron Dillard, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you and Aaron Dillard housed in the same cell block or different cell block?
Same.
Were there any other inmates in the cell block that you see anywhere in this courtroom today?
Right there.
And I know you're pointed over toward the defense table. Who was seated at the defense table that was in the county jail at the same time that you and Mr. Dillard were? Mark Jenson?
Yes.
And your record show the witness identified the defendant?
I don't believe he has yet.
Okay, well, why don't you stand up and point at the person who was in the county jail with you?
Okay.
And is he seated on the right side or in the middle?
He's wearing the reddish tie.
Pointing at the accused, you may be seated.
So it wasn't Mr. Elby in the county jail with you, it was Mr.
No.
Dillard. Okay. When you were in the county jail with Mr. Dillard and Mr. Jenson, did you ever see Mr. Dillard speaking with Mr. Jenson?
Yes.
And did you ever hear what Mr. Jenson and Mr. Dillard were talking about?
Not completely hear him. but Dillard would come back and try to get me to listen to him talk.
What would Mr. Dillard say to you in order to get you to try to listen to their talk?
Objection, hearsay.
It's not requesting a factual assertion, Your Honor. It's
Yeah, the objections overruled.
He would tell me that he's telling him about his case and everything. He's telling him that he
Objection, it's going to be repeated. Hearsay.
The objection, it doesn't sound like it's being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
And then 90403, it's the same thing, and it's not necessary to tell what happened next.
Read the question again, please.
What would Mr. Dillard say to you in order to get you to try to listen to their talk?
The objection's overruled.
That means you can answer the question, sir. So what did Mr. Dillard say to you in order to try to induce you to try to listen in on the conversation that occurred between Mr. Jenson and Mr. Dillard?
He would tell me that he's telling him about his case, about, that what he did and all this and that, about what happened.
So as a consequence of what Mr. Dillard said to you, did you try to listen in on the conversation between Mr. Dillard and Mr. Jenson?
Yes.
And what efforts would you describe to the jury what you would do in order to try to listen in on the conversation?
I would move to the back of the, he would tell me to go to the back of the little table or whatever, close by him or whatever. But every time I got close by him, he just stopped talking most.
Who would stop talking, Mr. Dillard or Mr. Jenson?
Mr. Jenson.
How many times would you say that Mr. Dillard approached you to make these statements to you about what Mr. Jenson was saying?
A few times, at least from about 3, 4.
Over how long course of period of time? Was this one day or several days?
It was like 2, 3 days. He was talking.
Now, how long were you in this cell block with Mr. Dillard and Mr. Jenson?
A week, around about a week.
And when did these conversations between Mr. Jenson and Mr. Dillard commence?
Basically, soon as we moved over the next day.
So was this the second day you were in the cell block?
Yeah.
And when was the first time that Mr. Dillard came over to you and asked you to try to listen in on the conversation?
That day. The next day.
Now, what I want you to do, to the best of your ability, is tell the jury exactly what Mr. Dillard said to you the first time he approached you.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, if it's confined to what you've already spoken of,
Yes, that's.
I don't see it as hearsay.
For Mr. Dillard to
Say what's been being told to him? It's being.
What? No. That's not what I understand the question to seek out. If it does, then you're correct.
That's what I understand.
Well, that's all I asked the witness is to tell me what it was that Mr. Dillard first said to him as clearly as he, with as much detail as he can, what Mr. Dillard said to him in order to get him to come over and listen in on the conversation. That's the purpose of this examination of this particular witness.
I understand. And
Judge, all that's necessary is Mr. Dillard said something to me, so I moved him back to listen. That's.
No, because it loses the flavor as we're not gonna discuss it further.
Well, it just becomes hearsay then. 90403. Improper bolstering.
Go ahead and answer you can answer the question, so the objections overruled.
Do you want to remember what the question was, sir?
Can you repeat?
Okay, I'll give it another go. Can you remember?
Well, why don't we do this? Before Mr. Jenson said anything, did you have a conversation with Mr. Dillard?
Before he said anything to Dillard?
On the particular occasion we're talking about, before there was any conversation between Mr. Jenson and Mr. Dillard, did Mr. Dillard say anything to you?
No.
Am I misunderstanding what we're talking about?
Well, I don't know if I understood what you were asking about, but
You're not the first person with that.
we might be two ships crossing in the night.
I'll let you ask your own question, but there is some risk here, and I don't want to.
Okay.
Are you still on the same topic you were before about
Yes.
awakening the witness to what was going to happen or what was expected to happen?
All I'm trying to get this witness to describe in as much detail and as accurately as he can is to tell us what it was Mr. Dillard said to him in order to induce him or persuade him to try to come over and listen in on the conversation that was occurring between Mr. Jenson and Mr. Dillard.
You can maybe able to detect from the discussion we're having, I have some degree of apprehension that what you're about to hear may not be something that would be suitable evidence in the case. So keep in mind that whatever you hear, it may be necessary for me to tell you to disregard it. But we just took a break, so I think we're going to be all right, but go ahead. Can you answer the question?
I've asked it 3 times. Do you remember it now, Mr. Hardison?
Yes, he would come and tell me, he was like, he's telling him about.
All right, I can see already we're on a bad road.
I'll just ask another question.
Why don't you do that?
Now, how many times did Mr. Dillard try to get you to come over and listen to these conversations?
Like 3-4 times.
Now, each time that Mr. Dillard would try to get you to come in and listen to the conversations, did you try to move over there and listen into the conversation?
Yes.
And each time that you would try to get in and listen to the conversation, what would happen?
He would just shut down.
Who would shut down, Mr. Dillard or Mr. Jenson?
Mark Jenson.
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I'm starting to hear the answer.
Mark Jenson.
Now, at some point you and Mr. Jenson remained in the cell block after Mr. Dillard had left. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with Mr. Jenson at that point?
Yes, sir.
Tell us anything you can remember about the conversations that occurred between you and Mr. Jenson after Mr. Dillard left the cell block.
We basically just talked about getting his bond back, getting out on bond for him, and how the subject came around about the leg monitor or whatever, or get a bond reduction and get a leg monitor. And we talked about that, the leg monitor, and he was like, he said that he can get out on leg monitor, but then he asked me, he was like, can you leave on leg monitor? And I was like, yeah, you can get a pass to leave on leg monitor. And he was like, well, can you leave on leg monitor? And I was like, yeah, if you want to catch an escape.
Did he give you any further explanation as to what he meant by leaving on a leg monitor?
No.
But you indicated you get an escape if you left on a leg monitor.
Yeah, that's it.
Was there any further discussion that you can recall occurring between you and Mr. Jenson at that time?
No, sir.
Did you ever see anybody picking on Mr. Jenson or bothering Mr. Jenson?
No.
Did Mr. Jenson have any documents or any transcripts or anything of significance in his cell like that you saw?
All his casework was in his cell.
Did you ever see anybody go into Mr. Jenson's cell and start reading that without his permission?
Just his cellie was in there. That was it.
Do you know who his cellie was?
No.
I'm sorry, do you know what?
Do you know who his cellie was? A cellie is his cellmate?
Yes.
And you don't know who his cellmate was?
I don't remember. He had 2.
He had more than one cellmate?
Yeah, when I was there.
Well, where were these cellmates when Mr. Jenson was talking with Mr. Dillard?
They were either be in the room sleep or out watching TV in the front of.
Did you ever see Mr. Jenson and Mr. Dillard talking about the case when there was another person present?
Yes, but I don't remember his name. He got out of jail.
Was it one of Mr. Jenson's cellmates or was it somebody else?
Someone else.
Was it a white person or a black person?
White.
But do you remember his name?
No. While
you were in this cell block with Mr. Jenson and Mr. Dillard, Was there any person other than you who tried to come over and listen in on the conversation going on between Mr. Dillard and Mr. Jensen?
Not that I know of, except for the guy that was in room 6. That's the guy that he talked to most of the time anyway.
The guy in cell 6?
Yeah.
And was that the cell that Mr. Jensen was in, or was he in a different cell?
He was in cell 2.
So there was a person in cell 6 at the time that you and Mr.
He was
Dillard
already there. But
okay. And you remember that person's name?
No.
Was there more than one person in cell 6?
No, it's a one-man cell.
So cell 6 was a one-man cell?
Yeah.
But cell 2 had 3 people in it?
2.
2 people?
One of his cellies left, and another one came. So you bring another one put in there.
Brothers, these are the cases.
All right. What do you guys think of this witness so far? He doesn't seem as irritating as Dillard or Thompson to me. What do you guys think of him so far? See what you guys think about in chat.
I don't have any further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Probably. Mr. Hardison, you have 13 prior convictions.
Yes, sir.
You're in prison now.
Yes, sir.
How long is the sentence you're serving?
3 years. I get out November 12th, 2009.
And you're aware that you can apply for a sentence adjustment?
What is
25% or 15% of your sentence to go, right?
75%?
After you've completed 75 or 85%.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Right, and it would be nice if Mr. Jamboy, your prosecutor, wrote a letter to help you get that sentence adjustment, right?
Well, I wasn't looking forward to that.
You've seen the benefits of cooperation before, right?
Yes.
I mean, another thing that could happen is your lawyer could ask for a sentence modification based on your cooperation, right?
My case is over. Everything is over.
Right, you could come back to court and say, I cooperated, I'd like some time off, right?
Well, you could, but I can put in myself to the judge for a sentence modification. I don't need my lawyer.
Okay, so you might just do that on your own?
Yeah, I could.
And in terms of prior cooperation, in a case in 2005, you were facing 9 counts and over 100 years of possible time, right?
I think so.
And you cooperated and they gave you straight probation, right?
Yes.
And you were only convicted on one of those 9 counts, right?
Yes.
And what happened is after you're in court, you're supposed to go to the probation office, right?
Yes.
But it was too late in the day, so you couldn't go until the next afternoon, right?
Yes.
And you met with your probation officer, right?
Yes.
And you said, I need to go to Arkansas to live with family because I'm scared to be in Kenosha, right?
Yes.
Because you had cooperated and had all that time cut off, right?
Yes, but I already was living there.
Already living in Arkansas.
Yeah, I already had moved.
And she said, well, I can't let you go to Arkansas, but I'll give you a travel permit to Illinois, right?
Yes.
And you said, you said you wanted to go to Illinois just to be safe, right?
Go to my dad's house until the permit was on, until the interstate compact was complete.
And you met with your agent for a couple hours, right?
Yes.
And you told her you wouldn't get in trouble if you went to Illinois, right?
Yes.
And then within 2 hours of leaving that probation office, a police officer came up behind the car you were in, right?
Yes.
Your brother was driving the car.
Yes.
Right? And you were in the passenger seat.
Yes.
And the cop car started to try to pull you over.
Yes.
And you had $4,680, right?
No, I didn't have it.
You had crack cocaine, right?
No, I didn't have it.
And you started giving it to your brother and saying, throw this out the window, I can't get 12 years.
No.
And your brother started throwing crack cocaine out the window, right?
He did.
The very day after you were sentenced, right?
Yes.
And he said it was yours, right?
Yes, but then he made an affidavit before saying that it was his and that I wasn't a party to a crime of anything he committed. But it got overlooked and
He said it. He said it was yours, and that you said, "I'm going to get 12 years. You'll only get paper."
No.
Right? Did he say that?
he said it, yes, but I didn't tell him that.
Right, and that was your crack cocaine that was being thrown out the window.
No,
And well, you were convicted for possessing it, right?
I took a plea for it, yes.
You pled guilty to possessing the crack cocaine,
Yes,
and that's one of the things you're in prison for now.
yes,
And you had that probation that you had in that really good deal with revoked, right?
yes.
Now, you've been convicted. Well, there was one case where an officer pulled you over and it's interesting. You got pulled over and you gave him the name Anthony Nelson, right?
Yes, that was long time.
And the police thought, well, what happened is that you suddenly found out that Anthony Nelson had stolen a car, so that wasn't such a good name to use, right?
No, that's the wrong case.
Well, and then you told them, well, not really Anthony Nelson, I'm really Randall Terrell Williams.
Objection, Your Honor. Object to
Wrong
counsel
case.
using the conjunctive with the next question after the witness has denied the truth of the last question.
I think that's a valid
If I did, that would be wrong. After you did give the officer the name Anthony M. Nelson, right?
I did that before, yes,
And then he found out that you weren't Anthony M. Nelson, right?
yes,
And then you tried telling the same officer that you were Randall Terrell Williams.
yes, yes,
And you got caught doing that too, right?
yes.
So you're convicted twice of obstructing on that, right?
I think it was one construction, obstruction.
And you've also used the names with police officers of Dion Cortez, right?
That's my name,
You're Dion Hardison, right?
Dion Cortez, artist.
All right. And you've used the name of Willie Pope.
Yes,
You've used the name of No Love Hardison.
no,
Do you know why that's on your
it's on my arm. It's a tattoo. I never used it.
Yeah. Back in, do you have any mental health problems, Mr. Hardison?
Had, yes.
I'm sorry?
I had, yes.
You don't have them anymore?
I got treatment for it.
Are you still taking medication?
No,
And you've had hallucinations in the past, right?
in the past, yes,
You've had suffered from delusions,
yes,
right? And you've also in the past told people that you have a very bad memory, right?
in the past when I started stressing out, yes,
And it was your bad memory that caused you not to return from a leave for a funeral, right?
that kind of got misworded because they said gave me a, what do you call it, furlough, but I couldn't get a furlough because I was already on a felony hold from Illinois, and something got mixed up with my lawyer in Illinois and the lawyer in Wisconsin, and I didn't get represented on that right either.
I'm sorry, and I what?
I never got represented on that right either.
So are the 13 convictions you have the fault of your lawyers?
No, not all of them.
Now, you were aware when you were in J Block that there were people looking at Mark's discovery, right?
He was showing people his work
And they-
before. He would show him and talk to him about them.
Okay, other inmates had a chance to read the documents that Mark had in his cell, right?
The only one that I knew of was the guy in cell 6.
Well,
that he showed.
you said that Mark was basically showing people his discovery. Aaron Dillard was looking at his discovery, right?
He was talking to Aaron Dillard about it.
Are you saying Aaron Dillard didn't look at his discovery?
I don't even remember him looking at his discovery.
Okay,
I
so
remember him talking to him about it, and
whatever you were watching, you didn't see Aaron Dillard looking
I didn't
at
see
Mark's
him
discovery.
going in this room looking at his discovery. No.
Okay. And you remember giving a statement that was video recorded?
Video recorded?
With Mr. Jamboys and Miss Gabrielle and the detective?
No. I didn't get no videotape.
Dreaming of changing the world is one thing.
All right. Another commercial, another we can do about commercials, guys. We got some more people coming into chat. Welcome, everybody. How's the football game going? A lot of people bouncing from the game to here. This guy's testimony is not very long, but there's still some other jail people. This dude doesn't really seem to know much. Sounds like he's, corroborated a couple of statements. Doesn't seem to know too much, though. His testimony's almost done.
Do you remember giving a statement to Mr. Jamboys, Miss Gabrielle, and the detective?
I never talked to her.
Oh, maybe,
And I just met him yesterday.
maybe it was just the detective.
At Brown County Jail, yeah.
Detective Miles?
Yeah.
And when you gave that statement to Detective Miles, you told him Mark was going around showing basically everybody on the block, mostly his discovery and his paperwork, right?
I didn't say it like that. We kind of got messed up showing that one guy. That's basically who I meant everyone.
And that's basically what?
Who I meant everyone.
Okay, but you acknowledge that you told Detective Miles
Yes.
in October that he was basically showing everybody.
Yeah.
And you recall that people were stealing Mark's commissary?
Before I came over there, they were saying something about a young kid. The young kids that were over there were acting wild, and they were stealing everybody's commissary. Stole Dillard's commissary.
So after you got there, they stole Dillard's commissary?
Yes.
The very first day?
Yes.
What did Dillard have that they stole, do you recall?
He, all kind of commissary, basically noodles and stuff like that.
And so did they threaten Dillard and take his stuff, or just sneak in and take
No,
it?
they just snuck in Dillard's room and took it.
And were you aware of them taking Mark's stuff?
No.
And that happened a lot, that when people would go on a visit or even go down to the other side of the cell blocks, some of these people would take stuff.
They can't. You can see them if you're in the cell block. You can see if someone goes in your room because it's not that large.
Well, while you were there, like the day after you got there, these two young guys beat a man, right?
Yes.
A guy named Michael Clark, right?
Yes, I think that's his name.
And how would you describe Michael Clark?
Well, I came down with him too. I think he was one of the guys came on the red too. He's an older guy. He's kind of calm about things and everything. He didn't get into no trouble like that.
Clark is just a calm guy, you said?
He's calm.
And he was kind of an older white guy?
Yes.
And these two young guys wanted to take his food, right?
Yes.
His lunch, was it?
I think that was lunch.
And he resisted them, right?
Yes.
And what they did is they filled a sock full of dominoes and beat him.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe there's any foundation for this witness to be testifying about this. I don't believe this privilege is there.
I'll ask a question.
Go ahead.
And everybody in the cell block knew this was going on, right?
Yes, they see.
Because it made a huge commotion, right?
Yes.
And nobody stepped in to help Mr. Clark.
Again, I object, there's no foundation for
Well, the critical point is whether this is something that was commonly known. And when you say it's widely known, I suppose,
So everybody
unless
knew.
it's known by the accused, it's irrelevant.
Well, I mean, everybody in the block knew. You have what, 10 people in that cell block?
Something like that, yeah.
Right. And every one of those people knew that these two guys are beating Michael Clark.
That they jumped on him for
Right.
a few minutes, yes.
Right. Mr. Jenson knew that, right?
Yes.
And they were beating him with the dominoes, right?
Yes.
And they beat him so hard that the sock broke open and the dominoes went everywhere.
Yes.
And then they beat him with a bar of soap in the sock, right?
I didn't see no soap.
And then after a little while, a guard came, right?
Yes.
And Michael Clark was bleeding.
Yes.
And Michael Clark tried to tell the guard about what had happened to him, right?
Yes.
And then one of these guys who had been beating him, when he started to tell what happened, he rushed in again and started beating him again right in front of the guard.
Again, objection, I don't see the relevance of this. This is also happening to inmate Clark. How is this relevant?
Overruled.
Right?
Yes.
And that was frightening to people in the cell block?
Yeah.
It was frightening to you, right?
Yeah.
It didn't feel like you were very well protected in there, did it?
Well, no, not really, no.
And it also, you knew from that if you told that somebody beat you, you might get another beating, right?
If
you told, like Michael Clark started to tell the guard, and then they came and gave him another beating.
The young boy jumped on him in front of the guard.
And you had heard around the cell block that these people had beaten Mark before, right?
I heard when I came in that he got into it with the little young boy or whatever, but it wasn't out there like that. No.
Okay. Now, during that interview with Detective Miles, you said something about still taking depression pills?
No, I haven't taken those in years. I didn't say I still took them.
And at bottom of page.
Well, I'm not sure that, what this depression would have to do. Hallucination's quite another matter. But I don't think a general inquiry into mental health is relevant.
And I was following up, you indicated he wasn't taking medication, and it sounds like he was.
Depends on the nature of the malady.
Schroeder didn't protect Dave Thompson's mental health issues. He protected this kid.
Ultimately,
well, and it would depend on the nature of the medication too. Go ahead.
Shut up, Schroeder.
Well, are you telling us right now that you weren't on medication?
No.
No, you're not telling him, or no, I wasn't on medication?
I wasn't on medication.
Didn't you tell the detective that you were?
No.
And ultimately, you never heard Mark Jenson confess to anything, right?
No.
Correct? Yeah, I'm correct. You never heard that.
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hardison. That's all.
Any?
Mr. Hardison, did you ever ask me for any benefit at all in exchange for your testimony?
No.
Have I ever offered you anything in exchange for your testimony? Nothing further.
Mr. Hardison, along those lines, did you meet with the prosecutor last night?
Yes.
How long did you meet with him for?
Just few minutes, not that long.
And you're aware, again, if people are happy with your job here, you can ask the court to reduce your sentence, right?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Thank you. That's all.
I have nothing further.
You may sit down, sir.
Woof. All right. So another jailhouse snitch down. Marissa, welcome to the stream. Marissa came in and was like, what in the F are we watching? She was confused. I got people texting me. I think I gotta look at this because I just posted not the answer I wanted. Okay. I posted the witness list for the state since we talked about that. Certain addresses, I was a little concerned about this. I was trying to like redact shit, and then I'm like, I don't think I have to do this. And then I got nervous again reading the rest of the document, and I was like, oh shit. But then I looked at it and I'm like, wait, this is a public document, so it's fine. And the victims, anyone that would be like a direct victim, their addresses are not on the witness list. That's what I was concerned about. I was like, fuck, dude. Because I started seeing all the Marcy's Law stuff on here, and I was like, oh my God, bro. Like, and then I deleted my post. And then I was sitting here trying to redact all. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? So anyone that's a direct victim involved in this thing, their address is not on the witness list. This is the thing. I hate doing this shit, chat. I don't like doing it. I did it for you guys. This is why I normally don't like streaming, even voir dire. Like I'll stream it if they're playing it, but then I mute it a lot, because I can anticipate an answer coming that might identify somebody, and then I mute it, and then obviously chat gets mad at me. When they do the witness stuff, when they because a lot of times this is all live, and they list off all the witnesses, and they did this to us during the Rittenhouse trial, and then as soon as my name was mentioned, here come all the death threats again. So when they do the witness stuff, I don't, I mute that shit. I'm posting the stuff for you guys, chat. So that the state's witness list is up on the NSM News Updates Facebook page. I might wait to reveal. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to wait to reveal the defense witness list, even though you guys in chat saw it today. I'm going to wait to post it on the Facebook page until the state rests and the defense presents their case. So Marissa says, I love this guy. He curses like me. Marissa, you remember when I say something that makes you angry or you disagree with me, that you made this comment here that you love me. All right. Let me find another jailhouse snitch for you guys. There's a lot of snitches, guys, that jumped on this fucking case. So we have Nathaniel Clanton. He's going to be coming up here next. What did you guys think about the last one? I thought he was okay, this last kid. I'm not angry with him. I can't say that he, is a liar or telling the truth. Will you marry me? Shit. Man, that's the first proposal I've gotten live. God. I'm going to be honest. I'm probably not a good, I've been married twice. I'm not a good husband. I'll tell you. And unless you like, here's the thing. Somebody asked me the other day, am I single? And I was like, yeah, I'm single. And then just moved on. And I was thinking about this yesterday. I went for a walk. I was talking to one of the viewers. We were chatting, and not about dating stuff. Let me just clarify that real quick. Not about dating stuff. We were chatting about journalism and lamestream media compared to independence, and then like shit that I've been through doing the journalism stuff. So we're chatting, and I was thinking about like on the dating stuff as I was coming back home, because I had made like some reference to Tinder or something, and I was thinking about it because I've gotten asked this question many times. Here's my answer, right? If you're a Republican, we're probably not fucking dating. If you are just like traditional conservative, you even use that word, we're probably not dating. Okay? If you're a fucking far right extremist, we are definitely not dating. If you are a protester on the left, I've dated some, we don't get along, we argue about a bunch of shit. I lost actually a great relationship because of too many fucking arguments. We're probably not fucking dating. If you are a communist, we are not fucking dating. If you are all for like pure socialism, we are not fucking dating. Okay? If you're like far left fucking radical extremist, we're definitely not fucking dating. If you are against capitalism, we are probably not fucking dating. Now, I can be against capitalism when it comes to like Amazon and Walmart and all this. I get it. I get it. Big pharma and all that. I get it. It's bad shit. I understand. But if you're like business owners are bad, we'll break up. We'll probably end up murdering each other because I'm a fucking business owner. So it's just going to be a giant argument. And then I don't even want to look at you anymore. You don't want to look at me. We're probably not fucking dating. Boss is laughing over on YouTube. So is Jay Bean. Everyone's fucking laughing. This is the truth though. It's the truth. We're not dating. If you tell me that business owners suck and they're evil people, we're not dating. It's just not, I'm a business owner. That means that fundamentally you don't like me to begin with. And then you're not welcome in my bedroom. You're not even a porch friend. Just go away. So we narrow down the selection. Here's how it is. And this is why I'm just forever single, right? I'm a long distance hiker. I like to travel. I like to be on mountains. I like to be on trails that are hundreds of miles long. If you're into that, that's a bonus for you. Okay? That's a bonus. If you're digging the van life and you know how to wash up in a river, that's another notch for you. You're one step above. Okay? If you like eating trail mix and cooking, trail meals, we're down, bro. That's a bonus. Okay? If you like to be out on trail, perfect. You like hiking, you like bike packing, camping, all of that. Fishing, let's do it. Right? That puts you on the list, but it narrows down my selections. Okay? If you're a little vanilla but a little not vanilla. All right? Rihanna's whips and chains excite me. Puts you on the list a little bit higher. Perfect. I love it. I'm down. Let's fucking go 50 Shades of Grey. Not the abusive, psycho, creepy, stalker, manipulative Christian Grey, 50 Shades of Grey abusive, but some Rihanna whips and chains. We can roll with it. That's where we're at. So, are you still proposing to me? That's the question. Or did we already get divorced? There you go, chat. Told you we're honest on here. We're transparent. Roxy says, Marissa, y'all can date, y'all just can't talk. It's true. There's a lot of not talking. Let me read this comment. As long as you shower daily. I mean, when I'm sitting here doing fucking streams for 15 hours, and then back in the morning, there's probably not a shower. But if I had a, beautiful person here in the house, I probably wouldn't be streaming for fucking 16 hours. And then, yeah, there'd be a shower there for sure. But when I'm hiking, there's not showering every day. It's washing washing up with a fucking baby wipe. And sometimes even that's a fucking stretch. When you're on the trail, a lot of things go.
I didn't do it. I'd say, no, I didn't. I don't think that we're offering it as a statement for the truth of the matter asserted, because we recognize
I don't
Nathaniel
think
Clanton
you
was
guys
not
could
a
handle me.
witness to the actual homicide in this case. It was simply
I'm a
an
lot.
accusation.
Let me just tell
of
you.
Nathaniel Clanton. And then the question is for the jury, well, what kind of a response is that for a person?
All right, they're talking about this guy's background. I'm a lot, chat. I'm a lot to handle. I'm fucking high maintenance, even though I say I'm not, but I am. Here's the other thing too. You gotta live like minimalist. Like I get a lot of my chat, especially on YouTube, because they'll see me like I'll be eating like my dinner out of like my hiking bowl. They've seen me cook shit. If I travel somewhere, I bring my hiking cookware stuff and like I'm cooking in the hotel room as if I'm on trail. That's like, and chat just laughs at me. They're like, damn, bro, like you're fucking legit. Like you talk about hiking, but you still do this shit when you're just in the house. Yeah, I don't like stuff. I don't like stuff. I gave up stuff a long time ago. I don't like it. It fucking bothers me. I still have too much shit here. I've been trying to give shit away to people, and I don't like stuff. It's irritating to me. So if I can fit it in a backpack, then we're down.
You're a liar and you're a crook. And I just
I do cook
and get into an argument with him.
I have
Am I
legitimate like
admitting
chef
anything?
knives
And I don't think that any reasonable juror would look at that and think that you were.
I'm a wicked ass fucking cook.
No, I don't think this is, I understand what you're saying, and I think that this is too dangerous for admission.
It says my dream home is in a bed down by the river. I
have
like
to
it.
talk with Nathaniel Clanton before
Marissa is
the
in the
jury's
running.
allowed to view him, because he won't know that he's not supposed to say that. So,
If I can use an air
Would you guys
fryer,
like to come in?
that's not fucking.
Nathaniel in the back there right now.
That is vulgarity in the fucking chef world, ladies. An air fryer. How about I just fry some stuff legit?
Mr. Clanton, Ms. Gabrielle and I and the defense counsel have gone through your prior criminal history, and we've come up, it appears that there are 10 previous criminal convictions. Would you agree with that number?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're asked the following question, have you ever been convicted of a crime? You would understand the answer to be yes, and if you're asked how many times, you would understand the answer to be 10?
Yes.
Okay. Then we're ready to go, Your Honor.
All right, would you ask the jury to come in, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, sir, will you please state your name and spell your last name?
Nathaniel Clanton, Clanton.
We probably
And
should have
Mr. Clanton, are you presently an inmate
They didn't
in
really
a correctional
tell
facility?
too much, but I'm sure.
Yes.
Is that a state or a federal correctional facility?
I'm sure Albie
And
will challenge him. Oh, he's
have you
another
ever been
Fed inmate.
have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
How many times?
10.
And what are you serving time for right now,
Excuse
sir?
me, I'm not earning my keep. I forgot to swear the witness. And
And Kevin
fortunately, one of the
Rollerskate?
officers.
Yeah,
I appreciate the officer's diligence.
yeah, yeah, I can.
Would you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
I learned how to
Yes.
skateboard in California.
Thank you, officer.
I just went to
Everything you said
Cali
and said is the
last
truth
summer,
also, right?
and I went to Oregon.
Yeah.
You guys can
Yeah,
watch.
sure.
Let me just pause this. I'm fucking yelling.
You can-
Oops, shit. I'm yelling over testimony. Fuck me. Click the wrong button. You guys can watch my hiking videos. That's up on the YouTube channel too. You can see all that. That is all up there. I'll try to find a video for you guys that is fun. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let's just pause. I gotta take a fucking mental break here for a minute. It's fucking all day goddamn trials. It's making me crazy. Let me see if I can find something. You guys want to laugh? I'll give you a good laugh real quick. Let me see if I can find it here. Yes. Yes, here it is. Let me just stop screen sharing this for a second. You guys want to laugh? This will make you guys laugh. So when I went to Portland, I hiked I hiked the Timberline Trail, which is 41.5 miles. It circumnavigates the base of Mount Hood. By far the most dangerous hike I've ever done. I made some really stupid, sketchy fucking decisions on this hike. And I had to climb down like 100-foot cliff. I had to cross a fucking dangerous river in the dark. It was scary. It was really fucked up. But so this is actually my hiking channel for those of you that are curious. This is my hiking channel. So yeah, like all my hikes are on here, and some gear reviews and recipes for the trail, whatever. I don't know. I should probably post way more content. But anyway, so I filmed my hikes, and I filmed the whole Timberline Trail, right? That's these videos here. Anything with the Snow Goose logo. But I did a blooper reel because it was funny as fuck. So let me get this for you guys. So this is the bloopers. This is funny. This is all like my trips and falls and literally falling on my fucking face. We'll just to break the monotony up of the fucking jail witnesses for a minute because my fucking eyes are bleeding. I'm out of fucking cigarettes. We're broke. I need to make more coffee is what I need to do. All right, here we go. You guys want to chuckle, make fun of Kevin? Here you go. This is my buddy Justin. He was with me on the trip for the first day and then had to bail because he got altitude sickness.
40 miles, dude.
What do you think so far, JK?
I think my back hurts already.
I like it,
gonna get
Marissa.
worse. By the last
That
day,
sounds all right.
I feel like there's a fucking knife in my back.
Yeah.
Right between my shoulder blades.
I totally got that on camera. Yeah. Wasn't sure if you were adjusting your pack or adjusting a wedgie. I dropped my phone. Well, they didn't want that to happen. Oh, fuck. Maybe this wasn't the trail to kill these shoes on. Watch this, chat. Watch this. You ready to laugh your asses off? Oh. Yeah, I was trying to back up so I could film you. Here, I snapped a picture of you talking to Honey Bunny. He had to call this girl from the trail. Oh shit.
I saw that.
Could have been catastrophic. Broken ankle. Oh. Oh, watch careful here. It's bad. I got no fucking tread on my shoes.
Yeah, I can tell on that one.
Oosh. This is all I do. All
Almost
I do
ain't
is
shit there.
I just trip and fall constantly when I hike, dude. It's so bad. Oof. Of course, as soon as I turn the camera on, I trip. Oof. So I'm really trying to push out as many miles as possible and not. Oh, Chippy, don't do that, dude. You scare the bejesus out of me. Fucking chipmunk. To be fair, there's mountain lions where I was at, and I was in like mountain lion area. A lot of video. And the chipmunk scared the shit out of me. A lot of choking. Quite a few F-bombs. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, dude. That's the best one. That shit. I just laugh every fucking time. Oh, my God, chat. Did you see that? I ate shit. I literally, chat, I fell. So there was an incline that was like knee level, and I'm holding my phone filming and not paying attention that I have to step up, and I literally knees into the fucking dirt, literally fell flat on my face. It was the funniest shit, chat. So funny. All right, anyway, hope that made you guys laugh. Broke up the monotony here.
And I think that this is too dangerous for admission.
Okay.
So that would have to be.
Well, Your Honor, I need to talk with Nathaniel Platinum before the jury's allowed to view him, because he won't know that he's not supposed to say that. So,
Would you ask Mr. Pines to come in, please?
Nathaniel in the back there right now?
Do you want to see him in private?
Well, I need to talk to him, so
Either way, I don't care.
okay. Why don't you and Mr. Elby talk about the prior convictions and whatever you come up with as findings? Mr. Clanton, Ms. Gabrielle and I and the defense counsel have gone through your prior criminal history, and we've come up, it appears that there are 10 previous criminal convictions. Would you agree with that number?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're asked the following question, have you ever been convicted of a crime? You would understand the answer to be yes, and if you're asked how many times, you would understand the answer to be 10?
Yes.
Okay. Then we're ready to go, Your Honor.
All right. Would you ask the jury to come in, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, sir, will you please state your name and spell your last name?
Nathaniel Clanton, Clanton.
And Mr. Clanton, are you presently an inmate in a correctional facility?
Yes.
Is that a state or a federal correctional facility?
Federal.
And have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
How many times?
10.
And what are you serving time for right now, sir?
Excuse me, I'm not earning my keep. I forgot to swear the witness. And fortunately, one of the officers got good judgment.
I appreciate the officer's diligence, Your Honor.
Senator Palpatine.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, officer.
Everything you just kept on saying is the truth also, right?
Well, I appreciate it.
Yes.
Yeah, start over.
Okay. For the record, please state your name and spell your last name.
Nathaniel Clanton, Clanton.
And you're presently an inmate in a federal correctional facility?
Yes.
What are you serving time for right now?
Crack cocaine.
Possession or possession with intent to deliver, or delivery what
Delivery.
Delivery of crack cocaine?
Yes.
So you're present, and how much time do you have left to serve in your prison term?
12 years.
And so you've been convicted of crimes in the past?
Yes.
How many times? How many crimes, I should say?
10.
Have you been offered anything in exchange for your testimony in this case?
No.
Have I talked to you about providing you anything in exchange for your testimony in this case?
No.
Have you gotten any time off your prison term?
No.
Have you been offered any time off your prison term?
No.
Do I have any authority to provide you any time off your prison term?
No.
How is it that, do you know a person named Mark Jenson?
Yes.
Could you point to Mark Jenson if you see him anywhere in this courtroom and describe what he's wearing?
Yes.
Okay, point to him, describe what he's wearing.
He's wearing a suit.
Okay, there's a table to the left of me, and there's 3 people at that table. Where is he sitting at that table?
In the middle.
Okay, Your Honor, across the... Thank you. Tell the jury the circumstances under which you first came to see or know of Mark Jenson.
I met Mark Jenson in Kenosha County Jail. I've been in Kenosha County Jail almost 6 months. I was in J Block with him, and I was there for like a month and a half with him.
Okay, who was in J Block first, you or him?
Mark, Mr. Jenson.
So when you first came to J Block, Mr. Jenson was already there?
Yes.
When you first got to J Block, did you know who Mr. Jenson was?
No.
And once you were in J Block, did you have occasion to speak with him at all?
Time, not frequently.
At the time that you were in J Block with Mr. Jenson, was there a time that Mr. David Thompson came into J Block?
Like a month later, after me.
So you'd been in J Block with Mr. Jenson for almost a month before Mr. Thompson got there?
Yes.
Now, in the month before Mr. Thompson got there, how often would you speak with Mr. Jenson?
Rarely, not that much.
And were you able to observe Mr. Jenson and his interactions with other inmates in the facility?
Yes, everybody, pretty much. Be aware of my surroundings.
Okay, and did you observe whether or not Mr. Jenson spoke with other inmates in the facility in J Block?
Yes.
Describe whatever interaction you saw between Mr. Jenson and other inmates in the cell block.
He pretty much, talk about his case with certain individuals, show him his court reports and things like that.
Did he ever try to talk to you about his case or show you his court reports?
No, I wouldn't want to look at him.
Well, when you say you don't want to look at it, you didn't want to look at it.
I wasn't interested, yeah.
So he tried to show them to you?
No, not offhand, no.
He never did, okay.
No.
Tell us what happened when David Thompson came into J Block.
Him and Mr. Thompson and Mr. Jenson was, started getting along for what apparent reason, I don't know. They was talking, they started getting to know one another, filling each other out. And what I mean by that, they was knowing each other, They had their moments, I guess.
So you saw Mr. Jenson and Mr. Thompson talking with each other?
Yes.
And when you saw Mr. Jenson, Mr. Thompson talking with each other, did you see any other inmates involved in that conversation, or was it just Mr. Jenson and Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Jenson and Mr. Thomas.
And did you ever involve yourself in those conversations between Mr. Jenson and Mr. Thompson?
No.
Did you hear what Mr. Jenson and Mr. Thompson were talking about?
Not really, no. They usually be off to themselves when they was communicating.
Did you ever come to learn from either Mr. Jenson or Mr. Thompson what Mr. Jenson and Mr. Thompson were talking about?
Later on.
Okay, who told you about it?
Jenson brought it to my attention first.
Okay, tell us about that conversation. Did that occur when Mr. Thompson was still there, or had Mr. Thompson left J Block?
I think he left J Block.
Okay, so tell us what happened after Mr. Thompson left J Block.
One day, me and another inmate was looking out the window talking, and Mr. Jenson came up, and he was asking me about his situation. That Thompson, I guess, had made a offer to him, and he had explained to me what it was, and I told him he was stupid for doing it.
Okay, what was the offer that Mr. Jenson described to you that Mr. Thompson had made to Mr. Jenson?
He can make one of his witnesses disappear.
So, and this is Mr. Jenson describing this to you?
Yes.
And did Mr. Jenson say anything more about it than that? Tell the jury, if you can, exactly what it was that Mr. Jenson said to you about this discussion.
Mr. Jenson was explaining to me that him and Mr. Thompson was talking about a particular witness that was on this case that lived in another county outside of Kenosha. And I guess, from my understanding, that the witness had testified against him and got his bond or something revoked from him to come back to jail. And I guess he was mad about that. And the way he was explaining, like he was a major factor in his case, because if the individual came the first time and testified on that he'll come again today or whatever and do the same thing. So I guess he was explaining that to Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson brought an offer to him, was stating that, well, you give me his name and where he stayed, you know, I'll make something happen. I'll make him disappear, whatever. And after that, he left. Mr. Thompson had left and went to Chicago to take care of his business. And Jenson came up and asked me about it, and I told him he was stupid if he do it. Because I didn't think that was cool of doing that. If you feel you got confidence that you can beat your case fair and square, why would you need somebody to take a witness out? To make. And
how did Mr. Jenson respond, if at all, to your advice?
Right. I hope he did.
Did you have any further conversation with Mr. Jenson at that point?
No.
Did you and Mr. Excuse me, just hold.
Sunday nights, see the world.
All right, what do you guys feel about this guy so far? You guys think that all these jail snitches are just case jumpers? Do you think there's some credibility to some of them?
Discussions between himself and Mr. Thompson. Did he give you the impression that he'd made up his mind one way or another as to what he was going to do?
Yeah, I think he did.
What was it? Was it your impression he made up his mind that he was going to do?
Yeah, he might have gone take up Mr. Thompson's offer. Because the way he made it seem like Thompson knew what he was doing, because I guess he told me he beat a couple cases before then. That was prior to the cases he was on now.
I object to the hearsay.
I'm not sure. Well, Your Honor, it's being offered to indicate that the defendant was seriously considering this. Not
I'm going to sustain the objection. You go ahead and ask a question, and you can develop whatever.
Okay. Well, tell me, Mr. Clanton, what was it about the statements that Mr. Jenson was making to you that caused you to believe that Mr. Jenson was seriously considering this offer that had been put to him by Mr. Thompson?
Because Mr. Thompson and Jenson was always together the couple weeks that he was there, and they was always together talking by themselves. There was never nobody around when he was talking.
And then after Mr. Thompson had left and Mr. Jenson was speaking to you, what was it about that conversation? What was it about the things that Mr. Jenson said in that conversation that caused you to believe that Mr. Jenson was seriously considering this offer from Mr. Thompson?
He was pretty much like he had second doubts about it, about his situation.
About the case or about the offer?
About his case.
Were there any further discussions that occurred between you and Mr. Jenson concerning Mr. Jenson's case after Mr. Thompson had left?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Thompson intimidate or threaten Mr. Jenson?
No.
Did you have the impression Mr. Jenson was afraid of Mr. Thompson or anybody else in the cell block?
No, not really. I don't think he should have been afraid of nobody. It didn't seem like it at the time. I don't know, but I'm not going to say.
Well, if you didn't see something.
I can't speak on it.
Yeah, Mr. Clinton, I'll just tell you, because in court, if you didn't see it or if you don't have firsthand knowledge, I'm not going to ask you about it.
All right.
So from your firsthand knowledge or from what you observed, you never saw any evidence that Mr. Jenson was being threatened or harassed or intimidated by Mr. Thompson or any other inmate in the J block?
No.
And you were there for about how long a period of time with Mr. Jenson?
Like a month and a half.
Now, during the period of time, did Mr. Jenson strike you as being very reluctant to share his case or share details of his case with other inmates?
Yeah.
He was reluctant to do that, or he was willing to do that?
He was willing to do that.
Okay. And did you see him talking about his case with other inmates?
Yeah, the numerous times.
Can you tell us some of the other inmates that you saw him talking to?
I don't know, like last names, but they had aliases they was using in there.
Okay, well, tell us the aliases if you know.
There's one name. It says we call him Bin Laden because it's the way he looked, which is crazy. But he was sharing his information with him. You know, he'll break out with his paperwork and show him, and he'll read it. You know, then he'll talk about it, and I asked him a few questions about it. And then it was
You asked him a few questions about it.
Bin Laden, yeah.
Okay.
And then it was a couple more times that a couple other individuals, they just came in like weekend warriors. You know, they're there for the weekend and they go home. And he was showing them his information with him, his paperwork and everything with him. And that was it. And people that was coming in.
Okay, thank you. I don't have further questions, Mr. Clanton.
All right.
Cross-examine.
Mr. Clanton, you indicated that you're serving a federal sentence right now.
Yes, I am.
And that was, you were convicted on one count of distribution of crack cocaine, right?
Yes.
You were charged with another that was dismissed as part of your plea agreement, right?
Yes.
And they had evidence that you had distributed crack cocaine on a number of other occasions, right?
Yes.
You indicated that you have about, I think you said 12 years left on your sentence?
Yes.
Now, my information was that you had been sentenced to 212 months, and that was
17 years.
Just about a year ago?
Yeah.
And how do you come up with the 12?
You do 85% of your time. And that's what the calculators come to 13 years.
With the time you've done and your sentence credit and the good time, you figure you have 12 left.
Yes.
But you're hoping not to serve all 12, right?
If it's a new system, I mean, if it's hopefully something goes for this crack law thing, yeah, I'm hoping I can do it.
Well, you're also hoping that your testimony in this case will help you go below 12, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer, Mr. Lieberman here, he's here to help follow up on that, right?
Yes.
And you've also, why were you in the Kenosha County Jail?
Because I had some other federal affairs I had to take care of that pertains to my case.
Federal charges against you?
Yeah. Yeah.
You had other federal charges?
No, sir. No, I ain't had no other federal charges against me. No.
You were in Kenosha so you could cooperate against other people, right?
Yes.
And because you know that you can go back to the judge and ask him for less time by cooperation, right?
Yes.
And you want to use that cooperation and the cooperation in this case to try to reduce your sentence, Mr. Clanton.
Yes. Yeah.
And you know that the only way that you can help yourself is by helping the prosecutor, right?
No.
Well, if you helped Mr. Jenson, I couldn't go to the judge and ask for less time. That wouldn't get you anything, would it?
No.
Right? You agree with that?
Yes. No.
Okay. You have 10 prior convictions?
Yes.
Your first conviction is for an armed robbery, is that right?
Yes.
And then you've had a number of battery cases?
Yes.
You had a case involving an Erica Jones, right?
Yes.
You broke in her door?
Yes.
You punched her in the nose, breaking her nose?
Yes.
Alice Jones said she was going to call the police, and you said you'd kill her if she called the police?
No, I don't recall that one.
During that same incident, after you broke the door and broke Erica Jones' nose, you don't recall telling Alice Jones that you'd kill her?
No.
Are you saying it didn't happen, or you just don't recall?
I just don't recall that part.
Was Alice Jones there?
Yeah, her mom was there.
And then Erica Jones' child was there as well, right?
Yeah, my son.
And he also was hurt in this incident, right?
Not that I know of, no.
Well, do you recall kicking a bassinet over and knocking your son to the ground, causing some bumps?
No,
Are you saying that didn't happen, or you just don't recall?
it didn't happen.
You remember being charged with that, though, right?
Yes, a battery.
Come be a
All right. Darlene says on Facebook she knows Erica. Why do you know too many people? Because you're from the area, dude. That's why. Kenosha is so goddamn small. It's not even funny. Here's how Kenosha works. If you dated somebody in Kenosha, odds are 10 of your friends dated the same person. You know, it seems like Kenosha is big because there's like 100,000 people, but it's got the very small town vibe to it. Very small townish.
And by the way, when you were sentenced to 212 months, it was by Judge Shabazz in Madison,
Yes,
and the prosecutor was only recommending 188 months, right?
yes,
And Judge Shabazz went over what the recommendation was, correct?
yes,
And that's something judges can do in the federal system, is they can go beyond what the prosecutor recommends, true?
yes,
And that's what happened to you, right?
yes,
And then there was a LaShawn Sheldon, remember her?
yes.
And you beat her too, right?
I beat her.
Well, do you remember having an argument about what she was wearing?
Yes,
You said, if you want to dress like that, I'll treat you like one.
yes,
And you grabbed her by the shirt, right?
yes,
Took her in the bathroom,
yes,
grabbed her on the neck,
yes.
choked her.
No, I ain't joking.
While choking her, you said, I'll do anything I can to kill you.
No,
Tried to punch her in the right side of her neck.
no, no. I don't recall all that.
That was in your pre-sentence report in the federal case, wasn't it, Mr. Clanton?
I probably didn't read that part. Most of the things in my PSI I didn't even pay attention to.
Well, you were asked if there was any corrections you needed to make in that pre-sentence report, right?
Yes,
And you didn't have any corrections, true?
yes,
And you had indicated that you went through that with your lawyer, true?
yes,
Mr. Clanton, you said Mark Jenson talked about his case with other people, right?
yes.
And he showed them, for example, some police reports, right?
Police reports, some of his also some documents that to read, that pretty much you can read his file. He had his file in there.
He had like stacks of files in his cell, right?
Yes.
Lots and lots of papers.
Yeah, he had 2 bins full, yeah.
I mean, like a couple foot high stacks of papers, right?
No, there was 2 bins full.
Yeah, what's a bin?
Like a foot tall, foot high. Right?
Okay, so you had a couple feet of papers, right?
Yes.
And when he'd show people his papers, he'd say, basically, this is crazy, right?
Explain his side of the situation, yeah.
Right. And there's nothing wrong with telling people you didn't do something or explaining why the reports are messed up, right?
You're right. Right?
Except that it's not very smart to do when you're in a jail, is it?
No, it's not smart.
And you know that if you talk about your case with people, that someone may use it against you, right?
Yes.
And when you say use it against you, they may take information they get and then twist it and add some lies and then use it against you, right?
Yes.
You're aware of that kind of thing happening?
Yes.
Happens quite a bit, doesn't it?
Yes.
And
you're also worried about having your papers taken and looked at, even if you don't show them to people, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Because if somebody reads those police reports and then they know the names of a couple of the witnesses against you, well, all they have to do is just add a couple of little lies to it, and it looks like you're confessing to something you didn't do, right?
Right.
And I think another thing you've mentioned is that if you just kind of tick somebody off, they may use the information they got from you against you, right?
I guess.
I mean, like if you refuse to share your lunch with them or failed to share canteen with them, they may respond by saying, I'll stick you, right?
If you're intimidated by them, yeah, I guess.
But you recall telling you had a recorded interview, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall saying at that time, this is page 4, if you don't treat them right, meaning someone else who you've talked to or whatever, basically it would be like canteen floating around and you ask for something and you say no, then they like, okay, you want this all to get out? And you pretended to write something down and then send it in. I mean, you were explaining that if you turn down somebody for canteen they're demanding, they may turn against you with the information they have, right?
So no, I can't agree with that one. So what you saying is that it's like I have a thing is you give people respect, you get respect back. Now, as far as somebody just like, okay, you don't give me no canteen when I ask for it, or you don't give me nothing off your tray, okay, I got something for you. That's stupid. That's seriously, that's stupid.
Well, I'm just looking at what you had to say in your recorded interview.
Right. That's what I meant by that. I meant,
Which one is that? What page number?
Page 4.
You don't have it.
This guy seems all right so far to me, I guess. I don't know. I don't like all these jailhouse snitches. I do think, honestly, there's probably some conversation, but I think a lot of them jumped on this
And do you
case
recall saying that about the
paperwork.
canteen and you've just changed your mind, or you think that I
no,
just
the canteen
misunderstood?
situation, yeah, misunderstood, because what I meant by that, but is you treat people with respect, people will respect you.
Okay.
As far as taking somebody, you offer somebody ask like, man, let me get a candy bar or something, and you tell me no, okay, no, it's no. But in some other people don't look at it like that though either.
There are some people who take no for canteen respond with a punch in the face or something.
That or probably like you say, write a note in or something.
No, so they may try to set you up for something if you don't give them canteen.
Yeah, they'll do that too.
But you think the greater danger would be that if you share your information with somebody, that they can use it against you to get themselves a deal.
Yes.
Yeah, hell yeah, little case jumpers.
And so you thought that was pretty stupid of Mr. Jensen to let people look at his stuff.
Yes.
You indicated, Mr. Clanton, that you did not hear any conversation between Mr. Thompson and Mr. Jensen?
No. Yes.
That's correct. Did you see Mr. Thompson shove or hit Mr. Jensen?
No.
I take it that could happen at some point without you seeing it?
Yes. When you ain't paying attention to it or whatever situation occurred, huh?
You came in on August 16th, is that right?
Yes.
And when you came in, did you right away hear about an altercation that had happened the day before in that J block?
No.
You didn't hear anything about two guys beating up Michael Clark?
No.
And you think Mr. Thompson was there for 2 weeks with
About
Mr.
2
Jensen?
weeks. Yeah, about 2 weeks.
In J block?
Yes.
And your understanding was that to get rid of a witness, Mr. Thompson's offer was $100,000.
Yes.
And Mr. Jensen never told you he accepted any offer, right?
Thinking about it. That's what he said. He was talking to me. He was on my side when he was talking to me, when he approached me about his situation. Because I was talking to another individual. We were just discussing other things. And he came and approached me and was asking me about it.
Was that other individual there?
Yes.
Who's that?
His name Bernard Bush.
And
I'm sorry, what was the first name?
Bernard.
Bernard Bush? Okay.
And he simply told you that Mr. Thompson had approached him with an offer, right?
Yes.
And he hadn't done anything about it, right?
Not right then and there, no.
And it was $100,000?
Yes.
Now, do you recall what time of day Mr. Thompson came into the cell block?
It's like after lunch, like around about 1:30, 1:42, somewhere around there.
And then he left for a couple days soon thereafter to go to court in Chicago?
Yes.
And then he came back for a day?
No. He stayed a few more days, then he left again.
And then he didn't return to J Block?
No, he was in that block next to us.
And was it a few days before Mr. Thompson and Mr. Jensen talked after Mr. Thompson arrived?
No, probably a day later, like the next day.
And was it after Mr. Thompson had been there for almost 2 weeks that you had this conversation with Mr. Jensen?
Excuse me?
Was it after Mr. Thompson had been there for a couple of weeks that you had this conversation with Mr. Jensen that you were telling us about?
Yes.
So after like 2 weeks' time of watching them, that's when Mr. Jensen told you this?
Yeah.
When what's happening in the
Oof. I don't know. This guy seems believable. He just seems real, right? Boss, what do you think on YouTube? He just seems real. Like he ain't on bullshit. That's kind of what I'm feeling from this guy, the vibe I'm getting. I still don't know if I trust all these jail snitches though. Because I know a lot of people were jumping on cases back in the day. And, you know, we're finding a lot of these people are reading this motherfucker's, you know, transcripts and his docs and shit. So they're getting a lot of details anyway. But, you know, there's still some questionable stuff. You know, how are they learning some of the stuff?
You said that when Mr. Clanton came back, he was in the next cell block over?
You mean Mr. Thompson?
I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson. You're Mr. Clanton, I'm sorry. When Mr. Thompson came back, he was in the next cell block over?
Yes.
And what separates the cell block that you were in from the cell block that Mr. Thompson was in?
Glass and wall.
So you were able to see Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
And is there any way for inmates between the two cell blocks to communicate with each other?
Yes.
Describe the ways that you've seen inmates communicate with each other between those two cell blocks.
You can talk through a heater. It's like a heater that runs across the wall under the window.
A heater?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can talk down to it to hear and communicate whatever, or you can write notes and put them on the wall, on the window, and show them so they can read it.
So you've seen inmates do that?
Yes.
Tell me some of the inmates you've seen do that.
I've seen Mr. Jensen and Mr. Thompson done it.
Okay,
Let me just pause for a sec. So boss over on YouTube says, are you doing Bush next? Yeah, we're gonna do Bernard Bush next, because in part 2 of Bernard Bush, the name Mike Gravely is on that. And Mike Gravely, the name at least, I haven't watched Bernard Bush's testimony, but Mike Gravely, the name at least, is fucking D.A. Gravely in Kenosha. So I don't know if this is the same person or what. We're gonna have to find out together. So I didn't watch his testimony, but that just it's jumped out at me a lot. So I'm like, oh shit, I wonder if that's Mike Gravely. But why would D.A. Gravely be on this? I don't know. We'll find out. We're gonna see if that's who I think it might be. I don't know.
So you saw Mr. Jensen, Mr. Thompson communicate in which way? Either through the heater or by holding up notes on the sub?
Holding up notes.
Did you see what the notes were or what they were talking about with each other?
No, not at.
But you did see Mr. Jensen and Mr. Thompson communicating with each other by holding up notes to each other?
Yes.
Did you ever see or hear them try to communicate to each other by talking through this heater duct that you talked about?
No.
And over how long a period of time was it that you saw Mr. Jensen and Mr. Thompson communicating with each other through the 2 cell blocks?
About a week later.
Now, when you had this discussion with Mr. Jensen, or Mr. Jensen started talking to you about this planned or proposed abduction of the witness against him,
yes.
Was Mr. Thompson still in the cell block, or had he left the cell block by that time?
He left the cell block.
Did Mr. Jensen ever relate to you how it was that Mr. Thompson proposed to accomplish this objective when Mr. Thompson was obviously going to be locked up for some lengthy period of time?
Objection. He didn't say he was proposing to achieve this objective.
Rephrase your question.
Did Mr. Jensen ever explain to you how this abduction was going to occur using Mr. Thompson if Mr. Thompson was going to be locked up?
Objection. He did not state that there was any abduction that was going to occur.
Again, I think you should rephrase your question.
Did Mr. Jensen ever explain to you how this plan was going to unfold if Mr. Thompson was locked up?
Again, I object. That was not this man's testimony.
Overruled.
That means you can answer the question, sir.
Okay, sorry.
Fine, I got one out that's okay.
All right. Apparently, if it would have took place, Thompson had some people out there that I guess he said he did, that was going to go to Appleton. I was going to pick the individual up. They was going to take him to a house. They was going to put him in the basement or something like that, and they was going to keep him there until the court case was over with.
This is what Mr. Jensen told you?
Yes.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Jensen the feasibility of just holding somebody in the basement of a house until the trial was over?
I told him it was the dumbest thing if he ever done it.
Thank you, Mr. Clanton. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Albee?
And everything that Mr. Jensen was relating to you was Mr. Thompson's statements, right?
Right.
That was what Mr. Thompson was proposing, right?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say, Mr. Clanton, that many inmates in that J block were talking about Mr. Jensen in this case?
Probably who he talked to, yes. He only talked to a select few when he feel like talking to him.
And would you talk?
Excuse me?
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
When he feel like talking to a select few people, he'll go talk to him. But other than that, like people that come on the news, they'll try to, talk to him. He'll talk to him back. Then, he feel he got a friend there and they get to talking and things like that.
Everybody knew who he was, right?
I guess, yes.
And what his case was about?
I guess.
People would talk about it when it would be on the news?
Watch the news. Not Wisconsin news, no way. We was
Were there
always
news-
watching like Channel 9 News, Channel 7, anything that was Illinois related. Because majority of everybody there was from Illinois.
And weren't there newspapers in the jail?
Yeah.
That had been the Kenosha News?
Yes.
And people would talk about Mr. Jenson's case being in the news?
Nope, we wouldn't get the paper. He'd tear it out before we get the paper, whatever he had in there. He was the only one getting the paper. And excuse me?
He would show it to people, right?
Not the papers, not his newspaper. After he get through reading his paper, he'll let you read the paper.
Okay, then people would read it.
Then people read it.
All right, that's all, thank you.
Mr. Clinton, you said there were a select few people that Mr. Jensen would talk to in the cell block when you were there?
Yes.
Who are the select few?
Mr. Bush.
That's Bernard Bush?
Yes, sir.
So would you say that he spoke to Bernard Bush more or less often than he spoke with David Thompson while David Thompson was in the cell?
Less.
So you talked to David Thompson most of all?
Yes.
Reading.
Sustained.
Okay, and let's put it this way. And I don't want you to be influenced by my question as to the answer, but.
Objection.
I did just ask a question.
Which inmate, while you were locked up in the same block with Mr. Jensen, which inmate did Mr. Jensen talk more to than any other inmate in that cell block?
Mr. Thompson.
Which inmate did Mr. Jensen speak with second most often besides David Thompson?
Mr. Bush.
And which inmate did Mr. Jensen speak to which inmates, if any, did Mr. Jensen speak to besides David Thompson and Bernard Bush?
Me.
Now, aside from those three persons, David Thompson and Bernard Bush and yourself, did you ever see Mr. Jensen talk to any other inmate in the facility?
No.
That was it?
That was it. Everybody that was there before, that block changed, like every couple of days. And the ones was there, we was the ones, Mr. Jensen, Bush, and myself, we was there the longest. And then new people started coming in.
Did you ever see Mr. Jensen speaking to the new people about his case?
Yes.
So he did speak to other inmates?
Yes, he did.
Was there any other inmate that he spoke to on a regular basis besides the three names that you just mentioned?
I don't know their last names though, but yeah, it was a couple more.
Do you remember which cell number you were in while you were in the cell block?
1.
Do you remember what cell block Mark Jensen was in when he was in that cell block?
He was in cell block 2 at first when I first got there, and then they moved him to cell 6.
Do you remember what cell David Thompson was in?
4.
Do you remember what cell number Bernard Bush was in?
4.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Well, Mr. Clanton, basically you're saying he talked to a whole lot of people.
Yes.
New people, right? Mm-hmm. Yourself, Mr. Bush, Mr. Thompson, right?
Yes.
Bin Laden?
Yes.
Is that Mr. Otero?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Campbell, who was there when you first arrived?
No.
But you wouldn't recall everybody's name from the time you were there? Would that be fair to say?
Pretty much. Somewhat.
I mean, you talked about new guys who come in or go. If somebody was there just the first week you were there, you may not remember that, right?
Right. Yes.
And I take it you didn't have a timer or anything to try to determine who Mark was talking to the most or what was going on, right?
Timer.
A timer.
No timer.
And you noticed this because the whole time he was talking to people, you were thinking,
what a fool, right?
Yeah, I was thinking worse than that though, but yes.
You
Yes,
thought it very foolish to share what he had with people, right?
yes.
All right. Thanks.
Any question?
Well, since you were thinking, what were you thinking about?
Well, I object to, I mean, you can't have an open-ended speculative question in here.
Well, counsel asked you what you thought, and he asked you if you thought he was a fool, and you said he thought he was worse than that. What did you think?
Judge, and it's improper that he asked that a second time.
The objection's overruled. Well, I don't know how relevant it is what he thinks, though.
Well, what he's thinking is based on what Mr. Jensen said to him.
Well, the fact that it was unobjected to, if that's a word, unobjected to, then doesn't make it non-objectionable now. It's
Seems
irrelevant
like
what he was thinking.
Okay. No further questions then.
All right, you may step down.
Your Honor, our next witness is Rhonda Mitchell, and we need a short recess to get the technological assistance straightened out. We also need to confirm that she's here. She was supposed to be here by 10 o'clock today.
All right.
Okay, so that was another snitch. They're over there arguing. So we're gonna play Bernard Bush. I was trying to listen to a little bit of it while you guys were listening to Nathaniel. They mentioned another name, and I just want to confirm because he said Mr. Otero. He was Bin Laden. So I'm looking back at the state's witness list because I could have swore we saw that name on the new trial list. I could have swore that was up there. I'm not sure whose it was. I thought it was the state's. So I will have to look further in that. Here's the other thing. So I was fast forwarding through Bush's thing because I really wanted the answer. It is D.A. Gravely. It's D.A. Gravely. And they're back to talking. So we're going to fucking play his too. Because he's another Weasley little shit. His is very short, but he's being asked about the promises and things to these inmates, whether or not Gabrielle or Jamboy approached him about promises to these jailhouse snitches and all of that. So we will watch Gravely since he's part of Bush's. The little bit that I watched of Bush is kind of interesting. He's another one, just kind of matter of fact. Look, homie, this is what the fucking script is. So his is interesting. Tomorrow, for those of you that are still here, tomorrow we are going to start the morning off 8:30 a.m. They're not in court, so we're going to just marathon stream the shit out of this stuff again. We are going to play Kelly Labante's testimony in 2008. I know you guys want that. That is the juicy drama. So we're going to start the morning off with hers. Hers is a long day. There's 6 parts to her testimony, but we are going to play it for you. And then I really want to do the pathologist because I didn't like his testimony in the modern day trial. You know, he said that he regrets testifying to some certain things back in 2008. He testified to antifreeze, and then we find out this guy doesn't know shit about antifreeze, and he regrets testifying about antifreeze. So there's some things there. And then these jailhouse snitches, you know, this is where the shift in the case in 2008 happened, where all of a sudden they say, hey, Jensen confessed. And then the pathology report changed from undetermined to a homicide. So it's about believability. Some of these guys I question whether or not they're credible. Aaron Dillard, I wasn't convinced that he's credible. I think he is someone that is a case jumper. The other guy that I just can't stand, David Thompson. I did not like him. I did not think he was credible at all. He sounds like another case jumper. But then we had the kid. I don't know. The kid didn't, one way or the other for me, didn't really seem like he was lying. So, that might be, I don't know. He might be telling the truth. This dude, I like this dude because when you get just some real ass motherfuckers, right? They just tell you how it is. I like that probably because I'm the same way. I don't sugarcoat shit. I'm abrasive. I'm in your face. I'm just going to tell it like it is. But he did make a few smirks that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. He did have some shifty eyes a couple of times. It concerned me with one of the last statements that Bush and Thompson were in the same cell. So I don't know. If I was a juror, I would still be questioning the credibility of these guys and whether or not they just intentionally jumped on cases to avoid some serious prison time. But we got to see what the deal is. Here we go. Bernard Bush, another jailhouse snitch. Today has been a marathon of jailhouse snitches in the 2008 Jenson trial. I hope you guys are enjoying the streams. We have been marathoning. It's going to be a 16-hour day today. I hope you guys are digging this. I hope you're getting a lot of information that a lot of people are missing out on. If you like the stream, share it out, hit the thumbs up, spam the chat and Facebook with thumbs and all that fun jazz. There's some pinned links where you can donate. That helps us out so we can continue to bring content to you guys. Here we go, Bernard Bush.
Will you please state your name and spell your last name?
Bernard Bush, B-U-S-H.
And Mr. Bush, have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
How many times?
5.
And I see you're wearing an orange uniform. You're currently in the Walworth County Jail,
Yes, sir.
but you're actually supposed to be housed in the Kenosha County Jail, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have some charges pending in Kenosha County?
Yes, sir.
You and some other co-defendants, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, have the other co-defendants already entered their pleas?
Yes, sir.
Have they been sentenced already?
Yes, sir.
And they were charged with being part of the crime, the same set of crimes that you're charged with?
Yes, sir.
How much time did each of them get, do you know?
I believe 5, 6 years.
5 or 6 years apiece?
Yes, sir.
You were told that you're going to be testifying in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had provided a statement to law enforcement concerning some things that you've heard about some things you know about Mark Jenson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you or your attorney ever request anything from the state in exchange for your statements?
No, sir.
Have I ever offered you anything?
No, sir.
But you're hoping that maybe it might influence the sentence that you receive in the cases that you have pending, or do you have any expectations about that at all?
No, sir.
Okay, well, why don't you do this? How is it that you know anything about Mark Jenson?
I didn't know anything about him until I actually met him.
Where did you meet him?
Kenosha County Jail, sir.
And when you first met Mark Jenson, was he already in the jail, or were you already in the jail? Which of you had been in there first?
I have.
Okay. Did you meet Mark Jenson as soon as he came in, or was it after he'd been there for a while?
It was like after he had been there for a while.
What cell block were you in when you met Mark Jenson?
I believe I was in 5.
Cell number 5? Or
yes, I believe cell number 5.
In what block, do you know?
J block.
And you know what cell number Mark Jenson was in?
He was in 2.
And how long had you been in J block before Mark Jenson got there?
Quite a while.
And how long was Mr. Jenson in J block before you had an opportunity to speak with him?
It took a little while for him to start speaking to people.
Well, tell us what your observations were of Mark Jenson when he first came into J block.
What do you mean?
Well, what did you see about him? What did you notice about him? Did you pay any attention to him at all?
Not really.
Did you see him talking to anybody?
Few selective.
Did you see him, what if anything, did you see him doing while he was in J Block?
Talk to a couple people, use the phone, write notes and stuff like that.
Okay, who were the few people that you saw him talking to, if you knew who they were?
I couldn't actually off back say who they was because there's so many people went in and out, but it was very few selected people he talked to.
Was there any particular people that you remember him talking to?
I guess it was like people I guess he felt close to or didn't really go nowhere that was like stuck on that block with us.
Well, as you're sitting here today, can you remember the names of any person that you know that Mark Jenson spoke with?
Well, I remember him asking like another inmate like certain questions and stuff like that.
Who's the other inmate?
Clayton or Nathaniel Clayton or something like that.
Nathaniel Clanton?
Yes.
Well, tell us about the first conversation that you ever had with Mark Jenson.
Well, he asked me certain questions about like ransom stuff. Like,
well, tell us about that. Tell us about the first time he ever mentioned he had any questions to you about ransom or stuff.
Well, it first started off by I got a cellie named David Thompson. And
David Thompson was your cellmate?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Thompson had been leaving back and forth to go to court. He was a federal inmate. And at the time when he came back, him and Mark Jenson, I wouldn't say they was friends at first. Mr. Thompson inflicted pain on him. I don't know for reason.
He did what?
Inflicted pain, caused pain to Mr. Jenson.
He inflicted pain on Mark Jenson?
Yes.
How did what did David Thompson do to inflict pain on Mark Jenson?
I observed him striking him.
You observed David Thompson striking Mark Jenson?
Yes.
And how did David Thompson strike Mark Jenson?
With his hand.
And was it closed in a fist or was it open as a slap?
Like a slap.
And where did David Thompson's hand make contact with Mark Jenson?
Around the area face.
Around the area of the face?
Yes.
And did you hear David Thompson say anything when he struck Mark Jenson in that fashion?
No.
Where was this? Where did this slap take place?
It occurred by Mr. Jenson's cell.
And did Mr. Jenson retaliate in any way that you could see?
No.
Now, how long had David Thompson been in the cell block before you saw him strike?
Yeah, I gotta pause this here, chat. So boss on YouTube is saying this is good for the defense. So this is the problem with these snitches. I don't know if you guys are picking up on these little inconsistencies. You know, I know a lot of this does sound like very damning evidence towards Jenson, but and maybe it's because of what I do. You know, my job with being an investigative journalist is to really look at these reports, look at these different things, and really investigate and sift through the bullshit. Even when we're doing a story and we have somebody that's presenting, you know, their story to us, we have to sift through what is truth and what is bullshit. And there's times that it's not easy. And, you know, there's times where it's like, hey, yeah, you can use my name and you can use the info. And then that's cool. That's great. That's the best way. And then we can put the info out. There's other times where it's you can't use my name, but you can use the info. Perfect. That works too. And then there's other times where, and we had this with Kenosha stuff because we talked to some militia people out there. We talked to Kenosha Guard militia people that were out there. And they said, you can't use my name, nor can you repeat the information because whatever will know that it came from me. And those are problematic things because now we got to try to find a bunch of people that can corroborate that type of statement. So, you know, like with the TikTok thing, right? We have a TikTok story. We got 3 articles out there. We had the TikTok story originally, and we had to verify everything that Savannah was saying. And, you know, that came through open records requests and, you know, a lot of other things, but we have to verify every fucking detail. And the minute she mentions, you know, a name, now I got to get a hold of that person to see if we can corroborate what's being said there. And then if that person mentions a name, now we have to corroborate. So it's like what you see them doing here in the court case. They're bringing all these witnesses to corroborate all these different statements. but there is some inconsistent statements. And we get that a lot too over here at Never Stop when we're writing our articles and stuff. And that's just, it makes me want to bang my fucking head on a wall because it makes the job harder. Then there's inconsistencies. And then we have to write about that. We have to write that there's an inconsistency. This way the public knows, you know, hey, this sounds truthful, but somebody else said it differently, which led to an inconsistency. And we disclosed that when we talked about our theory based on documented evidence that there may have been a fourth victim in Kenosha during the 2020 unrest, that there may have been a fourth person shot. Too much information is saying that it's plausible that that could have actually happened. And we had the list, though, the inconsistencies, the consistency of 4 people shot, but the inconsistency on the details of it. The public still attacks us over it because of the inconsistencies, which we understand, but we have to write about that. And I'm noticing some inconsistencies in these guys' statements. I don't know if you guys are picking up on that.
Right, Mark Jenson.
I still like this kid, though, for now.
He had been over here about a week or so.
What happened next after you saw David Thompson strike Mark Jenson in that fashion?
Over the course of days, they became, I guess, friends or so what, and they started conversating.
So when you say they became friends, what was it that you observed about David Thompson and Mark Jenson that caused you to infer that they had become friends?
They started conversating a lot with each other, you know, was talking and stuff.
Where would David Thompson and Mark Jenson be when they were talking with each other?
Like by the back of the area of the day room.
Did you ever go back there and try to hear what they were talking about or not?
No, it was kind of obvious. You know, you can just hear what they was talking about. We're in a small space, so it ain't too far you can go.
Okay, so what'd you hear them talking about?
They just be talking about stuff. And the conversation started like Mr. Thompson went to court and he came back and he told Mr. Jenson that he knew people that can get things taken care of, and they took care of some things for him in the past.
Did you know what David Thompson was talking about when he was making reference to that?
Not at first.
Did you eventually determine what he was talking about?
Yes.
And what was it that David Thompson was talking about, as near as you could tell?
Well, I object to foundation. Maybe he'll provide it here, but it wasn't clear from the last answer of the witness.
At this point, the objection is sustained.
Okay. Well, what did you hear about what they were talking about? What did you hear David Thompson or Mark Jenson say about what it is that they've been talking about?
A ransom note.
Okay. Tell us what you heard about a ransom note.
Okay. Well, Mr. Thompson was perfectly saying that he had met a guy back in the county where he just came from that took care of some business for him. And for the right price, he can take care of some business for Mr. Jenson.
Now, did you ever learn what business they were talking about?
I guess he wanted them to kidnap some people.
Okay, what caused you to think that?
Objection to foundation.
States, I guess.
Well, I'm going to ask him, what caused you to think?
Sustained.
What caused you to think that that's what they were talking about? What did Mark Jenson say, or what did David Thompson say that caused you to draw that inference?
Because in the course of time in the conversation, Mr. Jenson was said like some guy or some chick or somebody got his bond jacked up and lied on him and told stories about him or something that he's supposed to say like 9 or 10 years ago. And he said he don't believe somebody can remember something like that. And he was the reason why he was in there.
So what did David Thompson have to say about this person?
That he can make him disappear.
And what did Mark Jenson say about David Thompson's proposal to make this person disappear?
I guess he offered him money for like.
Move to strike.
Mr. Bush, just so you understand, I don't want you to guess about anything, and I don't want you I don't want you to say something unless you actually heard somebody talking about it. Okay. So, did you ever hear David Thompson say anything to Mark Jenson about making a witness disappear?
Yes, sir.
What did you hear David Thompson say to Mark Jenson about making a witness disappear?
He told him if he gave him 100,000, 50 up front, 50 up back, after it was done, he would sit on them people doing Mr. Jensen trial.
And how did Mr. Jensen respond to that offer?
He responded to it like coolest. He asked me like a while after that, is it possible to make things happen like that?
Mark Jenson asked you that?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand the word he said.
He asked me, is it possible to make things happen like that?
It was before that. Could I have it read back? I'm sorry, I just couldn't understand the word he used.
All right, another commercial. Sorry, I'm gonna send a text. Here we go.
He respond to it like cool-ish. He asked me like a while after that, is it possible to make things happen like that?
So what do you mean when you say he responded coolish? What do you mean by that?
He was curious because I guess he wasn't brought up in that type of lifestyle. And he was like, you know how movies be, like people make people disappear and like ransom. He was wondering if stuff happened like that in real life. And I responded to Mr. Jensen by telling him, of course, if you got the right money, you know people make things happen.
And did Mr. Jensen have any response to you when you made that statement to him?
No, sir.
So where was Mr. Thompson located when Mr. Jensen was asking you that question?
I don't know.
Was Mr. Thompson still in that J block, or had he been moved to another block by that time?
He had went to court again, but he didn't come back to that block. And he was put across the way from us in a different block.
When you say across the way, can you describe for the jury, because they've never been in the Kenosha County Jail, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's like across the way is like they have like 10 inmates in one pod, glass windows, and across the way is like the same way. If a guard's not sitting there, we still correspond across the way, and we're not supposed to. We go to the back or the window where we can talk, see each other real fine, and correspond with each other.
So when David Thompson came back, he was no longer in your cell block?
No.
He was in this other cell block across the way, as you put it?
Yes, sir.
Now, is there a hallway between these two cell blocks?
Yes, sir. It's a booth, a guard court booth.
Okay, and so there's two glass walls, one on your pod and one on the other pod?
Yes.
This conversation that occurred between you and Mark Jensen, where he is asking if something like that could actually occur, do you remember if that was while David Thompson was still in your cell block, or had he been moved to the other cell block? Or don't you remember?
It still was going on while Mr. Thompson was over there, and the conversation and stuff was continuing once Mr. Thompson left.
What conversation was continuing? The conversation between you and Mr. Jensen, or the conversation between Mr. Jensen and Mr. Thompson?
The whole thing, the whole party, everybody continued to conversate.
Okay, so how was Mr. Jensen conversing with Mr. Thompson if Mr. Thompson was in the cell block next to you folks?
They conversated through the windows. They conversated about notes, by writing notes on pads and paper.
Did you see Mark Jensen writing notes to show to Mr. Thompson?
Yes, sir.
And did you see Mr. Thompson writing notes to show to Mr. Jensen?
Yes, sir.
Tell us, did you ever recover any of the notes that you saw Mr. Jensen utilizing?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about how you recovered one of the notes.
Well, I seen him writing stuff. This was after I had provided information to the law enforcement about what Mr. Jensen was doing or what was about to transpire. I seen him write a note. He crumbled it up. He put it in the toilet, but he didn't dispose it. I went in the toilet and I recovered the note.
Okay, so let's start. He first of all crumpled up, threw it in the toilet.
Yes.
What happened then after he crumpled up and threw it in the toilet? What did he do next?
He just continued about his regular routine.
Well, did he try to flush the toilet?
No, sir.
Okay, he just threw it in the toilet?
Yes.
And then what did you do?
I went and retrieved it.
What did you do then after you retrieved it?
I turned it over to the law enforcement.
I show this document is marked as S-223. I ask you if you can identify that document? Look it over.
Yeah, this is interesting.
This is a note I recovered.
So if he
And,
if he picked up a note,
That's the note. Who wrote that note?
Mr. Jensen,
And who is he displaying that note to?
to Mr. Thompson across the way.
Now, did you have any further conversation with Mark Jenson besides the one conversation that you just described where he was asking about whether things like that can really happen?
Yes.
Okay. What other conversations did you have with Mark Jenson?
He talked about that if he kind of got cold feet about the ransom situation, that like what would happen if something happened, would it backfire on him, and he didn't want that because he said if he got caught up for something like that, it'd make him look bad within his situation he was already going through.
So his concern was not about what would happen to the person that was abducted, but what would happen to him if he got caught.
Yes, sir.
And
Just a moment.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Now, did you and he have any further, did you get the impression that Mark Jenson was confiding in you at this point?
I don't know what that word means, sir, so
Well,
I
was
gotta
he,
rephrase it.
did it seem like he was trusting your judgment on this matter?
Yes, sir.
Now, had you ever given him any reason to trust you or to confide in you?
No, but I was just there and we just conversated and stuff. He just asked questions and stuff.
Was it hard to get Mark Jenson to talk to you?
No.
Was it hard for anybody to get Mark Jenson to talk to them?
No.
Mark Jenson just seemed to like to talk to people?
He talked to people, yes. He was like real open about things. And he asked me, was it do the police officer or detectives make effort to put people in there like to attain information? I say, well, if they really need it, I think they will do it.
And how did he respond to that? Do you remember?
With a chuckle.
What other things did you and Mark Jenson talk about?
We kind of talked a little bit about this poison stuff.
Well, what did he tell you about this poison stuff?
From what I would understand, I guess it was something given to her that made her die. And he said she blamed him about it.
And what did he say about that?
We talked about antifreeze and stuff like that. And I responded to him by like, I don't think a person would just actually normally drink something and put it in their own system knowing that it would hurt them.
And how did he respond to that?
He didn't really give me a response.
You said there was at some point you'd observed some conversations between Mark Jenson and Nathaniel Clanton.
Yes, sir.
Were you a participant or did you participate in that conversation also or not?
No, I just sat back.
Okay, well, what did you see or hear as far as Mark Jenson and Nathaniel Clanton talking with each other?
Some of the same questions and stuff. He was just very curious. I don't know if it's his first time being in jail, but evidently you can tell, because how he carried himself and talked about stuff.
So it wasn't your first time in jail?
No, sir.
So you know how to carry yourself in jail?
Yes, sir.
And it was your impression that Mark Jenson didn't know how to carry himself in jail?
No, he didn't.
Okay, tell me about that. Well, I don't know how you're supposed to carry yourself in jail, and I don't know how Mr. Jenson varied from what you're expected to do.
Well, from experience in jail, it's certain things you are liable to say to people or do without them doing something to you, or might result in actions.
Okay, I don't even know what you're talking about there. So
okay, say
an example.
Yeah, for like us men carrying ourselves in jail, like some people tolerate a little disrespectful. Like if you say certain stuff out of your mouth, you might call them a B word or something. It could result in violence being said, or a person asks you to do something for them and you don't do it, and you lie to them. Get their hopes up thinking you're gonna do something for them. Some people don't like that being lied to. They take actions on people.
Okay, so you make it a point not to call anybody those kind of names unless you're looking to fight with them?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Jenson? Did you get the impression that there were some things he was doing that indicated a lack of experience in a jail setting?
Yes, he I guess when he was conversating with them multiple people, I don't know what he said or done, but I seen action taken upon him a couple of times.
Okay, tell me, was any of those actions taken by David Thompson?
Yes, he was one of the persons.
Okay, what do you understand about why David Thompson took action against Mark Jenson? Or don't you know?
I don't know. I have no clue why that transpired.
Okay. Did Mark Jenson ever tell you anything about this person that he was talking about getting abducted or sat upon during the course of the trial, abducting or sitting on these people from Appleton, Wisconsin?
It was multiple conversations that transpired in there.
Well, you've told us about maybe one or two. Tell us about the others if you can. What are the things that Mark Jenson say about this idea of abducting or sitting on these two persons from Appleton, Wisconsin?
He was saying he had an 8-week trial, and Mr. Thompson told him he can hold him until 8 weeks. And then Mr. Jenson responded to me by like saying, how do you do shit like that when it take more than one person? Because he assumed that they would have to feed them people and take them people to the washrooms and stuff like that. So I told him more than likely, if it's money like that involved, yes, it's more than one person.
Did he ask you any other questions about this scenario, about about how to accomplish something like this, or what the details are in it?
He asked for how would it be done? I just told him like, you know, if a person provide that money and these people serious, like they say they are, and you provide information, they're going to go get these people.
Were there any other conversations that you had with Mr. Jenson about
Jenson's
this?
face.
No.
Did either you or Mr. Jenson ever theorize or talk about what might happen aside instead of abducting or holding these people?
No, he talked about that, but then he got cold feet a little bit. But I don't know what transpired with it.
Every day.
Oh, Marissa says, I get my Judge Doro glasses. Ah, Marissa, did you read our Judge Doro article? And there's a lot about her campaign manager being not so good of a person and exposed some lies that Doro told. And her campaign manager is back in the news because she's being investigated by law enforcement. So maybe not the right person to be emulating. You should check out our article that we wrote. It's kind of sad. It's unfortunate. I actually really liked Doro. I did. And then we unfortunately found out some not so good stuff. Not the person we all thought she was. Yeah, it's pretty sad. It's pretty unfortunate. I'll post a link for you. It's pretty fucked up.
Were there any further conversations that occurred between you and Mark Jenson about this idea of poisoning his wife or how his wife got poisoned?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We talked about it. I asked little questions. He used to get the paper and stuff, and he used to want me to read it. I wasn't too much a big fan of reading, so I didn't read it. He used to tell me that she tried to set him up, and she left a letter to her relatives or some neighbors saying that if anything was happened to her, he would have done it first, or to look into him first. And he's saying she's trying to set him up, and he's saying he didn't do it. And I told him that a person in their right mind, regardless of what they're going through, is not going to consume and put poison in their body. I told him it had to be something more to that story. And there came, of course, a time we talked about him or her taking medication. And some of the medications, I guess, was given to her over the counter.
Did he ever tell you anything about the number of doses or the type of doses of antifreeze that his wife took?
Yes.
What did he tell you about the number of doses or the type of dose?
Let me pause. Yeah, boss. So the letter probably would have been brought up because if you remember, so she died in 98, and then in 99 he did that's when police interrogated him. That was the first interrogation, and that's when he found out about the letter. And then he was arrested in 2002. So by that time he obviously would have known about the letter. But yeah, it is, so him telling another inmate, like, yeah, there's this letter and, But he's saying like Jenson's telling him it's a setup, and you know, if I die, look at me, blah blah, or look at the husband, blah blah blah. So yeah, he would have known about the letter. So it's not like he divulged something that, you know, he probably shouldn't have. Even though I think this dude talks too fucking much in jail anyway. You know what I mean? Jensen talks too much. I mean, look at it, boss. You know, right? You and I know. We've been here before. We know, right? Scared little white boy. Fuck, I used to talk when I first started dealing with, you know, shit and having to, you know, be there. Excuse me, I'm almost dying on my own my own bullshit. I used to be a chatty Cathy in the beginning and showing paperwork and stuff. Now, just you shut your mouth. And listen, everybody, if you guys go to jail ever, shut the fuck up. Don't talk to anybody in there. Stay on your bunk, read your books. Don't go out and play spades. Don't be playing chess. Just shut up and stay on your bunk. Don't be showing nobody your court papers. Don't do it. But I you know, you got to think this dude, one, he's probably scared, even though, you know, he seems confident. He's probably scared. He's a white boy. And he's talking to the homies, right? Talking to homies, trying to get jail advice. So yeah, he talks too goddamn much. Shut up. I don't know. What do you guys think about this guy here? Bernard Bush. Type of 1 if you like him and you think he's credible. Type of 2 if you don't like him and think he's not credible. I'm kind of digging this dude right now.
Doses that she took.
He told me it was a large amount. She was supposed to taking, and he was thinking. He told me, well, the autopsy report was lost within this case or something, and he asked me, so what would that mean? I said, well, I don't know. And he saying, don't you think they should throw it out then? I said, I don't know, but I guess he was thinking like by them not having an autopsy report that couldn't prove what she consumed or what was in her system. But we talked about the poison. She's saying she was given a large amount, but it wasn't given to her all in one dose.
Now, Mark Jenson never confessed to you, never told you that he killed his wife, did he?
No, not flat out, no.
Can you think of any of the conversations that you had with Mark Jenson or that you heard Mark Jenson having with anybody else that you haven't described here today?
A little bit more about the poison stuff.
Well, tell us what more you know about the poison stuff.
He was saying like she was taking some liquid Benadryl or something like that. And
yeah, that's true.
I was saying that if she was taking that would have been easy, like for him to be giving her poison like that. Because if she was giving it to her in a small amount, I told him that.
We're let me pause for a sec here so you know we're still live. So first off, Marissa says that your friends on the outside can look you up, and that happens all the time. So people that are in jail will call their people on the outside world, and they tell them to look them up, especially if they don't believe something that another inmate is saying. And God forbid they find out that person's lying, or they find out, you know, he's, you know, a chomo. And, you know, he says that he's in for something else, and they find out he's a chomo. Man, that's bad news for that inmate then. But yeah, so if they find out you're lying about something, that they use that against you, they'll extort you, they'll beat your ass for it. There's some stuff. Marissa says, then you are fucked. Yes, you are. Denise, we are ride or die here. So here's the thing. You know, I've been working on a lot of this stuff all weekend. We've been clipping witnesses to put up on the YouTube channel from our streams and everything. And I'm noticing there are thousands of people interested in this case, and they're on lamestream media, not getting their questions answered. So we're from Wisconsin. I'm from Kenosha. We know a lot of background about this case, a lot of historic information, and we wanted to try to get that to as many people as possible and give you guys the answers. You know what I mean? So that you're like fully knowledgeable. because this is how all the misinformation starts and all the speculation. And we really wanted to provide as much detail to you guys. And what do you think? If you're a jury, what do you think? And we're obviously giving some background info that this jury, isn't going to know. We're pointing out details, inconsistent statements, playing 2008 footage and comparing it with the footage for the trial happening now. So yeah, we are doing a marathon stream. Today is all about all the jailhouse snitches. That's our theme today. Tomorrow morning, Denise says, I watched the whole trial live and deep dove back. Oh, shit. Denise, man, we may have to bring you on the stream. Not tonight, but we may have to bring you on the stream. And since you might know a lot of information as well. Denise says she did a deep dive on the whole trial. She watched it back in 2008, and she went all internet sleuth. But Denise has some background in the criminal justice system. So, interesting, Denise. Very cool. That's cool little information you shared there. But yeah, so we wanted to, play a lot of this stuff, give background and details and all of that. So we are marathon streaming all goddamn day. When this stream ends, we'll be done for the night. I can't go anymore. My eyes are bleeding. But tomorrow morning, we are going to start with Kelly Labante's testimony. And then we're going to marathon stream the whole goddamn day again. So it'll be 2 long 8-hour streams because they are not in court tomorrow. Marissa, no, she doesn't have you blocked. She is watching on YouTube. So if you don't see each other's names in chat, it's probably because they're on the other platform watching from there. Here we go. Make sure you guys like and share the stream. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the pinned comment if you'd like to support with some financial support. That stuff helps us. Keeps us providing content and keeps poor little Kevin streaming for the next 5 weeks. Otherwise, poor little Kevin has to go back to work because he can't sustain fucking not working a day job for a month. Here we go.
That would be a way that he could have gave it to her. And he didn't respond by saying no. He just basically walked off. So he didn't defend himself by saying he didn't do it.
But he never
Judge.
Strike the answer and rephrase your question.
He never confessed to you about killing his wife.
No.
Okay. Were there any other conversations besides those that you've now described in this courtroom that you can recall occurring between you and Mark Jenson?
No, sir, not that I can remember.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Perfect. This is a great time to pause. So some breaking news for you guys. A lot of you, and go and tell your friends about this. A lot of you were asking about the jury list for Darrell Brooks and whether or not that's been public yet. Has the media approached the jury to get interviews? Here's the answer. The jury list is not been made public. The response is that it's not prepared to be released yet. So, kind of fucked up, personally. Kind of fucked up. They did the same thing with the Rittenhouse trial. Some media outlets threatened to sue them over that because that is a suable offense. But there's your answer to Darrell Brooks. Not made public yet. So no jury has been approached. There's no interviews. There's nobody knows who the jury was. So we'll keep you updated on that. Here we go.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Bush, the amount of money that supposedly was involved to abduct people from Appleton was $100,000?
Yes.
That seemed about right to you?
Yes, it seems about right to me.
You wouldn't kidnap somebody for $1,000 and hold on to them for weeks at a time, right?
Who, me?
Anybody. I mean, that wouldn't be enough money to do it,
I
right?
guess if they was desperate for money, they would.
You couldn't even feed them for $1,000 for 4 weeks, right?
I don't know.
Your understanding was $100,000 is what was talked about here.
Yes.
Right? You heard that from Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
When did you get to J Block?
I had been there for a while. I don't know when I've been there, but I've been there for a while.
Months before Mr. Jenson showed up?
Yes, months.
You were there in J Block the first day that Mr. Jenson came into the jail?
Yes.
Would it seem like that was the end of July? Would that be about right to you?
I have no clue. Keeping track of time is my last, thing on my mind.
How long was Mr. Jenson there before Mr. Thompson came in?
Mr. Jenson was there for a little while before Thompson came.
A month, 2 months, 3 months, do you know?
I'm going to say 2 months.
And do I understand correctly that when Mr. Thompson first came in, you did not initially see Mr. Thompson and Mr. Jenson talking, correct?
No.
Was Mr. Thompson your cellmate from the time he got into the J Block?
Yes, sir.
How many days was Mr. Thompson there before you saw him conversing with Mr. Jenson?
He wasn't there long before they started talking.
How many days?
Say about 2.
And the first interaction you saw between Mr. Thompson and Mr. Jenson was that Mr. Thompson walked into Mr. Jenson's cell?
Jenson was like standing outside of his cell, like in front of his cell.
I got it. Excuse me. Show you Defendant's Exhibit 5. Is this Mr. Thompson right here?
Yes, sir.
Is that you?
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Jenson was standing outside his cell and Mr. Thompson approached him. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson hit him in the face?
Yes.
He hit him in the neck?
I'm not accurate with all the places he hit him, but it seemed like to me he hit him in the face. Well, clearly how I seen it was what he hit him in the face.
He hit him in the face a couple times?
Yes.
He didn't say anything before he struck him?
He mumbled some words, but I didn't hear what he mumbled.
He did this without warning?
Yes.
Nobody came to help Mr. Jenson?
No.
You didn't try to help Mr. Jenson?
No.
Did you ask Mr. Thompson why he struck Mr. Jenson?
No.
Do you recall Mr. Thompson saying something after he hit Mr. Jenson like, "You're going to do it for me, you lied"?
No, I just heard him say, like motherfucker playing with me or something like that.
Something like motherfucker playing with me?
Yeah, I don't know what he's supposed to did or what transpired, but he said like motherfucker playing with me. That was it.
You gave a recorded statement in this case, right?
Yes.
That was to, was it Detective Zielsdorf?
If that's his name?
You don't recall the detective's name?
No, sir.
Free Movie Channel has something for
Charlie says grounds. Sorry, I'm chatting. I'm trying to get you guys the scoop on some stuff. Talking to a source over here. Third guy, yeah, Darlene, this is Bernard Bush, if that's what you're asking me. Yeah, I think you're behind. This is Bernard Bush. All right, here we go.
Mr. Bush, I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 224. Can I ask you to read the top answer to yourself?
Counsel, what page are you on?
Page 4.
Oh, page 4. Oh, thank you.
The very top of the page, the first answer. Mr. Bush, do you recall Mr. Thompson saying you were going to do it for me and you lied?
No, I don't remember, but that's what the statement says.
And that was after Mr. Jenson had been on the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never heard Mr. Jenson call Mr. Thompson a name, right?
No, not that I can remember, no.
You were talking about inmates disrespecting each other. You hadn't seen Mr. Jenson do anything like that, correct?
Not from what I observed, no.
All you observed is that without warning, Mr. Thompson approached Mr. Thompson and hit him a couple times in the face, right?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson approached Mr. Jenson.
Mr. Thompson approached Mr. Jenson?
Yes.
Struck him in the face? Thank you. And did you
And
ever
they
find
said it
out
was a
why Mr.
push
Thompson struck
earlier.
him in the
This
face?
kid's saying that
No.
Jenson got
I don't believe it
slapped.
was my business to ask.
That's a big
Sometimes-
discrepancy too.
You said, sir.
I said I didn't believe it was my business to ask.
And you didn't see anybody else asking to try to figure out what had happened, right?
No.
You've seen situations where inmates try to intimidate other inmates, correct?
Yes.
You've seen situations where inmates try to take other inmates' belongings, right?
Yes.
Where the inmates try to take other inmates' commissary, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes they'll do that through intimidation, right?
I wouldn't say no, not just out of intimidation, no.
Well, not just intimidation, but that's one way in which one inmate might get another inmate to do what he wants, correct?
Yes, it is possibly, yes.
And another way is through physical violence, like hitting him in the face, right?
Yes.
And another is just by threats to the inmate, right? To the other inmate.
Yes.
And were you present in the J block when a man named Michael Clark was beaten with a sock full of dominoes?
I believe so, yes.
You recall that two inmates came to take Mr. Clark's food out of his cell?
I seen him fighting.
And you saw Mr. Clark being hit with a sock full of dominoes, correct?
Yes.
And nobody came to help Mr. Clark, right?
No.
He ended up bloody, correct?
Yes.
And a guard, even after the guard came, one of those inmates attacked Mr. Clark again, right?
Yes.
And everybody in that J block knew that, right?
Yes, you could say so.
And that caused quite a commotion, right?
Yes, within there.
And it appeared from your statement that you had told to Detective Zielsdorf that you were going to do it for me, that there was something Mr. Thompson was demanding that Mr. Jenson do, correct?
What?
You recall that statement that I showed you?
Uh-huh.
Now, you gave this statement when things were a little fresher in your mind, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you told Detective Zielsdorf that Mr. Thompson said you were going to do it for me and you lied to me, right?
Yes.
And do you know what Mr. Thompson was talking about when he said that Mr. Jenson was going to do something for him?
No.
But it appeared that he didn't do something Mr. Thompson wanted, and so Mr. Thompson struck him in the face.
Yes, that's what it transpired to be, I guess.
And you understand that in your experience in the jail, that sometimes after a witness has been intimidated or beaten up, that he may be more willing to do something for the other inmate, right?
Who might be with a witness?
Pardon me?
You said if the witness was beat up, he might be willing to do something for somebody.
Well, that was a bad question, Mr. Bush. Let me try it again. You understand that sometimes, you acknowledge that sometimes inmates are intimidated or beaten up so that they'll do something for another inmate, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes the inmate who got beaten up or intimidated will just go along with whatever is asked of him after that point, right?
Not necessarily, he don't have to.
Well, but if you don't, you might get beaten up again, right?
It's a possibility, yes, but they are men in there, and the guards come through. He can ask him. He can tell him he's having a problem. He can tell him, that he's not getting along. A person over here is doing this to him, and he can be moved.
Well, like Mr. Clark told the guard that he had been beaten up, and then he got attacked immediately thereafter, right?
Yes.
And that's one thing that can happen if you tell on people, right?
I guess it depends on who that person is that's doing the attacking.
And when Mr. Jenson was struck by Mr. Thompson, he didn't fight back, right?
No.
After that point, did you see Mr. Thompson having Mr. Jenson make telephone calls for him?
Not that I've seen those back, no.
Not what?
Not like from what I observed, not recently, no.
You didn't see that?
No.
You said not recently?
I'm saying like speaking as in like, no, I didn't. I didn't see him do it. Like I didn't observe him. No, I didn't observe him making calls for him, no.
Now, initially, you testified that Mr. Jenson only was speaking to select people, right?
Yes.
But then at the end of your testimony, you were saying that he was talking to lots of people about stuff.
It was like a lot of people came in like throughout the period of times, and certain people he spoke to about certain situations. That's what I'm gonna say.
You made a comment just a moment ago about you're all men in that jailhouse, right?
Yes.
But some are a lot more used to jail than others, right?
I don't know.
I mean, for instance, you were a lot more used to jail than Mr. Jenson appeared to be, right?
Yes.
That's why you understood how things work in there and the things you should or should not do, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you recognize is not very smart to do is to talk to people about your case, right?
Yes.
Because you recognize that sometimes if you talk to people about your case, then they'll have some details, right?
Yes, or more than that.
And sometimes they'll take the details and then they'll make up stuff to say you did something you didn't, right?
No.
But you understand that sometimes people will take information in the jail and add to it so that they can get a deal from the police, right?
I would say certain people probably. I can't speak for certain, so I don't know.
Well, you yourself are facing charges right now for beating up other inmates, right?
Yes.
And one inmate you beat up because he wouldn't share his food with you, right?
No.
That's one of the things you're charged with, correct? In a pending case? And it's your testimony that inmate's lying about that.
Well,
Yes.
I'll be trying for the morning break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. All right.
Man, I was kind of liking this dude's testimony until that part. He's another one, another jailhouse bully, bullying other inmates to get some shit that he wants. Man, I don't know, guys. There's a lot of doubt with some of these guys. Some things that don't make sense. There's inconsistent statements. We're finding out that some of them are lying. They're reading all of his documents. I don't know what I believe. It's hard to go one way or the other. Trying to stay optimistic, trying to stay open, but some of this shit is just difficult.
Who is that?
Glenn Blythe.
Is Mr. Blythe here?
No, sir. I don't believe, sir.
Have you?
Oh, and chat. It's nighttime. I've had my lights on in my house for hours now. It's nighttime, chat. We didn't have the whole ambiance set up in the background. You guys didn't remind me. What the shit, chat? I had to set up my little ambiance. Man, chat, you're failing me. Here we go.
Talk to Mr. Blythe about the fact that you're here in the court today?
No, I don't think he even know I'm here.
Oh, smokes. How did this happen?
Your Honor,
he asked questions about a pending charge against him,
and I objected because it's irrelevant. How's it relevant to what's going on in this case? Whether
it's probably not well. No, I don't want to say that. If he's
And Judge, if I could.
well, certainly he can be asked questions about the charges. You actually asked him about. You asked him about what he had done. And you asked about now about someone who is an accuser is lying, and those actually deal with where he could incriminate himself, and I need to advise him of his privilege.
Yep. Protect his rights.
I understand. The problem is he's been testifying in this case, and in addition to.
I'm not saying you did something wrong.
I know you're not, and just one additional thing, because we talked about this yesterday, is Mr. Jamboy's brought out what other defendants received in this case, and now things like the fact that he's been previously charged with homicide and got a deal out of it are relevant because he's not situated the same way as the other. Now there's a suggestion he should get 5 or 6 years. Well, I don't know that those other defendants had previous homicide charges knocked down to harboring a felon. And that's certainly something he knows this judge can consider, is the fact that he was involved in that prior homicide. And Mr. Jamboy's opened up the door by trying to get cute with the specifics here and trying to suggest he's only looking at 5 or 6 years.
Well, first of all, I object to the reference to my getting cute about something. I mean, I was asking this witness about his prior criminal history and about his prior conviction. I don't know what I was supposed to. First of all, I resent that suggestion that I was getting cute about it. I don't even know what he's talking about.
Oh, I really
don't. I don't know.
I thought we had thicker skins in this courtroom.
Well, first of all,
no, just get to the point. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear about whether you resent it or not. Just talk about
First of all, I wasn't getting cute about anything. I don't know what counsel is referring to in that regard.
Get his ass. First off, chat, is the jury still in this goddamn room? It's hard with the archive footage to know because they have edited their footage. It's hard to know if the jury is in this room, but there's been a few times they've been arguing and the jury has been there. I don't know, chat, that's so dangerous in these trials. I can't tell if the jury's in this room right now listening to this shit, but this is insanity. So, I mean, look at how both sides are treating each other in 2008, the contention between the two sides. They're taking jabs at each other. And it's the same thing in the modern day trial. Both sides, again, taking jabs. This is going to go a full 12 rounds. They're not playing games, chat.
I asked this witness if he had any prior convictions. He said he did.
Denise says the jury is out.
I didn't ask anything about a prior homicide. I didn't ask anything about that. I asked him if he'd been offered anything in exchange for his testimony in this case. And I know he hasn't been because I haven't offered him one single thing. We understood that he was a witness in this case. We sent a detective to talk to him. He gave the detective a statement. We've never discussed this with his defense attorney. I've never discussed it with him, never made any offers in this case. And if he's discussed his cooperation in this case with his lawyer, that's between him and his lawyer. I've never heard a word about it.
All right, well, first of all, to answer your point,
Mr. Chamberlain didn't address it at all.
No, but I will. The point is that you're not going to be allowed to bring in the fact that he was accused of murder. Now, if you want to ask him, in a prior case, was he not accused of a crime for which he could be imprisoned for life or would be imprisoned for life? And that was reduced down to a lesser offense for which you could receive whatever it is, 6 or 8 or 10 years. You can do that because of the suggestions the district attorney has made about the particular sentence that he faces. And in fact, Mr. Albee correctly points out that the judge may consider the fact of the prior crime charged against him, and it's legal for the judge. I'm not saying the judge would. I wouldn't. But some judges will, and the law is very clear, can consider that. So I think it's fair cross-examination, but I don't want to get into it being a murder case reduced to something less.
Your Honor,
because it's not probative of truth or untruthfulness.
Judge, we will. If it's going to be, if you're going to let the jury hear that he was charged with an offense for which it was life imprisonment, we're going to go into it. I'll go into it.
Be my guest.
I'm going to ask him everything about it because
it's not your turn.
I understand, but on redirect I will because
I don't care. What do you think?
I think it's irrelevant and should be kept out. But if you're going to allow a defense counsel to, life imprisonment could be for treason, first-degree sexual assault of a child.
Hostage. There's a number of them, so let's, yeah.
I promise not to suggest that it was treason. Well, Judge,
to the immediate point, I suppose what we need to do is hope we can get Mr. Albee on, not Mr. Albee, Mr. Blyce on the phone, have his client confer with him, and then you can make a decision whether you want to give him use immunity. And we can sail ahead.
Well, first of all, that would not just entail talking with Mr. Blyce. That would mean Ms. Gabrielle's got to talk with Mr. Gravely and Mr. Zaff about that issue because I don't have.
You can't make a decision on our own on something like this. Is not a transactional immunity. This is use immunity.
Yeah, but when I was the DA, I wouldn't allow an assistant DA to make a decision like that without talking to me.
See if we can get Mr. Zaff on the phone.
So we're going to take a recess then to make.
We are going to take a recess, hopefully not longer than 12 minutes.
Oh, it's going to take longer than that. Judge, you get hold of Mr. Blyce.
You know the motto of what is it, the Marines? The difficult we do immediately, the impossible takes a little longer.
It'll take a little longer than 12 minutes.
No, I have the utmost confidence in you.
Well, I'll start making phone calls right now.
Judge,
what, pardon me?
May I speak?
Well, yes.
I don't mind answering.
Anything you say can be used as evidence against you. Understand that?
Yes.
Just taking it all down. What did you want to say?
I don't mind answering these questions.
That's fine, but I still want you to talk with your lawyer first, if at all possible.
Your Honor.
All right.
That may entail him going back to.
No, that may entail he's coming over here and using this phone right here.
Okay.
Or I have a cell phone. Cell phone. You know what the lawyer's number is?
Cell phone. Yeah, cell phone. That's fine.
Just before we get too bogged down in the details about the shooting, this other shooting. Before we get too bogged down on the details about this his prior charge for first-degree intentional homicide, it's coming out in the sense of he was present at a shooting and he lied about it to the police. I might not say that he's charged, but it's coming. The details are coming in.
I actually told my wife on the way out here. I don't doubt for a minute that all people will make it very clear it was a murder case. So, let's not take too long discussing all that because as I have confidence in Mr. Jamboys, I also have confidence in you. But
to do what?
The actual point, to make my job more difficult, how's that? The actual point of this whole discussion is that this man has benefit of counsel before he makes a decision about testifying, which he says he wants to do. So, to me, as far as I'm concerned, we're on the runway, the engines are running full speed, and all the pilot has to do is whatever the pilot does to get the plane running down the runway, and we're going to take off. So we'll be ready to go in minutes.
And Bush, in anticipation of this, there's a problem.
Well, of course there
No
is.
problem.
I don't mean, you miss.
I'm not jumping off. I'm not jumping off. Call Gravely.
I talked to my
There's,
good afternoon, and there is no agreement with respect to Bernard Bush's testimony in this case.
Well, the bottom line is.
Bernard Bush was made the same
no.
offer that all the other co-defendants were made. Same
Well, wait a
offer.
minute, there was testimony, there was no offer, wasn't there?
No, by Mr. Gravely.
But I mean,
there was an offer that was made to Bernard Bush with the resolution of the cases that he has pending regarding this armed robbery that had nothing to do with his cooperation in this case. That was the same offer that was made to every other co-defendant in that case.
was his cooperation known to the district attorney when the deal was offered?
I don't know.
Well, that,
I have no idea.
Making the same deal with multiple people doesn't necessarily mean that one factor or another was not considered, because it may be that the district attorney would otherwise be firmer with respect to one defendant and wouldn't.
That's not what Mike Gravely said, Your Honor. What Mike Gravely said.
I don't want to get into it.
There's no agreement.
Not entered into his offer at all.
Okay, that's what's been stated. So it's my understanding, the bottom line is Mr. Blyce has stated, A, he doesn't need to be here, and B,
he has no objection
we have
to us
facilities to do
examining
it
his...
by electronically, and B, that he doesn't have any problem with his client testifying if he wishes to. And C, the last thing I heard from Mr. Bush, is that he is willing to testify.
We'll talk about anything you want to ask him questions.
So I'll come in here, or he'll come in here, I should say, and I will admonish him about his testimonial privilege, and then we'll proceed.
You can do that in front of the jury?
No.
Okay.
So would you ask Mr. Bush to come back in? All right, Mr. Bush. Now, a person who's accused of a crime, as you are, or crimes, is entitled under our state and federal constitutions to say nothing, and has the right to refuse to answer any questions which he feels may tend to make him appear to be guilty of some criminal wrongdoing, or which could be used by the government to prove a case against him. And that's the situation you're in at this time, because Mr. Albee is asking questions about your actual participation in crimes, both with respect to whether you committed a battery on another inmate, and also as to whether or not you have I don't remember the last question. It actually dealt with what someone else said, wasn't it? Whether he had a conversation with someone else?
Think about the allegation against him by the other inmate.
You can refuse to ask a question about an accusation that is being made against you by another, because it's something that could be used in evidence against you, what you may have said. So you could refuse to answer these questions if you want to. I will tell you that the district attorney has talked to your lawyer, and your lawyer has stated he doesn't need to be here. Right. But you still have the right, A, to decide to insist upon your lawyer's presence before deciding whether to answer a question or not, and also, or at least your conference with your attorney, you have the right to refuse to answer any question if you want to do so. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Any question about this at all?
No, sir.
What did you decide you want to do?
I'm going to answer these questions.
And has anybody threatened you or pressured you or forced you?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything in exchange for this?
No.
You understand if at any time you want to speak directly with your lawyer, you may do so?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay. Do you wish to go ahead, or do you want to call and talk with your lawyer?
Before we even, the situation even transpired, we were talking to my lawyer, I was willing to answer his questions.
So you want to go ahead now?
Yes, I feel like I had nothing to hide.
All right. All right.
Yeah, I think the record should show that Mr. Bush was permitted the opportunity to speak with his lawyer over the telephone. I contacted his lawyer and gave the phone to Mr. Bush so that he could.
Oh, I was unaware of that.
Yeah, so he has been speaking with his lawyer.
Oh, he did?
And I have been speaking with his lawyer. So he has had full opportunity to converse with his lawyer regarding this issue.
That makes me feel much better. All right, then. So let's.
Go 12 minutes you lie.
Well, what did I say? You have the spirit of the Marines. Ready to go?
Yes.
All right. The sergeant, you know, is there's a difference between an ex-Marine and a former Marine. I'm not sure what it is.
That's correct, sir.
What is that?
Once a Marine, always a Marine.
What's an ex-Marine? So besides
Kicked out.
someone who was kicked out, which I'm happy to report you were not.
That's correct. I never kicked out Marines either.
You weren't let in.
All right. The next, he's got another video. And then this will be the end of his, and then it'll be Mike Gravely, DA Gravely. So that's all in the same video, and that's probably going to do it for us. Probably going to end the stream. So we're not going to get to all the jail witnesses. Maybe we'll see what happens. Let me see how long this video is before I tell you guys. I'm fading though, chat. My fucking hour 38. Between the rest of 3/4 of this video is Bernard Bush, and then the very end of this video is fucking Gravely. So it's 6 hours into our stream. This is an hour 40. This will take us pretty much to the 8-hour mark. And then I'm just gonna call it because there's no point starting another inmate for 20 minutes, and my fucking ears and eyes are bleeding at this point. 16 hours of stream. This will be. I can't do it. But we will be here tomorrow for sure. I gotta, get up and walk around too, because I got this serious fucking muscle issue with my left leg. Okay, let me just respond to some comments. Be nice over on Facebook. I think text is getting a little miscommunicated and people are getting a little rowdy. Just be nice to each other. There's something I was going to say about this case. I don't remember what it was. If I remember, I'll jump back on. But yeah, tomorrow morning, 8:30, we'll be live. We're going to do Kelly Labonte, her 2008 testimony first, because a lot of people are interested in that. The witness list. So I took it down from Facebook just because, just fucking cuz. We gotta fucking... We're trying to build our Patreon. It's up on Patreon. So if you're on NSM News Updates, we have a post and you can go to our Patreon and see the full witness list. I don't think anyone's released this yet, but it's on our Patreon. We're trying to build the Patreon. I'm just concerned about fucking addresses and all the shit. I know it's a public document and the actual victims, their stuff's redacted because of Marcy's Law. But it's up there. We'll post the defense list on Patreon too when the state rests, all of that. But you can read the list on our Patreon. The link is on the website. That's what I was going to say.
Do you deny striking Mr. Wesley?
Yes. I say no. I don't deny striking Mr. Wesley.
You did strike Mr. Wesley, right?
Yes.
And that battery by a prisoner charge, and that's pending in court right now. You haven't pled to it, you haven't been sentenced, correct?
Correct.
And you understand that on battery by a prisoner, you're facing 14 years?
Yes.
And in that same case, you're charged with attempted robbery with use of force, correct?
Yes.
And both of these charges, the battery by prisoner and the attempted robbery by use of force, are as a repeater, true?
Yes.
And you're facing 11 and a half years on the attempt robbery with use of force?
If that's what it says, yes.
Would you like to review the complaint, or does that sound right to you?
I don't need to review. I pretty much know what it says.
And that's the case where you admitted striking Mr. Wesley, right?
Yes.
And the allegation is that you did so to steal his food. That's the attempted robbery, correct?
No.
Is that what they're accusing you of?
Yes.
Now, you're also facing 3 other charges relating to allegations of your conduct in the jail right now, correct?
Yes.
You have another battery by prisoner charge, right?
Yes.
And that's currently pending, and you haven't pled and you haven't been sentenced on that, true?
Correct.
And that involves an individual named Trenton Gray, correct?
If that's his name, no, I don't know his name, so.
And in that case, you're charged with felony intimidation of a witness, right?
Yes.
You're facing 14 years on that?
I don't know, sir.
Oh, you take a look at you're charged as a repeater, right?
Yes.
Just show you count 1, and is there an indication that you're facing 10 years plus 4 years as a repeater?
Yes.
My mistake, the battery by prisoner is a 10-year offense, and you have another battery by prisoner with Trenton Gray in this one, right?
Yes.
All right, let me pause here, chat, because Denise over on YouTube makes a good point. So she watched, for those of you on Facebook, but remember, chat on Facebook, just be nice, start over. You know, sometimes we misread text messages and whatever. Just be nice. Everybody be nice. All right, so Denise watched the trial in 2008. She also has some background in criminal justice system. So she writes, I'm usually pro-defense, but because of the nature of her profession, but she says she couldn't come up with a palatable defense for Jenson. The way he mentally tortured her, gaslighting, and moved Kelly in so fast. So we've said on this channel numerous times, I know a lot of you think he's guilty because you don't like him. A lot of you want to punch him in his eyeballs. I get it. He's not a likable character at all, and that's probably why he didn't testify. But we've said there's a difference between being innocent and being found not guilty, right? There's a big difference. I don't think he's innocent by any stretch of the I don't think he's innocent by any stretch of the imagination. He definitely is. I think we can all agree that there was definitely some abusive nature, right? It may not have been physical, but there was definitely some emotional abuse going on, right? I definitely believe that he was torturing her as far as, mental and emotional things because of the original affair, right? And leaving the naughty pics around and all of that. And I believe he did drive her fucking crazy, for sure. That's why I'm saying I don't think he's innocent. He's not, right? And then remember, chat, we played a little clip. We tried to play a lot more, but the buzzing was all fucked up. So we just played a clip off YouTube of the interrogation he did in 1999. And the detective, I don't know how to say his name, whatever, Detective K, whatever his name is now. My fucking brain is hurting. He basically says, like, look, bro, you just watched her fucking die and you didn't do anything. And he goes, no, you're right. I sat there. I didn't do shit. So I think there's definitely, he's culpable of at least something, right? Negligence of at some degree. What, I don't know if that's manslaughter. I don't know if that's reckless endangerment. I don't know if that, I don't know what the charge may be. Maybe we'll see some lessers included in this trial. I don't know. There's a lot of inconsistent things. And because of what I do exposing corruption, there's a lot of corrupt bullshit that happened in the 2008 trial that is bothering me, right? It's bothering me. And we saw some of that corruption come out in this trial here. And I don't like that. That in the time period with Kenosha, they're very corrupt out there in that time. And we're seeing some of this stuff. And they don't know how she died. They don't know a lot. They're losing fucking pathology reports. We found out listening to this trial now in 2008. And then all of a sudden they fucking have them. I don't like it. There's a lot of stuff that's really messed up in this trial. Some of these snitches, I don't necessarily believe some of the stuff that they're saying. So that's creating some doubt for me. We talked about the history of the Paxil and the Ambien and the effects that has on people back then. So I believe that it could have fucked her all up. What else? I mean, we've talked about a lot on this. There's just a lot of fucked up things that I don't like. And because the defense, I think, is doing a better job today than Craig Albee did back then, right? And it seems like there was a lot more shit that was allowed in that trial in 2008 than they're bringing in now, even though there's some weird, sketchy shit now too, right? But then you have the whole thing with Jamboy, where there's the cocaine deal. That's fucked up, right? Then you have Jamboy who writes a letter to a federal judge, basically saying, I disagree with all this shit that's happened, blah, 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 blah. And it's weird that Jamboy was allowed back on this case. There's something up with that too. I don't like that. There's a lot of weird stuff. So I'm not saying the man is guilty. I'm definitely not saying he's not guilty. He's fucking not innocent by any stretch of the imagination. He is culpable of something, right? But there is the thought, because remember, she wasn't trying to unalive herself. She wasn't. And a lot of you guys keep saying that, like, oh, it's hard to think that she's going to sit and poison herself to die and unalive herself on purpose. Remember, the theory is she wasn't trying to unalive herself on a fucking permanent basis. The theory is that she was trying to make herself sick, just sick enough that 911 could be called and she could blame it on Mark and then have him arrested for attempted murder, not fucking first-degree intentional homicide. Okay? There's some things with the letter from the grave. We pointed that out. That there's too much foreshadowing in that letter. There's too much specifics about medications, about I don't drink fucking alcohol, but she's got a nursing background, where she may know the effects of antifreeze, gives the perception of being drunk, right? She doesn't take medications, but we find out from the doctor that she went and got prescribed these things. And the doctor even testified that she was acting fucking crazy. So there's some things about that. And then the sporadic behavior in the month leading up to her death, where she's talking to neighbors, she's telling them little bits of things. There's something about that I don't know. It feels hinky to me. I don't like it. I don't trust it. Something's off. Something is off. So the guy's definitely, he's not fucking innocent for sure. But like Denise says, he may get time served. And that's possible, chat. That's possible. And I'm going to tell you right now, Kenosha's going to lose their fucking minds if that happens. I think they're going to whack him over the head anyway because it's Kenosha. I cannot see a jury finding him not guilty, but we still have a long trial to go. We're only a couple of days in, and defense is already destroying these witnesses. So we're gonna see. But I just wanted to address that because there are some things, man. There's some things for me that are, it does create doubt. And then there's some things for me where I'm going, fuck, man, that just, I don't know. I kind of believe that sounds really damning. So it's hard. If I was sitting on the jury and I had to make a decision today, I'll be honest, I couldn't make the decision today. and we're watching all like old footage, so I'm kind of going off of some of that too, but I don't think I could 100% convict him today. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't think I could do it, and I'd be the asshole that gets this fucking guy acquitted. So, I don't know. Denise says antifreeze is notoriously dangerous and unpredictable. She was a smart nurse. I can't prescribe to that one. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, she didn't seem that kind of brilliant, right? But I don't know. I don't know. And you made a comment earlier, you know, is she, you know, the Gone Girl type? You guys see that movie? I don't know. I don't know. We know people can be pretty sneaky sometimes. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard, chat. That's all I'm saying. I don't know where I'd lie right now. Put it in the chat. What do you guys think? If you had to convict him, if you had to make the decision today with what we've all seen, you guys have been here, you're watching the streams, you're watching the background. If you had to make a decision today, put a 1 if you think he's guilty, and some of you are just going to do that because you think he's guilty anyway. Put a 2 if you think not guilty. Not innocent, because we know he's not innocent. Motherfucker's guilty of something. But is he guilty of first-degree intentional homicide? Or is he not guilty if he had to make a decision today?
And then you have a third charge involving this incident of felony bail jumping as a repeater, correct?
Yes.
A lot of people on YouTube are undecided.
Yes.
Shit, we'd be acquitting this guy right now with undecided. It's hard, chat. It's hard. I don't know what to think. He rubs me the wrong way, for sure. This guy rubs me the wrong way.
So what you're accused of in that case is beating up Trenton Gray because he was going to be a witness against you, right?
That's what I was accused of, yes.
And you saw him in the jail, right?
Yes.
And you deny beating him up?
I did deny. I didn't do it. It never happened.
It never happened?
No.
And you're also facing charges in the jail right now for armed robbery. True?
Yes.
As a repeater, correct?
Yes.
You're facing 6 charges for armed robbery, right?
Yes.
See, but I'm gonna look. I'm gonna say this witness actually sounds credible to me. He's very matter of fact, and he seems, you know, pretty honest. I'm still bothered that he was Dave Thompson's cellie. That bothers me, right? It bothers me that he's got a lot of goddamn time that he's facing, and he jumped on this case. But he supposedly found one of the notes from Jenson that they were sharing through the window thing and went and snatched it out of the toilet. That's kind of fucking me up, chat. It's kind of fucking me up. I don't know what to think about that. You know, was that, you know, fabricated note, right? Because that's how I felt with Dave Thompson. I felt a lot of fabricated shit with him. Is this a fabricated note that he supposedly dug out of the toilet? Or was that legit? I tend to find this witness far more credible than any of the other jailhouse snitches. So it is kind of fucking me up a little bit, chat. I don't know. I like this kid. I do. I like his testimony. You know, what do you guys think? You guys think this guy's credible? He's probably the most credible out of all of them so far.
And you're facing up to 46 years on each of those 6 charges, right?
Yes, if you calculate the time up correctly, yes.
If you calculate what?
If you calculate the time up correctly, yes. If that's what it said, yes.
If you calculate it correctly, it's 46 years on each one of those?
If that's what it says.
Let me show you the criminal complaint in 07 CF 70. Mr. Bush, do you agree that the penalty is 40 years for the armed robbery? Plus up to 6 additional years because you're a repeater?
Yes.
So that's a total of 276 years you're facing on those armed robberies?
Yes.
You're also charged with false imprisonment, right?
Yes, sir.
As a repeater? And you have 6 charges of that, right?
Yes.
And each of those are 10 years maximum, correct?
Yes.
Well, fucking Aaron Dillard is at Dodge where Brooks is. So Dillard's chilling with Brooks for sure.
And Mr. Bush, your charge is possession of a firearm by a felon, correct?
Yes.
And you're looking at 14 years on that, right?
Yes.
No, we looked up Aaron Dillard. He's in jail. He's got 3 open cases. We tried to look up Dave Thompson. I found his burglary charge, but I didn't really see anything else open. I haven't looked up this kid yet.
And you're charged with first-degree reckless endangerment as a repeater, correct?
Yes.
You're facing 18 years, 6 months on that.
Yes.
Could you imagine if Aaron Dillard was Brooks's celly?
And that's based on a claim that somebody you were with was shooting at somebody that you were robbing, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Do you know what that reckless endangerment allegation, relates to?
Yes, it pertains to the case.
Right, and is there not an allegation that as the victims of the armed robbery ran away that they were shot at?
Yes, this allegation is such, yes.
So you're facing, Mr. Bush, over 400 years in prison right now, right?
Yes.
I'm old.
Yeah, chat. I mean, if you guys want to help me out a little bit and do some research on these guys, let me know. Let me know if we find out where Bernard Bush is. What's the deal with him? Is he in custody? Is he out?
You have 5 prior convictions?
Yes.
Correct? You know the judge can take those into account in sentencing you in these cases, right?
I know what you mean.
You know that a judge, when he sentences, well, you've been sentenced at least 5, you've been sentenced 5 times before, right?
No.
Because some of those cases were wrapped up together?
Yes.
But you have been sentenced by courts before, right?
Yes.
You know the judge looks at your prior record, right?
Yes.
So the judge will consider your 5 prior convictions, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, in the past, you've lied to police, right?
Yes.
In 2004, in September 18th, 2004, you were present in a vehicle with a person named Marvell, right?
Yes.
What's Marvell's last name?
Willingham.
Willingham?
Yes.
And you were present in that vehicle when a man named George Mitchell was shot and killed, right?
Can you rephrase that question?
Right. You were present in that vehicle when a man named George Mitchell was shot and killed, correct?
Which vehicle?
Well, Marvell Willingham, your companion, shot and killed George Mitchell, right?
Yes.
And you were driving the car that Marvell Willingham drove away from the scene in, correct?
Yes.
The police then interviewed you shortly after that shooting, right?
Yes.
You told them you didn't know anything about the shooting, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
You told, and that shooting happened in Racine, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had not been in Racine for a week, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie,
yes.
Correct? They asked you if you knew someone named Marvell, and you said you did not, right?
Right.
And that was a lie, correct?
Yes.
They showed you a picture of Marvell, and then you said you recognized him from about 2 years ago, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie, correct?
No.
Well, you suggested to them that you had not, you told them you didn't know him personally, the person in the picture, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie, right?
No.
You were in the car with Marvell Willingham when he got out and shot George Mitchell, killing him.
Just because I'm with somebody don't mean I know them personally. I can know you, like, say, for instance, I know you now, I know your name, but I don't know you personally.
And so you're saying that when you drove the getaway car for Marvell Willingham when he shot George Mitchell and killed him, you didn't know him?
No, it's not personally, no.
How long were you in that car with Marvell Willingham, Mr. Bush?
Couple hours.
But you didn't know who the man was seated next to you for those couple hours in the car?
I was with somebody else that was in the car also.
Did you talk with Mr. Willingham while he was in the car?
A little conversation.
Did you talk with Marvell Willingham after he shot Mr. Mitchell?
No, not off the bat, no.
And you had been at the home of Mr. Willingham's girlfriend, Katria Wright, shortly before that shooting of George Mitchell, right?
I've been there a couple times.
That's where you met up with Mr. Willingham, was at his girlfriend, Katria Wright's, correct?
Yes.
And you told the police that it had been over 2 years since you had seen Mr. Willingham, correct?
Yes.
And that was a lie, right?
Yes.
And you told the police that you had not been in a car with him at any time ever, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie, correct?
Yes.
When the police asked you if your fingerprints could be in Katria Wright's car, you told them that they could be because you had been with her the previous week, right?
Yes.
You told them that you had been with her at Felicia's restaurant on Wednesday night at 2 or 3 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And that was a lie, true?
No, not all of it, no.
You had not been on Felicia's restaurant on Thursday morning, correct?
I can't recall.
You remember telling the police that they could follow up on your alibi because you saw Officer Joe at that restaurant that night?
Yes, I said that.
And that was a lie, right?
No, because I was there, but I just didn't know what day it was.
But you weren't there. But what you were saying is you were at the restaurant at the time of the shooting, right? Were you saying you were at the restaurant at the time of the shooting, so it couldn't be you?
No, I wasn't saying that.
And you lied to police because you knew you'd been the driver of a getaway car in a murder, correct?
No, I lied to police because I was a driver, but at the same time, I didn't know what transpired. I didn't do anything, and I was scared at the moment, so I lied.
Well, you knew, Mr. Bush, that a man had been shot and killed, right?
No, I didn't know he was shot and killed. I know he was shot, but I didn't know he killed him.
It was on the news that he died, right?
I don't know. I guess the news just said a guy was shot. I don't know if they told me he died. Not that I recall.
Now, do you know a person named Andrell Armstrong?
Rings a bell.
Did you tell Mr. Armstrong that when Mr. Mitchell got shot, that you and Mr. Willingham were kidnapping Mr. Mitchell for $250,000 and 4 bricks of cocaine, and that you had a Ruger,
No.
a 9mm, and a .45 with you?
No, never said no something like that.
So when Mr. Armstrong said that, he was lying?
Yes.
And you know the judge in sentencing you on these charges that you're facing over 400 years on can consider your conduct in driving the getaway car in the shooting of George Mitchell, right?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, when you're sentenced in these cases, if you're sentenced, the judge can consider your past conduct, right?
If that's in the law, I guess so.
And he can consider your involvement in driving the getaway car in that shooting that you've admitted to, right?
Yes, I served my time and I served my debt to society, so.
You testified on direct examination, Mr. Butch, that you don't expect to get anything out of your testimony here?
No.
You've never had a conversation with your lawyer in which you came away believing that you'd get something for your testimony?
No.
You need to rephrase your question.
Well, Mr. Bush, you were at court on your current cases in November, right?
Yes, I don't know what dates, but yes, I believe so, yes.
And you were there with your attorney, Glenn Blyce, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And you were present when statements were made in court, right?
Yes, I was there present, but
and at that time, on November 29th, 2007, there's a district attorney there from Kenosha County, right?
I guess so.
A Mr. Gravely, right?
I don't know his name.
And what he asked the judge to do was put this case over until after the Mark Jenson case, right?
Yes, he said that. Yes, I recall him saying that.
And the reason your case is put until after the Mark Jenson case is to make sure you testify against Mark Jenson, right?
No.
The reason the case is put over is to make sure that you help the state of Wisconsin in the Mark Jenson case, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Those are questions that need to be posed to Mr. Gravely, since he's the one that was asking for the adjournment.
Well, I think that it's dealing with the motives of the accused, or the witness rather, and the objections overruled.
Did you answer that, Mr. Bush?
Yes, I said no.
It's your belief that your testimony here today will be taken into account when you're sentenced later on in these cases you're facing over 400 years on, right?
No.
That's why your case was put over until the Mark Jenson case was over, right?
No, I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy. I don't know. I don't know why it was put over.
Mr. Bush, you expect to get some consideration for your testimony here, correct?
No, what I'm doing is I'm doing what I think is right.
The other defendants in your case already pled guilty, right?
Yes.
Their case wasn't put over until the end of the Mark Jenson case, right?
Correctly. That's because they didn't expose something that was going on that shouldn't have been going on.
That is, they didn't have to wait until they testified in another case, right?
It's because they wasn't testifying, sir, and they took pleas. They decided to take a plea. Me, on the other hand, I didn't decide to take a plea.
And those other defendants in that case, they're not charged with beating up people in the jail, right?
No, sir, they're not.
And you're charged with doing that on 2 occasions, correct?
Yes.
So you're 45. That's
Another commercial. So he says, he makes a comment that he's doing this because he thinks it's right. So when I was kind of skimming through his testimony to see if it was actually DA Gravely, he's going to make another comment about doing the right thing.
You stay safe online. It's not easy, no.
Shared it too soon. So I don't know. This kid's got me. I'm really believing a lot that he's saying. That's what I'm saying. There's stuff that puts doubt in my mind, and then there's stuff where I'm like, fuck, dude, like this dude's, there's something here.
Your testimony is that you heard the conversations between Mr. Jensen and Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
And that's because you're not really able to have a private conversation in that cell block?
No, you're not.
Anybody can overhear your conversations?
It depends on how you speak.
And you didn't hear Mr. Jensen trying to keep any conversation quiet with Mr. Thompson?
No, not really. And in a way, they kind of kept quiet, but it's kind of obvious to know what they was talking about.
It was Mr. Thompson that was making this proposal, right?
Yes.
It was Mr. Thompson's idea entirely to get rid of a witness, right?
I don't know. I wouldn't say that.
He's the one who brought it up, right?
Yes.
He's the one that came up with the whole idea, right?
Yes.
Mr. Jensen never gave Mr. Thompson any money, right?
I don't know that.
Mr. Jensen never made any arrangements that you're aware of to give $100,000 to Mr. Thompson, right?
I don't know what he did.
In fact, what you said is that Mr. Jensen wasn't particularly savvy about what kinds of things go on in the jail, right?
Savvy.
He wasn't particularly knowledgeable about kinds of things that go on in the jail, right?
Right.
And he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about the things that go on in the street either, right?
I would say like criminal life, no.
And he was curious about what happened in criminal life, right?
Yes.
Because he didn't have the experience that you did in criminal life, true?
I wouldn't say that. I don't know what his experience as.
You weren't made aware of any kind of past criminal life, right?
No.
And Mr. Jensen was pretty surprised by this kind of offer that somebody like Mr. Thompson would be stating, right?
I don't know if he was surprised by it. I don't know. They talked about it, so I guess he was planning on going along with it.
But he didn't say those words, did he? He didn't say, I'm going to do this, did he?
I don't know if he said it to Thomas.
Right, but he didn't say that to you. He never said, I'm going to go do this plan, right?
He asked me questions, but he never said it. So evidently he had some doubts about doing something.
Well, maybe he never considered doing it at all. He was just curious about whether people did those kind of things, right?
Yeah, you could be curious, but you don't consistently ask questions like that if you're curious.
Now, just to be clear, Mr. Bush, he never told you he was doing this plan, right?
No, he never specifically told me he was going to go along with the plan.
And most of his conversations with you took place after Mr. Thompson was on the other side, correct?
No.
How many days was he talking about this plan with you while Mr. Thompson was still on his side of the jail block?
It was on our side?
Yeah.
Probably a few days he asked like what would happen, like how would stuff like that transpire. He asked, I'm gonna say a couple days.
3 or 4 days? What are you saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna say he asked period times over the days, like stuff like about questions.
But how many days?
I'm gonna say 3.
3 days while Mr. Thompson was still in your block?
Yes, you could say yes.
And the first time that Mr. Thompson ever raised this was after he returned from going to court, right?
Yes, from my knowledge, yes.
And so we could figure out when that was, right? We could figure out when he went to court?
No, I can't figure out when he went to court.
Okay, but if we have jail records that show when he went to court, it would be the day after that day that you first heard about this, right?
I don't know when he first went to court. I don't know what dates, none of that. So I don't know. I just know he went to court a couple of times.
And then after the second time, then he was in a different cell block, right?
I believe probably the second or third time, yes.
And then there was no contact together. They had to talk through glass or use notes through glass, right?
Yes.
You're aware that sometimes, well, you saw Mr. Thompson also steal Mr. Jenson's commissary, right?
Did I see him steal it?
Yes.
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Jenson giving Mr. Thompson commissary?
Yes.
Do you know if that was at threat that Mr. Thompson would beat him up again?
No.
You don't know one way or another?
No.
And do you know whether Mr. Thompson was trying to extort money out of Mr. Jenson?
No.
Do you know whether he was trying to get his parents to give him $1,000 so he'd stop beating him up?
I don't know. If there was something they probably was associating on the side or something, but from my knowledge, I didn't know nothing about.
And you've seen inmates extort other inmates, right?
Yes. During my course of time in jail, yes.
And you couldn't see all of Mr. Jenson's notes, right?
No.
Were you aware that, did Mr. Jenson ever tell you that he was concerned about people Mr. Thompson knew contacting his parents?
Did he ever tell me that?
Yes.
Not that I believe, sir.
You don't recall that? Is
No.
that what you're saying? So that exhibit is the letter, the note? The note, do you have that?
It's up there. It's right in front of the judge.
And you saw Mr. Thompson writing notes that he wanted Mr. Jenson to pay him money, right?
Yes.
He was demanding that his family give him money, right?
No, I wouldn't say he demanded.
But he kept writing notes saying, "Where's the money?" Right?
A couple of them notes I just seen, he asked, "Where's the money?" or what's going on and stuff like that.
That's because he wasn't getting any money, right?
I don't know.
Do you think that Mr. Jenson could have had some concerns that Mr. Thompson would use violence against him again if he didn't get money?
No.
And Did Mr. Jensen ever say that anybody had called his parents? That's just not anything you recall?
No.
So one of these notes says, could somebody be watching that phone? Is that right?
Yes.
And that might be a way to discourage Mr. Thompson from using the phone to try to extort money from Mr. Jensen's parents, right?
I don't know what he was doing with the phone. He could have been doing anything. I don't know specifically. I don't know if he was trying to cover his own tracks by asking was somebody watching the phone. I don't know. That was just something he asked him.
You don't know whether he was trying to trick Mr. Thompson, go along with the plan of Mr. Thompson's. You don't know what he was doing, right?
No, I don't know what they was doing with the phones.
It was your understanding that this plan involved a ransom note?
Yes.
So that they're going to try to get money from somebody to release the people they kidnapped?
Who was going to try to get money?
Mr. Thompson and his, whoever he had working for him?
Yes, they was going to get money, I guess, to hold ransom, hold some people.
They're going to send a ransom note to try to get money, like a kidnapping, right?
They were going to send a ransom note.
That's what you said on direct examination, Mr. Bush. You said that there's a ransom note.
Objection, Your Honor. That's mischaracterization of witness's testimony.
I'm not sure that the witness stated exactly that. But I want to, again, my memory is finite, as you probably have already seen, and it's your recollection, not mine, that makes the difference. But I'm going to ask Mr. Albee to rephrase the question on the chance that I'm right.
So you're 45.
All right, we got like an hour left, so that's pretty good for. We'll be able to fit all this in. It's a long time for me though, chat. I am dying over here. My eyeballs were starting to fade. I had to stand up and stretch it out a little bit, trying to wake up, sipping on coffee. I'm out of smokes. That's not helping. I haven't eaten at all today. I've been snacking on chips and beef jerky. Not good. Not eating healthy, chat. Not eating healthy.
Well, do you deny saying something about a ransom note?
A ransom note. I don't believe I said nothing about a ransom note. I believe I said he was supposed to pay a ransom like half and half. I don't know, maybe she misinterpreted what I said.
Well, if you said ransom note, then I'm not misinterpreting, right?
I said, I don't know. I said, maybe you or she must have misinterpreted what I said or didn't get a clear understanding is what I was saying.
So I'm clear. Did you say the words ransom note?
No, I don't believe so, no.
You said Mr. Jensen acted coolish towards Mr. Thompson's plan, right?
Yeah, like cool, laid back, interested in what he had to say.
Curious, right?
I wouldn't just say curious, interested.
You said curious on direct examination, true?
Yes.
You're awesome, Denise. Thanks for the donation. Appreciate it. All this stuff helps, guys. Thank you so much, Denise.
Now, in talking with Mr. Jensen, you talked with Mr. Jensen about his case, right?
Yes.
Did you know about his case before he talked about it with you?
No.
You didn't hear any other inmates talking about Mr. Jensen's case?
No.
When did you first learn that Mr. Jensen was charged with murder?
When he came in through the pod.
You learned that immediately, right?
Yes.
Who told you that?
some people in the pod was just like saying it like that's the guy right there.
So you did hear people talking about Mr. Jenson?
Yes, when he came in. They just said that that's the guy that's supposed to kill his wife.
Right. And so you heard people talking about what had happened or what was being claimed against Mr. Jenson, right?
No, that's what they said. They just said he was supposed to kill his wife.
And no inmates ever talked about that with you again?
No.
Were you aware of that case being in the newspaper?
No. We didn't nobody over there get the newspaper at the time.
So nobody ever talked to you about that case being in the newspaper or on TV or anything?
No.
And what Mr. Jenson said, well, didn't you, when Mr. Thompson first came in to the J block, didn't you ride back with him on a bus or something?
No.
You didn't come back, Mr. Thompson?
No.
In this conversation with Mr. Jenson, he told you that his wife had taken the antifreeze herself, right?
Something like that.
And he said that was because she was depressed, right?
He said that she wanted to kill herself. I don't know. He said she was depressed.
And much of what Mr. Jenson was telling you is what the police were claiming about what he did, right?
I don't know. He could have been telling me what they saying he did, or he could have been saying that he did these things.
But it was what the police were saying he did, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the police were saying he did.
Well, he told you you'd been accused of this murder by the police, right?
Yes.
And that they were saying it was from antifreeze, right?
Yes.
Did you take any notes of any of these conversations, Mr. Bush?
In my mind.
Is that a no?
No, that's a no.
Do you remember any of the exact words Mr. Jenson used?
And what specific conversation?
In any of those conversations about what was happening in his case, do you remember the exact words, or you just remember generally what was being talked about?
Just general what he was talking about.
And you can understand how you might confuse certain details 3 months later, right?
No.
You don't think you could possibly confuse any of the details of any of those conversations, Mr. Bush?
No, I don't believe so, no.
And he told you the police were saying that it was multiple doses, right?
It was large quantity dose, yes.
And that's what he was saying they were accusing him of, correct?
Yes.
You testified that he was talking about this being an 8-week trial?
Yes.
Where did you hear 8-week trial, Mr. Bush?
From Mr. Jenson.
Well, are you aware that it was September that you talked to Mr. Jenson, right?
If that's when we was in the block, yes.
Are you aware that no one at that time was talking about an 8-week trial?
No. I didn't even know a trial can go on for 8 weeks. I thought a trial can only last 5 days.
Well, there.
And do you recall that Mr. Jenson told you that the police were saying
or that the DA was saying that it was liquid Benadryl and he was saying it couldn't be?
No, he specifically said it was Benadryl. It was liquid. Whatever it was she was taking, what she was given, the poison.
And you're saying he wasn't telling you that as the district attorney's theory rather than any fact?
No, that's what he said. He didn't say that's what he said. That's what she had taken.
Do you recall him telling you that there was no liquid Benadryl in the house so that the prosecution's theory could not be true?
No, he never said nothing like that to me.
If he did, you don't remember it?
No.
Later on in September, were people talking about Mark Jenson in the case?
Within that pod?
Yep.
A few people came in, they recognized him, but they didn't specifically like talk about him. They just recognized who he was, and it was like, oh, you the such and such guy, and that was about it.
So no other prisoners really ever talked to you about the case? Is that what you're saying?
He talked to a few selected people.
Did you? Have you talked to people about the case?
No.
You haven't talked to other inmates about the case?
No.
You haven't talked to other people about Mark Jenson?
No.
You haven't talked to them about this case being in the news?
No.
You haven't talked to them about you testifying in this case?
No.
That's all I had.
Any redirect?
How many times have you spoken with me? Do you remember?
Believe twice.
Have I ever once offered you anything in exchange for your testimony?
No.
Have you ever once asked for anything in exchange for your testimony?
No.
Who's the first law enforcement authority besides me that you talked to about this case?
I only talked to one.
Who was that?
I can't pronounce his name.
Detective Zilsdorf?
Yes.
And that was the recorded interview?
Yes.
And did you ever talk to Detective Zilsdorf about getting anything for your testimony?
No.
Now, at the time that you were talking with Mr. Jenson, did he know about any of the charges that were pending against you?
I don't believe so.
But at the time that you were in the county jail, it was your impression that you knew how to act in a jail?
Yes.
And Mr. Jenson didn't?
No, and not at first. At times he was advised certain things he shouldn't do or he should do.
Who was advising him?
A couple of people advised him, said things.
Do you know who those people are?
No.
Would you recognize them if you saw them again?
No.
Are they white folks or black folks? Do you remember?
All colors, I guess.
So there were people advising Mr. Jenson?
Yes.
What were they advising him to do?
Like they advised him not to say certain things or not to do certain stuff.
I object to the suggestive lineup that's supposed to take place.
I didn't hear the very last word you said.
The suggestive lineup that's about to take place, that's now taking place.
Both charts?
Wasn't there another?
This is his exhibit, not mine. I don't
Wasn't
know.
there another chart?
Not that I know of.
Oh, I guess the suggestive lineup is going on even right now.
The objection's over.
Okay, do you know any of the people, you identified this person?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's David Thompson.
And this person?
That would be myself.
Different haircut, though?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who this person is?
No.
Ever seen before?
I don't know.
Do you know who this person is?
No.
So you don't recall ever seeing those two people before?
No.
All right, and the sequence in which you pointed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Were David Thompson.
David Thompson, then this witness, then
and identified by name.
the lower left-hand
The
person,
second name you pointed, the second photograph to which you pointed is that of?
this witness.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying. Okay, and then the third you pointed to?
Tim Talley.
And four?
Aaron Dillard.
All right.
So now that I've mentioned the names, you don't know who Tim Talley is or Aaron Dillard?
No.
You don't recall seeing him in the cell block at the same time that you were there with Mr. Jenson at any time?
No.
I'm over for.
See, there's so many things about this case that I've watched or read already, and we've discussed, and it puts a lot of doubt in my mind. And then we get the zing zabam with this fucking kid, and I'm going, shit. It kind of negates some of the other doubt. I think this kid is very credible. There were a few things that kind of had me questioning it, but overall, I think he's very credible, and it's the credibility kind of supersedes a few of the questions I was having about this kid. This motherfucker zinged me big time. It's one of those ones where it's just like, man, fuck, dude, you just fucked up my whole understanding of this case.
And how many different people did you see or hear giving advice to Mr. Jensen about what he should or should not do?
A few.
You just don't remember who they are?
No.
And do you remember what kind of advice they gave him?
Some would say, like, don't talk to people and stuff like that, or...
Well, let's start with that piece of advice. Do you think that's good advice or not?
Yes.
Why is that good advice?
So you don't have, a whole bunch of other problems on your hands.
And when you saw Mr. Jensen receiving that advice, was that early on in the time that you were in the same cell block with him, or later on when you were in the same cell block?
Early on.
Did Mr. Jensen follow that advice?
No.
So Mr. Jensen received the advice to not talk to other people, but he talked to other people anyway?
Yes.
Was it a hard thing for you to get Mr. Jensen to talk to you about his case?
No.
He was just willing to talk to you about the case?
Yeah, he was very open to, like, if a person came in and asked him a question or something, he didn't mind answering it.
Did you ever, aside from that first time when you saw Mr. Thompson strike Mr. Jensen, did you see anybody else ever strike Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
Who else struck Mr. Jensen?
Another guy, but I don't know his name.
How much time elapsed between the point where Mr. Thompson struck Mr. Jensen and the time this other person struck Mr. Jensen?
Period of time.
Was it, the incident with Mr. Thompson, was that the first time that you saw him and Mr. Jensen being struck, or was it the second time you saw him being struck?
Second time.
Okay, so the other incident where Mr. Jensen was being struck by that other person occurred before Mr. Thompson struck him?
Yes.
And do you know what that was about?
No.
See, now this fucks me all up.
When you were talking with Mr. Jensen, did he seem to be afraid of you or fearful of you?
No, I don't see why.
When Mr. Jensen was speaking with Mr. Thompson, after that first episode, did Mr. Jensen appear to be afraid of Mr. Thompson?
No, they was conversating fine. It seemed like they was going all copacetic. It was like going good for them.
Did Mr. Jensen strike you as being a fearful person while he was in the county jail there?
Did he look at me as a fearful person?
Did he look to be afraid of other people while he was in the jail with you?
No.
Did he appear to be fearful when he was talking to these other people that you saw him talking to?
No.
Did Mr. Jensen ever try to show you any documents that were in his cell with him?
No.
Did you ever see any of the documents that were in Mr. Jensen's cell?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Jensen show other people the documents that were in his cell?
This could have been a possibility.
So you may have seen him do that?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody walk into Mr. Jensen's cell and start reading his documents without Mr. Jensen being there?
No.
Did you ever see anybody take any documents from Mr. Jensen?
No.
Did Mr. Jensen have anybody as a cellmate at the time that you were in that cell block with him?
When he first got there, yes, he did. He had a cellie.
Do you know who the cellie was?
He had multiple cellies because the block we was on was like a receiving block. So it was like people came in, stayed for a couple of days, went to like dorms where it was multiple people at. So he didn't really keep a cellie.
Did you see where Mr. Jensen was keeping his papers at that time?
I seen him starting to obtain a lot of white bins with lids and stuff where he can keep his paperwork in them.
White bins?
Yeah, it's like a
It'd be something like this?
No, more like I can't think of the name of what they call, like a tub bin or something with the lid to go on top of it.
Okay.
But it's just a smaller white one.
A small white tub?
Yeah.
How high were these tubs? Can you hold your fingers apart?
About this high.
About that far off the ground? So that's what, about 10 inches?
About from here to here, nice size.
So documents could fit in there?
Yes.
A stack of documents?
Yes.
And how many of those white little tubs did he have?
Objection is foundation on time period.
Well, during the time that you saw him in the cell, how many of those little white tubs did you see in his cell?
But again, foundation is to when. You saw him for a continual period of time.
That's subject to your recross. Overruled.
So that means you can answer the question. Do you know how many times, how many white tubs you saw in his cell with papers in them?
He had about like 4 or 5.
So he had a lot of documents in his cell with him?
Yes.
And did he keep those things open, or were they closed up most of the time?
Only time I say I seen him open up was like when he'd be in there like doing his paperwork or notes or whatever. That's the only time I can say he had like a bin out with a lid out going through paperwork. Other than that, he had them nice and sealed away.
Did you ever see Mr. Jenson speaking on the telephone with anybody?
Yeah, I seen him on his telephone.
Now, where is the telephone in that cell block?
It's about it's on the wall. It's on the bottom of the wall, like close to the entranceway where you come in at.
Yeah, like a foot off the fucking ground. You got to sit on the floor.
During how many weeks or months were you in the same cell block as Mr. Jenson?
I was over there quite a while, a couple months with him.
Did you feel as though you got to know him pretty well?
I kind of read his character, but I didn't get to know his personalities and all details.
Now, during that 2-month period that you were with him, would you say he talked to you more toward the end of that period or more toward the beginning of that period? Or was it about the same the whole time?
It started beginning like towards the middle and the end. He started to talk to me.
So it was about a month-long period that he was talking to you?
Objection, leading, sustained.
Well, how much time was it that he was starting to talk to you on a more regular basis?
Like when he got comfortable after a month or so, he started getting comfortable, started talking.
So once he started getting comfortable talking with you, how many times a day or a week would he talk to you?
Talk to me almost every day.
And how long would you spend talking with him each day?
We talked for quite a while. You know, we both used to sit back by the window and glance out the window, see the sunset, stuff like that.
Did you talk about things other than his case?
Talked about, being out there in the world and stuff like that.
You talked about being out there in the world too?
Yeah, we just saying wish we can be out there right now. It's a hot day. Stuff like that. It's sometimes he made jokes and stuff like, saying like he had some big tractor thing or something like that. And he said it'd be great if somebody could drive it across town and knock the window out and stuff like that. And he'd chuckle behind it and stuff.
Of the conversations that you had with Mr. Jenson, what percentage would you say where you would end up talking, or he would end up talking about his case?
I don't understand what you mean.
Okay, how often out of the conversations that you had with him, about how many of them would you end up talking about his case? Was it most of them, some of them, a few of them, all of them?
Some of them.
So you're 45?
God, killing me, chat. My eyeballs are heavy. These are long streams. We used to do this back in the day when we were filming protests, like the good old Kenosha days. It was just nonstop. I was barely getting any sleep, chat. Since we've been streaming this trial, I've barely gotten any sleep. After every day of testimony, I'm clipping.
Is there any place
reels
where Mr. Jenson could have gone in that cell block where he would not have been able to keep track of who was going in and out of his cell?
No, there's not any place he can't go. Any place you go in there, you can still see your cell.
Where's the toilet in that cell block?
It's one within the day room, and each additional cell had their own toilet.
Each cell had its own toilet?
Yes.
So Mr. Jenson's cell had his own toilet in it?
Yes.
And where's the shower in that cell block?
The shower is right where you come in at.
Yep,
It's like
right by
big
the entrance.
tin can metal box.
Yep.
And how high up did the walls in the shower go?
There isn't a wall. You can see directly out. It's a curtain, but the curtain only covers your bottom part of your body. All your upper top of the body, you can direct see out.
So even while you're taking a shower, you can keep track of who's going in and out of your cell.
Yes, because like if you stand in the shower, if this was the shower booth, if you standing in it, the curtain's right here and the shower here is like right here, so it's spraying down on you. So you have no choice but to look that way.
Yep.
Is there any
true statement, Chad.
unwritten rule or policy about whether one inmate can walk in another inmate's cell without permission or anything like that?
Yes, it's a rule say that.
What does the rule say?
That it's prohibited that you shouldn't go in anyone else's cell.
Yeah, and you get your ass beat if you do by the inmate.
So
Plus,
other inmates can't go into Mr.
bodyguards.
Jenson's cell without his permission or even with his permission?
Without his permission. People was respectful, they asked before, like if somebody was in their cell, they asked permission if they can go in their cell.
So did you ever enter Mr. Jenson's cell without his permission?
No.
Did you ever see anybody else ever enter Mr. Jenson's cell without his permission?
No, not that I can recall, no.
No further questions.
Right. So people are respectful of one another in that jail cell? Is that what you're telling me?
Some people are.
Yeah, did you think, was it respectful of Mr. Thompson to hit Mr. Jenson the first time?
Hey, he's a man just like he's a man. I don't know what transpired between them, but I don't think it was right he hit him, but I guess there was a reason behind it for why he hit him.
Was it respectful when he hit him the second time?
I can't say. I don't believe so. No, he struck him. I don't know what he struck him for. So I can't say if it was respectful or not. Because if a person give you a good enough reason to strike somebody and you strike them, I believe it was a good reason, but I don't know why he struck him. So I can't say if it was a good enough reason why he struck him.
And you never saw Mr. Jenson giving anybody a hard time or picking any fights, right?
No.
And sometimes people just hit people because they want to intimidate them, right?
No.
Well, what about Mr. Clark when he was being hit with the dominoes? That was just to take his lunch, right?
I don't know what happened between them.
Well, they were stealing his lunch is why they were hitting him with the dominoes, right?
Objection counsel's testifying.
I don't know. I don't know. A fight took place. I don't know why. Things happen. Some conversation might transfer before a fight happened. So it was like I wasn't present at them conversations, so I don't know why they transpired. I'd be able to tell you if I knew.
But sometimes people hit people for no good reason in the jail, right?
No, I wouldn't say that.
You don't think that ever happens?
No.
And so
there's got to be a reason why if a person just gonna hit somebody just to be hitting them, then something's wrong with him.
So you think Mr. Jenson deserved being hit by Mr. Thompson probably?
No, I'm not saying that, sir.
And how about Mr. Wesley when you hit him? He deserved that?
Did Mr. Wesley deserve that?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe he deserved it. But at the same time, if a person is going to inflict pain on me, I'm not going to just let a person harm me. So I'm going to do what I believe I have to do to defend myself.
And Mr. Wesley says you're just stealing his lunch. Is that not true?
That's not true.
Now, you already indicated that Mr. Jenson was not a person from the streets, right?
No, from what I observe, I know he haven't, that he didn't grow up around nowhere where it was like he struggled in life or nothing like that, or he used slang or anything.
Were you aware of it? Did Mr. Jenson mention to you any time prior when he had been just beaten up by people?
Did he mention?
Yeah.
It was very observant. He didn't have to mention anything. It was observant. You just, within that amount of space, you see what goes on.
No, I'm trying to say is before he got into jail, were you aware of Mr. Jenson being
either being used to being beaten up or not used to being beaten up?
No, not that I recall him saying nothing about that.
Okay, now you saw another guy before Mr. Thompson strike Mr. Jensen, right?
Yes.
And you saw Mr. Thompson strike him twice, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that could make a person fearful?
No, just because you got struck doesn't mean you make you fearful. Some people don't resort to violence. Some people might handle they things different, like you might be a man, if I strike you, you might be the bigger man and say, man, well, I'm not trying to go down that road with you. You know what I mean? I think we can handle this by talking about man. Don't mean you fearful of me. You just don't resort to it.
But you can understand how some people might feel fearful cooped up in a small jail pod with people who have struck them, right?
Yes, but at the same token, if you're feeling fearful, they have requests in there, or a guard comes through daily every 15, 30 minutes. There's no problem with a person, if he feels fearful, to go to that glass and ask to be removed or ask to speak to a sergeant or sergeant or something.
You've acknowledged, Mr. Bush, that sometimes people get beaten up just for telling on another inmate, right?
I guess it depends on who that person is that's doing the beating.
And that's why you're accused of beating Mr. Gray, is because he told on you, right?
That's what I'm accused of, but it didn't happen. Mr. Gray is a person that he said I did them things so he can go to DA, hopefully get some for his testimony, which that's what he did.
Would you also agree with Mr. Bush that it's not a particularly good idea in the jail to show that you're scared all the time?
I wouldn't say that, but at the same time, I just say, just be respectful and mind your own. It's not showing that you being scared. You just mind your business.
If you're acting scared, sometimes people pick on you more, right?
I guess it depends on who that person is. If that person, if it makes his ego feel big by picking on people, yes, I can say, yeah, you have some people like that.
You've seen, there are bullies in the jail, right? Would you say that's not possible, or it's just something you didn't see?
If he can say he did see him?
Yeah, that Mr. Jensen showed him a transcript.
No, I didn't see it, so I couldn't say if it was possible or not.
So that could have happened without your being aware of it, right?
Right. I'm not saying I'm keeping tabs on a man or nothing like that, but when you're at your cell, you just basically you're observing your surroundings.
Now, you said people warned Mr. Jensen about talking about his case too much?
Yeah, just telling him he shouldn't say stuff, or he shouldn't, answer questions and stuff.
And he was telling a lot of people why he wasn't guilty, right?
He was telling a lot of people why he wasn't guilty?
Yeah, the reasons how he was going to defend his case, right?
No, I never heard nothing like that.
Did you hear him talking about his case with other people, Mr. Bush?
There's a possible chance he could have been talking to other people.
And then, there's nothing wrong about talking with other people about your case, except that it's foolish because they might take advantage of you, right?
It depends on which way you're taking advantage.
Well, as you explained, sometimes somebody might make up a lie about you, right?
Yeah.
If they get enough information about your case, then they might be able to make up a lie about you, right?
Yeah, it's a possibility.
So all Mr. Jensen was doing was he was being too trusting of other people, right?
Yes, I could say he trusts a few people.
People stole Mark's commissary on occasion?
Yes, once time I observed, yes, his commissary was stolen.
So they came into his cell and took his commissary, right?
Yes.
And it's not unusual for inmates to break rules. That's fair to say, right?
It's not usual, but people still do it.
And did you see Mark Jenson on the telephone a little, a lot?
A lot.
Chat, I need somebody to come wake me up. Shit. Eyes are getting heavy. We're about 3/4 of the way. Oh. See, and this testimony got me screwed up because
Has anybody
we're
ever
really
gotten into your
learning
cell?
that he did get fucked
What do
with.
you mean?
Has anybody gotten into your cell and done anything with your stuff?
Yes.
So that does happen, that people mess with your stuff in your cell, right?
You could say if you allow it, yes.
I mean, you can't stop that entirely, right?
Yes.
I mean, you weren't trying, people messed with your stuff even though you weren't allowing it, right?
I had one person mess with my stuff, yes.
Yeah, and then he probably
And,
beat his ass.
I mean, you're
That
a
was the
pretty
last
tough
time
guy,
that
right?
happened.
No.
You're not?
No.
Even though you have a couple of battery cases and a lot of armed robberies that you're pending.
There's a saying in jail, right? When you're in jail, theft doesn't carry probation. That's the rule in jail, right? You're on the streets and you steal from, Walmart, you might get probation. In jail, theft does not carry probation. You get your fucking ass beat. And if you fucking don't at least start throwing some fucking hands over that situation, you're going to get punked every fucking day then.
That you're facing?
Doesn't mean I'm a tough guy.
In terms of what you're expecting in this case,
Peace, love, I've been going for
Mr. Bush, you
16 hours.
realize that people get benefits from testifying for the state, right?
No, I don't understand that, no.
You know that by testifying against someone else who's been charged, you can receive benefits for that, right?
No, I didn't know that.
You don't know that you might get a lighter sentence by testifying against somebody else?
No.
You don't know that?
No.
Do you know that they might reduce your charges for testifying against someone else?
No. I never conversated with it. Anybody, my lawyer, no public defender or no DA about nothing like that.
But you know that happens, right? That you can have a charge reduced or get a lighter sentence, right?
No.
Judge, may we approach?
Better time to take a break. So please don't talk about the case during the break, and let me ask that you return at 1:15.
All right.
I think there might be a commercial. Yeah. All right. Yeah. God, chat, I am fucking dying. My eyeballs are heavy. Woof. Yeah. Bernard Bush is one of the more credible witnesses for me. He is pretty matter of fact. He's admitting a lot of times that he lied. He seems pretty straightforward. His testimony is fucking me up a bit. There are some doubts I still have about certain things he said, but for the majority of his testimony, it does kind of, overpower some of the doubts that I have about a couple of statements he made. So his testimony is fucking me up.
Obviously, there's a disagreement, so.
If we could have Mr. Bush take, I'm sure they're going to take it.
Yeah, why don't you take Mr. Bush to lunch, if you would?
Oh, look at this. They got.
Are we going to need him right back or 1:15?
1:15.
Removing witnesses. This is how they should be doing it. Here's the fucked up thing, though, too, man. Look how they're walking his ass out. You know what I'm saying? So he's sitting up in the witness stand looking like that. I get it. He's in custody. He has to be shackled. I get that part. But this fucking waist shackle with the hands, I don't know if I like that. I think of ankle shackles so the jury can't see him, treat him the same type of way they treat a defendant that's shackled. It provides a little bit more human being aspect to them. And they're already there in orange or whatever color, a jail has. So I don't know. The shackling, I understand though they're in custody, but I think there could be a little bit more treating them like fucking human beings. That's just my own personal.
The dismiss in the hindsight case, Mr. J. Boyce has asked me to find the statement, and I'm looking for that.
All right. Did you see this?
I saw that. I asked him to produce the statement that's a part of it, but I've never seen it until today, until just now. That's the first time I ever saw it.
Well, it's pretty instructive, though.
I understand exactly what it is. And
peace, love. Glad you like what we're doing.
What I wanted to do was simply voir dire the witness outside the presence of the jury on what his understanding was of what happened in that last case. And also wanted to talk to his defense attorney.
No, I'm hesitant to allow you to do that because he's testified now that he doesn't have any suspicion or reason to believe that he's going to get any consideration for his testimony. And here the defense has got pretty clear evidence that on a former occasion he had a very substantial dropping of a charge as a direct result to his agreeing to provide testimony against the alleged shooter in that case.
See, and now we're learning he may actually know that.
So I don't want to get bogged down on this.
I'm off.
And a voir dire strikes me as just allowing you to try to find a way around this. And I'm not going to. If you had a legal basis, I would say maybe so. But
Chat, this messes me up because now it's just like, fuck, this kid did know that he could get time off a sentence. So here he's caught in a lie.
Unless you have some compelling reason otherwise.
Now he's fucking me up now.
When we return, I'm going to permit him to conduct the examination he desires.
Damn it.
Okay.
Damn it.
And while you're looking at that, I want to discuss further a couple of rulings that were made earlier that.
I would say this. First of all, I just read the statement. I just read the statement that Bernard Bush gave. And based on what he wrote here, there was no basis to charge him with a homicide in that case. There was simply no basis for it.
Well, the district attorney or Mr. Albee has presented a document in which the assistant district attorney of Racine County states hereby moves the court to dismiss the above entitled case on the following grounds. Bernard Bush has agreed to provide testimony against Marvell Willingham in state of Wisconsin versus Marvell Willingham, as set forth in this statement, which is attached here to and made a part here. I gather he made a statement to the police in exchange for a. Well, I don't want to say it that way.
Yeah, because I don't think you should say it that way, because it looks to me by the state that this man was a witness to a homicide. There's no indication that he was a party to the crime of that homicide.
Well, look,
I
don't want to spend too much time on it. The bottom line is that he's already acknowledged to the officer that at one point in the investigation of the murder case, he lied to the police.
Several times, more than one time.
And he subsequently made a truthful statement and agreed to give testimony, and the district attorney dismissed, apparently it says dismissed, but I gather reduced in severity the charge against him in exchange for his cooperation. Now, I don't want to get into it, just for the very same reason I didn't want to get into Dr. Long and all that. I don't want to have a mini trial about whether and to what extent what went on here and in what sequence and why. I wasn't born yesterday. Let there be. I think that there's fair game to question whether or not this witness is being accurate when he says he doesn't know people get any consideration for testifying. Please.
And if the statement from the assistant DA is coming in, I'd request that.
It's not.
It's not.
No, I didn't say that was coming in, and I don't intend to let it in unless Mr. Albee gives me a pretty convincing reason why.
This motion to dismiss?
Right.
Oh, well, I mean, I think this is the convincing evidence that he's just lied.
Specific instances of the conduct of a witness shall. You can ask him, isn't it true that, that's extrinsic evidence.
No, but as to motive, I can present extrinsic evidence. And because he's denying that he has.
All right.
All I'm saying is this: if that one document is coming in, That document makes a specific reference to that other document. It's incorporated by reference. So I want Bernard Bush's statement coming in if that document's coming in, because it's part and parcel of the same thing. And you read that statement, and Bernard Bush was not a party to the crime of any homicide, nor was he a party to the crime of any shooting.
This is exactly what I want to avoid, is getting into now a mini trial on the state against Marvell Willingham.
But you see,
and
Judge,
no. I'm hoping that on cross-examination, Mr. Albee, when he examines the witness, will be able to get him to acknowledge that, at least on a former occasion, that there was something given to him in exchange for his agreement to testify?
I don't think that that's this witness's perception, Your Honor. I don't think he's going to say that.
Well, then I'll have to deal with that if and when it arises.
Well,
But I like to look at the bright side of things. And right now, I want to look at the bright side of my lunch.
I want to eat lunch too, Judge. So we'll see you back here at 1:15.
If the
Fucking-
service,
You really, dude, Senator Palpatine here just doesn't fucking age.
Go ahead, Mr. Jemley.
Ever.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He doesn't age,
Mr.
ever. He
Bush,
looks the same.
I'm going to ask you to identify this
The
document.
dark
that is
side of
marked
the
as States
Force
Exhibit
has treated this
227.
fucker well.
It's a statement I wrote.
And that's your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
And that statement was given out April 5th, 2005?
Yes.
And that statement purported to describe your participation in this event?
Yes.
And what were the circumstances that led to you giving this statement? Were you promised anything for your statement?
No.
Well, did your attorney talk to you about signing this, providing a statement?
No.
Did you talk to your attorney about providing this statement?
No. My attorney, my first attorney, he didn't, he rarely came to see me, rarely came to talk to me about certain situations pertaining in the case.
Well, I can't see who this witness is down here. There's next to your name is this name. Who is that? Is it John S. something or other? Do you know who that is?
That's the officer I gave it to, I believe.
So you gave a
All right,
statement
we
to a
got
law enforcement
20,
officer?
26 minutes left, chat. So we'll have 4 minutes to just run down some random bullshit before we run out of time. And that's perfect because this video is going to end 26 minutes.
I'm talking about this statement here, the one that's been marked as States Exhibit 227. Was your lawyer present for that statement? Do you remember?
I'm not sure. I think he was present.
For this statement?
Yes, he was present.
Okay, but there's another statement you'd given before this one?
Yes.
And was the statement you'd given before this one, was it factually consistent with this statement or different than this statement?
It was different, some way different.
And the first statement that you gave, was that while you were in custody or not in custody? Do you remember?
Custody.
And were you represented by a lawyer at that time?
No.
Okay. So this was a statement that you gave to law enforcement after consulting with your lawyer?
No, I didn't even consult with my lawyer when I made the statement. I went down and I told him I wanted to make the statement.
You told your lawyer that?
Yes.
And did your lawyer give you any description as to why did your lawyer tell you you should make this statement or advise you against
we
it?
have an issue of under chapter 905, 05, I think. Well,
I understand what you're saying, and you're right. Again, sir, you have a right, well, I don't want to say anything further.
Yep, you gotta protect his rights. Gotta protect his rights. This kid's got to be careful because he's got open cases and he's saying a little too much. He doesn't seem to care. His lawyer doesn't seem to care, which makes me question. He's probably got a public defender.
You don't have to answer this question if you don't want to, because it's communication with your lawyer, and you're not obliged to discuss communication that you have with your lawyer. The question is, do you understand what I just said?
No, sir.
Under the law, a person does not have to report in court under most circumstances. Discussions which he or she has had with with his or her own lawyer for the purposes of the legal representation. And you're being asked a question about a discussion you had with your lawyer back in this case in 2005. And you don't have to answer that question if you don't want to, but you're welcome to it. But you can answer the question if you want to. And the question which is asked of you is something about what your lawyer may have said to you before you made your statement to the police on the 5th of April of 2005.
What my lawyer said?
What discussion you had with your lawyer? You don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but go ahead if you want.
He said nothing. He was basically careless. He was a careless attorney. He didn't really care what happened, I guess.
So it was your decision to give this statement?
Yes.
Were you promised anything for your for this statement?
No.
Well, what was your motive? Why did you want to give this statement?
Because it was a lot of lies. Some people try to use me as scapegoats, get out of jail, and I wanted the record to be shown what really happened. If it was going to be any stories floating around, I wanted it to be the truth.
Now, this all got started because you were asked on cross-examination.
Objection.
May I just ask a question?
Okay, well, you remember Mr. Albee asking you a question on cross-examination earlier today about whether you believed you'd gain any benefit by giving testimony in this case?
He said, did I believe I was going to get any benefit?
Yeah, he asked you that, didn't he?
Right.
And do you think you're going to get anything out of testifying in this case?
No, I don't expect anything.
Then why are you telling us about what happened?
Because this man right here, Mr. Jenson, if him saying he's...
And I object because he has no, it's not relevant. Would his...
He's been questioned on his motive, and now he's going to identify what he says is his motive. Go ahead.
Okay, so what's your motive? Why are you telling these folks about what you know about this case?
If he's saying he's innocent, like he's saying he's innocent, when that guy first approached him,
about Judge, this is improper opinion is the problem.
Folks, this sometimes evidence comes in on subjects other than the real focal point of the case, which is whether the defendant did or did not commit the murder. Sometimes it comes in, for example, on why a witness would testify a certain way versus another. And that's what this is. I think you probably already recognize that. So this evidence is not being, we have no interest, and you shouldn't have any interest, in the witness's opinion of whether the defendant is guilty or not. But why he is testifying here is a controversy between the parties. So that's why he's going to be allowed to give his opinion. Any question about that? Don't accept it as any proof of the guilt of the defendant.
Yeah. So why are you telling us about what you know about this case?
Because if he feel like he had nothing to hide, I don't think if I never exposed what they was trying to do, I believe some people would have been hurt within the situation for something he was trying to cover up. If he didn't have nothing to cover up, he wouldn't even transpire with them conversation with them ransom notes, talking about the ransom money. I mean.
Now, counsel here is, these are charges that you presently have pending against you, right?
Yes.
And then there's some other charges.
See, that was the statement, chat, that I was talking about earlier. Pay attention because he's going to say something about this.
Are you aware
that
of
was
the
his
allegations
statement.
in this case as to what Mr. Jenson did?
You know, he makes that statement, and again, it fucks it all up for me again.
Do you know what we're saying?
Back and forth with this kid.
Or
do you understand what Mr. Jenson is charged with?
No. I don't know what his charges. No.
What do you understand to be the charge against Mr. Jenson?
I guess he's accused of killing somebody, killing his wife.
Go ahead.
Now, I'm trying to understand why you think it's a good idea to come forward and testify in this case.
Because I think it's the right thing to do. You know, like I got in trouble for it years ago. You know, same situation. I was present at something. It transpired. I didn't think it was nothing a big issue. I tried to avoid it. You know, I didn't want nothing to do with it. And it came back to bite me in the butt. And that same thing that's occurred with his situation, Mr. Jenson's situation. Conversation was transpired. At the time, I wasn't gonna say nothing, but I was thinking about, okay, like, well, what if somebody else come forward and then say, oh, well, they believe I had something to do with it or something, and then I don't want to come back and bite me in the butt and think I had something to do with it. So I thought it was best that, I say something about it.
So, and you understand, and have you been telling, is there anything that you've told us about this incident involving Mark Jenson that's not true?
No.
You've tried to tell us the truth to the best of your ability?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Bush, you indicated this statement that you went to give to the police with your lawyer in the homicide case. You said you did that because you wanted to set the record straight?
Yes.
Well, who's the one who made the record not so straight?
It was a lot of individuals.
Was one of those people you?
What do you mean, me?
I mean, did you lie about knowing Marvell Willingham?
Yes.
Did you lie about being with him?
Yes.
Did you lie about your whereabouts on the time of the shooting?
Yes.
Did you lie about driving the getaway car?
No.
You didn't. The first statement you gave the police, you told them that you were driving the getaway car?
The first statement I gave, I never said nothing about the getaway car.
You said you'd been in Katrina Wright's car for some more innocent reason, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie.
No, because I have been in her car before, but I told them I had been in her car that day.
Okay. You just denied driving the car at the time that the murder was committed, right?
No.
They asked you if you were in the car with Marvell Willingham, right?
Yes.
They told you that car had been used in the shooting, right?
Yes.
And you denied being present, right?
Yes.
And you were actually the driver of the car, right?
Yes.
That's by your own admission, correct?
What do you mean by own admission? What do you mean?
You've confessed to that you were the driver of a getaway car in a murder, right?
Yes.
And there was other evidence in that case that somebody else had said you were kidnapping the victim, right?
Objection, Your Honor. This witness has repeatedly denied he was kidnapping a victim, and the fact that somebody else said so it's not admissible in this.
Well, it goes into the body of evidence which was in existence at the time the statement repeatedly was made, so the objection's overruled.
Right? You had that person who was willing to testify against you that you had plotted a kidnapping, right?
I don't understand what you mean.
Andrea Armstrong told the police that you confessed to plotting a kidnapping of George Mitchell, right?
Yeah, she told them that.
And that was evidence against you, right?
I'm assuming so, yes.
And then you had lied to the police over and over again when they interviewed you, right?
No.
No?
No.
Did we not just go through that you lied about knowing Marvell Willingham?
Yes, that was the first statement, sir. That was the first statement I gave. Yes, that was a law. You saying I did continuous interviews over and over. No, I didn't. I only did 2 interviews.
Okay. And in only one interview did you lie through your teeth?
Yes.
And then that second interview you gave with your lawyer, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer thought it would be a good idea for you to go ahead and give that statement.
My lawyer didn't think anything, I thought.
And what you thought is you'd like to get some benefits, right?
No, I thought I should set the record straight.
And what you got was this motion to dismiss that says that the state hereby moves the court to dismiss the case on the following grounds, because you agreed to provide testimony, right?
Objection. That's a miscarriage. Your Honor, look at the statement. It's right there in front of the jury. Read the whole statement.
Objection's overruled.
Right, I agreed to give testimony.
That's right.
But I didn't expect anything. I agreed to give testimony based on because I wanted the record to be shown for know what happened.
And what you got out of that is having your case reduced to a 3-year maximum charge, right?
Yes, my case was dropped, yes.
And so as a result of that experience, you know that giving testimony might result in a significant reduction of your charges. Isn't that true, Mr. Bush?
No, I don't know, because I was scheduled to go to trial and I went in there and my charges were dropped.
And that's why Mr. Gravely from the Kenosha County DA's office asked that your cases be put over until after this case, right?
No, speak to Mr. Gravely, sir.
You were in court last week, right?
No.
Just your lawyer?
I've been here 18 days, so I haven't been in court.
But you know you're not going back to court until this case is over, right?
I don't know.
That's all.
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir.
My name is Mike Gravely, Gravely.
And Mr. Gravely, how are you presently employed?
I'm presently the Deputy District Attorney in Kenosha County.
And in the course of your duties as the Deputy District Attorney for Kenosha County, have you had occasion to prosecute one Bernard Bush Jr.?
Yes, I'm currently involved in the prosecution of Bernard Bush.
And he...
Shit, I'm see again with the fucking muted microphone. I'm over here screaming. I said he's a Weasley little shit. He's horrible. That's what I said, but I said a lot more.
Is a co-defendant with other co-defendants in a case?
He is.
How many other co-defendants are in the case?
I think there are 5 other co-defendants.
I'm just gonna keep the mic unmuted.
And you understand? Are you aware that Mr. Bush has now testified in this case of State versus Mark Jenson?
Yes, I heard it previously, and then I heard it on the radio this morning.
No.
Look at his face.
Recently, there was some adjournment of some proceeding in the Bernard Bush case. Can you tell the jury about that?
I can. Mr. Bush has a lawyer who came to court and indicated that he wished to have the proceedings for Mr. Bush postponed or adjourned to allow him to testify in this case.
Now, have you ever made any offers to that attorney or to Mr. Bush in exchange for Mr. Bush's testimony in this case?
No, I've never even discussed with that attorney anything about testifying in this case other than that he wished an adjournment.
Now, did you make an offer to Mr. Blyce to Mr. Bush for Mr. Bush in exchange for a plea in that case?
I did.
And was that offer in any way contingent upon or a reflection of any agreement on the part of the Mr. Bush to testify in this case?
Was the offer I made?
Yes.
The offer I made was made previous to any idea that he would testify, and that offer has not changed.
So at the time you made the offer, you were unaware that Mr. Bush was providing a statement in this case?
That's correct. In fact, I don't think he had made a statement at the time I made that offer.
And is the offer that you made to Mr. Bush any different from the offer that you made to the other co-defendants?
It's exactly the same as the other co-defendants received in the case.
Have you ever indicated to Mr. Bush that you are going to take his participation in this case into consideration and amend that offer?
I've never had a personal conversation with Mr. Bush at all. So I've never had any chance to do that, nor would I.
Have I ever approached you and asked you to give Mr. Bush or did Ms. Gabrielle ever approach you and ask you to give Mr. Bush any particular consideration in that case?
No, I can't remember either of you ever approaching me to discuss anything about Mr. Bush testifying in this case in terms of any requests that any consideration be given him.
For that matter, how did you find out that Bernard Bush was giving testimony in this case?
From Attorney Blyce, from his lawyer.
And how did Mr. Blyce find out about it?
I'm not sure. I believe probably from his client, but that appeared to be, in my conversation with him, that appeared to be how he knew.
And do you know when Mr. Bush's case is now set over for a plea or trial or whatever it's set over for?
I think it's set for a status to see if this case had proceeded as they expected, and I don't know when the exact date is at this time.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Gravely.
Get his ass, Craig.
Sorry, Judge. I need to locate a document that I just jammed back into my files.
Oh, God, please. I want to see him fucking rip Gravely apart. I didn't see Michael Gravely's name on any of the witness lists, so I don't think this fucking douchey scumbag's going to testify this time around. But I mean, this is typical Gravely. He don't fucking talk to nobody. I'm not even sure what this guy actually does in Kenosha. Who the fuck knows what he does? Other than be fucking useless. He don't charge shit he should. He charges things he shouldn't. It's just fucking, he don't make no goddamn sense. This guy's fucking, look at him, and he looks stupid. Like a goddamn fucking sloth, this motherfucker. Useless ass fucking piece. I'm sorry, Chad, I'm losing my shit again. This guy's just fucking, and come on, with the hot mics. The hot mics in the 2008 trial are fucking crazy, the hot mics. Look at Gravely just sitting there. He looks like a fucking sloth from the fucking zoo, bro. His stupid ass fucking face and shit. Look at him. Look at this fucking clown fuck.
Mr. Gravely?
Afternoon.
Mr. Bush's attorney, Glenn Weiss, asked that this case be put over, correct?
That's correct.
Based on your experience in the criminal justice system, you recognize that one thing Mr. Blythe likely has in mind is to draw this to the attention of the judge later on, right?
Objection calls for speculation on part of this witness as to what Mr. Blythe has in mind.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Based on your experience in the criminal justice system, I mean, you've been a prosecutor for over 20 years.
No, well, close, 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
And based on your experience, you can imagine one reason for Mr. Blythe to put this over is to invite Mr. Bush's cooperation to the sentencing judge, correct?
Yes.
And certainly it's something that he also is likely to come back to you and say, Mr. Gravely, Mr. Bush cooperated for the prosecution. I think he should get a better deal than you previously offered.
I think he's likely to do that.
And that is something that is frequently taken into consideration by prosecutors, correct?
It certainly is taken into consideration by prosecutors. I don't know frequently, but certainly it is.
That is when there is cooperation, particularly in a homicide case. That is something that you in the past have taken into account in making a sentencing recommendation or a recommendation as to which charges to plead to.
Have I done that in the past?
Yes.
Yes.
Had you prosecuted Mr. Bush in the past?
If I have, I don't have a distinct memory of that. I'm aware that Mr. Bush has been prosecuted before, and if I have done that, I don't remember it specifically.
Were you aware that he previously had been prosecuted for first-degree intentional homicide?
In Racine?
Yes.
Yes.
And that he had that case dropped to harboring a felon in exchange for his cooperation?
I wasn't aware of what the outcome was for Mr. Bush in that case. I mean, if that's the case, I certainly accept that. I knew that he had testified in a case and likely received consideration in that case.
That also is something you might take into account in future cases is misconduct in the past that didn't result in a criminal conviction or a criminal conviction as high as it could have been.
I don't understand the question.
Sure. In cases where someone cooperates, they may get their charge reduced, right? Just generally speaking.
Cooperates in what way?
Cooperates by testifying against someone, for example.
They may.
And then if that person gets in further trouble after they cooperated and had a reduction in charge, you may say, well, I'm going to be harsher with you because you had a chance. You got a break in the last case, and I'm not giving you a break again, right?
I mean, it would depend entirely on the situation. Certainly something like that could happen, but without knowing the facts, it'd be difficult for me to offer an opinion.
Okay, just a little too hypothetical.
Just a couple too many what ifs, yes.
Yeah, fair enough. But it is your expectation that you will hear from Mr. Blythe asking for some consideration for Mr. Bush as a result of his cooperation in this case.
In this case?
Yes.
Would I personally, or will I be in a room where I hear it?
You expect to hear that from Mr. Blythe?
I expect to hear Mr. Blythe talk about whatever occurred in this courthouse.
And you expect to hear that in front of a sentencing judge as well later on?
if we ever get there, that we could hear it there. Yes.
Okay. And are you also, I have a list there of the charges that Mr. Bush is currently facing. Are you also the prosecutor on the battery by prisoner, the attempted robbery while in the jail, and his felony intimidation of witness and second battery by prisoner case?
I'm handling all of his cases, yes.
Of course you are, you
And was that
fucking
offer that
scumbag.
was made
Fuck.
to,
Such a
Mr.
fucking
Bush,
conflict of
did that
interest on
also
so
wrap
many
up those
things in
cases
this
as
fucking
well?
county.
I do not believe it did. I believe that the offer was made prior to those other cases being considered by myself.
So those other cases are also something.
Bro, it's like Binger fucking in the Rittenhouse trial, right? Binger protecting all these witnesses, offering them deals to testify against Kyle, right? Schroeder is overseeing the Rittenhouse case. And then that case is done. And what you guys don't know, and maybe you don't, and not paying attention to, is then Binger turns around and then is fucking the witness that he was telling everyone he's protecting during the trial. He's the fucking prosecutor. And then who's the fucking judge? Fucking Schroeder.
And Mr. Blyce is
fucking conflict of interest with this fucking county, bro. This fucking county pisses me off. Tell me they're not corrupt.
With me. No.
He has asked that.
Sorry, chat. I cannot stand this fucking city or this fucking county. I can't stand them. They're corrupt pieces of shit.
I did agree.
And their corruption fucked this case up for 20 fucking years.
After this case.
And who the fuck knows what's going to happen now?
I don't know if there'll be relevant information or not. He asked to adjourn it because he wanted to allow the Jensen case to happen first, and I'd expect that he would make some kind of discussion like that.
We're probably besties.
I frankly didn't speculate.
Darlene knows.
In terms of
Darlene knows.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Graves.
Any question?
When there is an agreement, there is no agreement in this case, but when there is an agreement, is the agreement conditioned upon the person providing truthful and accurate testimony?
Yeah, but Denise, you're gonna see this shit again.
Obviously, there wouldn't be a percentage for a prosecutor to try to solicit false testimony. So, the agreement, in my experience, is that you have to testify truthfully, and that if we determine at some point that that's not truthful testimony, that essentially you've put yourself in a worse position than you would have been in.
No further questions.
Just a couple. I mean, but.
You're gonna hear Bush's testimony again in this trial. All these fucking snitches are coming back.
In the instance we're talking about, it's gauged by.
And I love that the modern day defense is just drilling into these witnesses. But you're gonna see it.
You're not likely to.
Yeah, I'm concerned about Bush.
If I thought
he's the only snitch I'm concerned about.
Mr. Blyce comes to
the rest of them
for a deal.
Fucking fry on the stand for all I give a fuck.
I might on a different day after this case was concluded, but probably not. Probably not. You probably wouldn't be the source.
Okay. Thanks.
Might not be the source. Ms. Gabrielle might be the source.
Certainly, Ms. Gabrielle would be the source.
No.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Right, and who is Miss Gabrielle? Right, she's the one that wrote the fucking Rittenhouse complaint, right? And then if you look at the Rittenhouse complaint, okay, that's fucked because she intentionally wrote some shit up that was really not fucking accurate, which allowed a lot of fucking loopholes in that trial. Because you know what? Like I said, they weren't prosecuting that kid. They were more concerned about protecting the fucking city and their liability from the fucking situation that happened. And then the fucking stupid laws out here with fucking loopholes in them. Oof, man, fucking chat. I am so heated. This case is fucked. We only have like 2.5 minutes left. Again, tomorrow, 8:30, I'm going to go live. We'll start with Kelly Labonte because I know you guys wanted to fucking get into the juicy shit about that. Fucking Gravely irritates me. Jamboy looks like he should be on a fucking, sitcom during the day. Like fucking Dynasty, a soap opera. That's what I'm talking about. A fucking soap opera. He's one of them skeevy fucks. Fucking clown. Whew, man, this is a juicy, juicy case, chat. It's juicy. It could go one way or the other. There's a lot of things that are credible and a lot that are not. And there is definitely some corruption behind the scenes. So, man, Jesus. All right. My eyeballs are bleeding. My ears cannot handle any more testimony today. We're going to marathon stream this again tomorrow. So 2 8-hour streams tomorrow, chat. And then we're back Tuesday morning. So join us, okay? We're doing Kelly Labonte. That's the Jensen mistress. First thing in the morning tomorrow. All right? Make sure you guys share the stream, like the stream, hit some donations if you guys are able to. That helps us. That keeps me going. Otherwise, poor Kevin. I'm giving this till fucking Friday. If we don't start making enough, financial fucking funding here, then I can't stream 5 weeks of this fucking trial. Because I gotta earn money. Otherwise, I'm gonna be fucking homeless. So, 1 minute left. Facebook's gonna end. You guys are awesome. Thanks for tuning in. A lot of you have been here like all fucking day. You guys are ride or die. That's so cool, chat. We love it. And thanks for hanging with me. You guys are awesome. I will see you tomorrow morning, chat. Peace and love. I'm out, chat. I can't do it anymore. It's too much for me. I'll see you guys first thing in the AM, 8:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Later, chat.